When people join on YouTube, does it like pay out? Like how did they join? Like people
Uh,
are registered.
It'll just be through the link that you guys shared.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Awesome. And that's kind of what it's gonna look like.
Well, you have an actual live link.
Yeah, I just put it up right there.
Okay.
So that's what it looks like right now.
Yes. And then here are all the names of everyone. And then
We're gonna come up.
that's only if you set them up. Come on.
Yeah. Tags.
Nice.
And then so this is what it looks like right now.
It's good. I mean, maybe someone might be taller, so you'll probably adjust the camera. Right?
Yeah, and then I can adjust right now.
Yeah, as much as we could maybe avoid like the wall. You know, like with the orange on the left, and then just up to the passenger side. Yeah, I think that looks good. Yeah, sweet. And we'll be starting very soon, maybe in like about 10 minutes. Yeah. Just our speaker, Cyber, is gonna get here by like 9:30.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I think so. I'm curious specifically to city of the CEO was very successful in a profitable department. Obviously, when they diversify business, not 50% of the revenue is public finance rather than so I think they head towards a low margin business. Wouldn't tell you. Joe Maria Sorbendes, obviously, $1 billion. So the production makers, you know, some firms that make higher grade senior level manager, you know, some of the things we can do. Hopefully the eight or junior person, I of course, that's not a very good. Probably, you can see it so much. In, infrastructure build out, right now, there's a different, which I've been a little larger on top of that, and, pretty similar services offered as underwriter. They're hard to differentiate their business model and the ones that are. Unless that's a crazy great banker, don't know what you're.
No? Sure.
In the back or something.
سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والخاتم لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراط المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدره ومقداره العظيم. Indeed, all praises be to Allah, to God, and may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, and the random guy in the corner. No, there's nobody in the corner. Welcome to the Aqsa Conference. Alhamdulillah. Thank you for being here. You can clap it up. It's good. You can clap it up. It's early in the morning. I know it's a Sunday, and you all took the time out of your busy schedule to be here. And yes, we are, alhamdulillah, here for this beautiful gathering, the Aqsa Conference, where we're going to be learning and being educated. But I want to make a few announcements before we get started. First, well, I think it's best that I introduce myself. My name is Ali Mir. Some of you might know me as DJ Halal. But today we're going to be keeping the partying and stuff a little bit, to the back. We'll keep it halal today, inshallah. And a couple of announcements is, first, if you need to use the restroom, it's right outside. If you leave the entrance over here and make a right. The restroom is right around the corner on this side of the building. And the vendors that we have today, mashallah, I want to give a couple of shout outs to, I think it's pronounced Oh Yeah or Oh Ye, I'm not sure, coffee. We can see some coffees out here. I just had my latte, mashallah, they're out there. Big shout out to them. Also, Ocean Cookies. Get yourself some cookies, brownies out there, mashallah. Big thank you to them. And speaking of vendors, downstairs, there's an entire hall with our vendors, and that's going to be open after the first session is completed. So inshallah, God willing, around 11:30, 11:35, you're going to have access to that. And if you know anybody who didn't get tickets to the actual conference, you can shoot them a text, call them, whatever, let them know that it's free. The vendor booth, everything downstairs is free, no entry for that. You can just come on in, inshallah. Again, that's going to be after the first session around 11:30. And there's going to be lunch after the lower prayer. There's going to be a break for salah. And food is going to be served in here. I believe it's from Jasmine. Hatem. Same difference, right? MashaAllah. Good food either way. Keeping it halal. Very good. So without further ado, I'd like us to go ahead and get into our first session here. And the first speaker for this conference, inshallah, is a local speaker. Some of you might know him. I personally know the brother, mashallah, and his name is Ustad Sahib Ashrafi. He lectures here locally in regards to spirituality, in regards to leadership. He's also studied the Islamic sciences here locally, mashallah, and something that's unique to him that really sticks out to me more than any of the other Qurra, the reciters that I know, is that he's mastered the different forms, the different styles of recitation, mashallah, when it comes to Quran, and he's one of the best, in my opinion, in Southern California, let alone the United States. And in recent months, he has been active in delivering khutbahs, religious sermons here in the area. And the topic today that Ustad Sahib Ashrafi will be speaking on is the Islamic significance of Palestine. So without further ado, Ustad Sahib Ashrafi. You can clap.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. I was actually start off with some recitation from the Quran, from Surah Al-Isra. So I'll begin with that, as we typically begin with the words of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سبحان الذي أسرى بعبده ليلا من المسجد الحرام إلى المسجد الأقصى الذي باركنا حوله لنريه من آياتنا إنه هو السميع البصير وآتينا موسى الكتاب وجعلناه هدى لبني إسرائيل ألا تتخذوا من دوني وكيلا ذرية من حملنا مع نوح إنه كان عبدا شكورا وقضينا إلى بني إسرائيل في الكتاب لتفسدن في الأرض مرتين ولتعلن علوا كبيرا فإذا جاء وعد أولاهما بعثنا عليكم عبادا لنا أولي بأس شديد فجاسوا خلال الديار وكان وعدا مفعولا ثم رددنا لكم الكرة عليهم وأمددناكم بأموال وبنين وجعلناكم أكثر نفيرا إن أحسنتم أحسنتم لأنفسكم وإن أسأتم فلها فإذا جاء وعد الآخرة ليسوءوا وجوهكم وليدخلوا المسجد كما دخلوه أول مرة وليتبروا ما علوا تتبيرا عسى ربكم أن يرحمكم وإن عدتم عدنا وجعلنا جهنم للكافرين حصيرا إن هذا القرآن يهدي للتي هي أقوم ويبشر المؤمنين الذين يعملون الصالحات أن لهم أجرا كبيرا وأن الذين لا يؤمنون بالآخرة أعتدنا لهم عذابا أليما صدق الله العظيم. Those are the few verses of the beginning of Surah Al-Isra that you all may have heard many times. The famous mention of the Masjid Al-Aqsa by name and describing the journey that our Prophet ﷺ took from Mecca to Jerusalem, the miraculous journey, which he went from Mecca to Jerusalem and then up to the heavens to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to finally get the commandments of the 5 prayers that we pray daily. The subject I was given today was to talk about the Islamic significance of Jerusalem. And of course, Jerusalem holds dearly to all of our hearts, but there is truly a very deep significance behind this blessed place. And I'll do my best to mention a few of the virtues, or at least why we should care about this area and why it is so significant. I told Ahmed since I arrived a little late, I'll still end on time, inshallah. So I'll try to summarize it as quick as quickly as I can, inshallah. But first and foremost, my brothers and sisters, we need to understand, as blessed as Jerusalem is, and its surrounding areas, which I'll mention later, from specific hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, that the life of one Muslim is worth more than Jerusalem, and even worth more than the entire Kaaba. So the atrocities that we are seeing, those in itself are enough for us to care, for this to be significant. The life of one person. Unfortunately, these last few months, not only have we witnessed one single life, but thousands upon thousands, daily, children being mutilated, being killed, with bombs being dropped on them, being sniped with snipers, and now, na'udhu billah, as we speak, they're being starved to death in Rafah. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to be with them and strengthen them and forgive us for not doing enough for them, but may He make them a source of strength for all of us and the entire Ummah to come back to Islam, inshallah. And I know because of this incident, many people have been coming back to Islam. There is a great awareness about this subject of Palestine and Jerusalem. And I didn't talk to Arham, but I'm sure even this conference today was inspired due to what we are seeing in Gaza. Now, in regards to Jerusalem itself, this is one of the oldest masajid that has been built on the face of the earth. The first one being the Kaaba, Masjid al-Haram. Our Prophet ﷺ mentioned that Masjid al-Haram was the first masjid, and 40 years thereafter, Masjid al-Aqsa was built. Now, the scholars have some varying interpretations regarding the statement of the Prophet ﷺ. But one famous opinion that many take is that the Kaaba was built by Ibrahim alayhi salam, and then 40 years thereafter, Masjid al-Aqsa was built by his son, Yaqub alayhi salam. So it goes back thousands and thousands of years. And now when you say masjid, people might contend and say, well, didn't masjid start in the time of Islam? So how can this be a masjid before the advent of Prophet Muhammad and before the advent of Islam? But we say actually, masjid itself, what does the word mean? It comes from the word sajda, or sajda, a place of prostration. So this was a place of worship. So, and it always was a place of worship. Back then, just as it is today. If you look at all the terminology we have in Islam, they're very universal, very monotheistic. We're not attached to any specific person, any specific tribe, but rather you'll see even the way we are named as Muslims is pure. Those that submit to Allah. We're not named after any specific person that we follow, but rather we are those that submit their will to Allah. Islam is what submission to Allah. The same way masjid is a place of worship. And these were places of worship before the advent of Islam. Moreover, the message of Islam, monotheism, lived from the time of Adam. So the message of the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, believing in Him, always existed, even prior to the advent of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, even prior to the advent of the Quran being revealed. So there is no problem here or any type of, you can say, mistake in mentioning these masajid as actual masjids. Some people may say it's the temple of Solomon that was there, or the temple was built by Yaqub. And we say the same thing, actually it's the masjid that was built. The temple of Solomon that is referred to as the temple was actually Masjid al-Aqsa. That's exactly what it was. And before I begin, I just wanted to clarify one thing. I think many Muslims, and even myself to a certain point, were confused about in terms of what is exactly Masjid al-Aqsa. I actually wanted to bring a PowerPoint today, but I realized there's something here. But I'll just describe it as you all, I'm sure, have it memorized in your minds just as I do. That the entire complex, my brothers and sisters, that we see usually, meaning where the Dome of the Rock is situated, and the masjid in front of it, which is known as Masjid Qibli, this entire complex, even outside of the masjid, the entire, you can say, surrounding walls, that whole thing is considered Masjid al-Aqsa. So it's not just the Dome of the Rock, it's not just Masjid Qibli, that entire complex is Masjid al-Aqsa. So sometimes people may refer to it as the Dome of the Rocks, and some may say, no, it's not the Dome of the Rock, it's actually Masjid Qibli, because behind Masjid Qibli you have the Wailing Wall, and they want to destroy the masjid. It's actually the whole complex, the entire complex. Moreover, the masjid that Sulaiman alayhi salam built, or the temple, as the Jews refer to, it's not even known exactly where the foundations of that are. They obviously were on the complex of Aqsa now, but some even say that it was possibly even beyond the boundaries that we have today. So it could have been even larger. But nevertheless, that was the crux of the area of where the masjid or the temple of Sulaiman alayhi salam was built. I just thought I'd clarify that because a lot of times we see pictures of Masjid al-Aqsa, either the Dome of the Rock or Masjid Qibli, and you might refer to each as Masjid al-Aqsa, but all of it, any area that you pray in there, inshallah, is considered as if you have prayed in Masjid al-Aqsa. Moreover, remember, our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam led all of the Anbiya alayhi salam in prayer at Masjid al-Aqsa. Was there a Dome of the Rock at the time? No. In fact, the place itself was in ruins at the time. So essentially, it was that complex where he led the prayer. And he specifically led it where the Masjid Qibli stands today. Qibli is the one across from the Dome of the Rock. And that's why a lot of people associate that particular masjid just as Aqsa, but rather it's the entire complex, not just that main Musalla. Some even refer to it as Musalla Qibli. So this is a very unique place where the Prophet ﷺ led every single prophet. Just think about that for 1 second. We read about it, we've heard about it, but just imagine for a second, every Anbiya ﷺ that has walked on the face of the earth was there behind the Prophet ﷺ in Salah. What a magnificent scene that was, a beautiful scene, a scene of power, of unity, of the greatest people that have walked the earth. They were right there joining our own Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in prayer. And from there, he ascended, of course, as we all know, to the heavens to get the commandments of the prayers from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this place is always dear to us, but there's even more. There are so many fada'il of Al-Aqsa. We could probably have an entire day, just a conference going over the fada'il of Al-Aqsa. But I'll try to pick a few I can share with you with my allotted time. Inshallah, I have 10 more minutes left. So I'll try to stick to that as best as possible. I got more than 10? Okay, khalas, inshallah. Jazakallah khair. First and foremost, a verse that we hear in the Quran sometimes may not be referenced. We may not know. We think of it as general, although there is a general meaning to it. It applies directly today to what we see going on. Allah says in Surah Al-Baqarah, وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ مِمَّنْ مَنَعَ مَسَاجِدَ اللَّهِ أَنْ يُذْكَرَ فِيهَا اسْمُهُ وَسَعَى فِي خَرَابِهَا. Who is more evil and more oppressive than the one who denies the houses, the homes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for people to go in and pray inside of them, and who are hell-bent on the destruction of these masajid? The Mufassirun say this is actually referring to Al-Masjid Al-Aqsa, and then generally all of the masajid. But the first meaning is for Masjid Al-Aqsa, subhanAllah. And we see this today, and it has been the case in the past as well. Masjid Al-Aqsa, even after initially being built, was destroyed multiple times and rebuilt multiple times. The figures that we see today, the Dome of the Rock, Masjid Qibli, these were all built within 100 years of past or post-Hijrah, I should say. So about 60 to 70 years after Hijrah, the Dome of the Rock was built, the Umayyads built Masjid Qibli, and there were several renovations that took place after that, even during the Ottoman Empire, refining it and so forth. But I thought this verse was really interesting because today we see exactly that, but maybe in the most extreme of ways, where literally congregants of this masjid are being prevented from praying. It's like a direct description of what Allah describes as the worst people on earth that could prevent people from praying in the most sacred places. So there is a direct reference to Aqsa there as well. Moreover, our Prophet ﷺ has mentioned in a hadith, very famous one, where Sulaiman alayhi salam, after building Masjid al-Aqsa, he made a dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for three things. And the first thing he asked was, Hukman yusalifu hukmah. Allah, give me judgment that agrees or coincides with your judgment. Meaning, allow me to always judge in a situation in a way that is pleasing and acceptable to you. It is the way that you would have judged. So he's asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for this wisdom and correctness in his judgment to be fair and just. He never wanted to be unjust. The second thing Sulaiman alayhi salam asked for was mulkan la yanbaghi li ahadin min ba'di. Grant me a kingdom that will not be given to any other person after me. So basically, he's asking for the greatest kingdom to have ever existed in the history of mankind. And then the last thing he asked for, وَأَلَّا يَأْتِيَ هَذَا الْمَسْجِدِ أَحَدٌ لَا يُرِيدُ إِلَّا الصَّلَاةَ فِيهِ إِلَّا خَرَجَ مِنْ ذُنُوبِهِ كَيَوْمِ وَلَدَتْهُ أُمُّهُ. And the last thing he asked for was that any person that comes to this masjid to pray, all he desired was to pray, he will leave as if it was the day his mother gave birth, and meaning all of his sins were forgiven. Allahu Akbar. Our Prophet ﷺ commented after this, and he said that Sulaiman ﷺ was granted the first two du'as, and I am hopeful that he was also given the third. So there is some openness there, that allows for us at the end of the day and encourage us to visit this place, so that essentially you would come back as a sinless person. And by the way, no other fadila has been mentioned, to my knowledge, just as this, except for Hajj. We all know when you go to Hajj, you come back as the day your mother gave you birth. Very few narrations you'll find, if not any, where you perform a certain deed and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wipes out your sins as if it was the day your mother gave birth to you. But it's mentioned here for someone who visits Al-Aqsa with the intention of praying there only. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant us all the ability one day to pray at this beautiful Masjid Al-Aqsa with that intention. Ameen ya Rabbal Alameen. Moreover, I'll go ahead and now I'm going to summarize a list of fada'il. My intent was to, mention a few of these in detail with the Arabic, but for the lack of time, I will go ahead and just give you a summary of some of the virtues of Al-Aqsa, and then I'll close with one motivating narration that we all should remind ourselves of this beautiful place and the people residing in that area. First and foremost, Masjid al-Aqsa, as I mentioned earlier, was the second masjid placed on the earth. It's a masjid where many of the Anbiya alayhi salam lived. Masjid al-Aqsa, as I mentioned, was built initially actually by Adam alayhi salam, they say, or his sons were the angels. And then the other scholars mentioned it was actually Yaqub, the son of Ibrahim alayhi salam. When the Prophet ﷺ, as I mentioned in the initial narration, mentioned that the first masjid was built, that was Masjid al-Haram, and then 40 years later was Masjid al-Aqsa. Some scholars go back to Adam alayhi salam, but others, as I mentioned, used Ibrahim, and then his son Yaqub was the one to build it. Moreover, as I mentioned, Masjid al-Aqsa was the masjid where all of the Anbiya alayhi salam were gathered with the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. There's no masjid on the face of the earth where all of the Anbiya have gathered in such a way. Another unique virtue, the only occasion when the sun's course was halted was when Yusha bin Nun alayhi salam liberated Jerusalem and opened Masjid al-Aqsa, subhanAllah. Masjid al-Aqsa is also, is from where many of the prophets and messengers used to call Allah subhanahu, to call people to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So they actually made their da'wah right there where the complex is. In fact, another virtue that I was going to get to is that there is not a single span, a hand span of space, you can say an inch, of Jerusalem, and even that complex, more specifically, where a prophet of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has not stepped on. So the entire area has always been, always had blessed people like Abi alayhi salam there, teaching and calling people towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Every single inch of that place is blessed. Just like from the verses that were recited earlier, Barakna hawla. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed it and its surrounding areas. Moreover, Masjid al-Aqsa is where, as we mentioned, the Prophet ﷺ ascended to the heavens. Masjid al-Aqsa is also prophesied by the Prophet ﷺ as the place where later Isa alayhi salam will also attend with his followers at the time. And he will kill the Dajjal, the Antichrist, not in Al-Aqsa, but in a place in the surrounding areas of Aqsa. So even towards the end of times, as the Prophet ﷺ was prophesying the last of days, you will see the main events that take place between Isa, the Antichrist, all around that area. Moreover, Al-Aqsa is the land where all of us and all of mankind will gather on the Day of Judgment. Allahu Akbar. It is the place where we'll be gathered and will be raised in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You all have heard that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam blessed the area of Sham, which we refer to many as Syria, but it's actually because of Al-Aqsa that Sham is blessed. In fact, Al-Aqsa and Palestine itself is all considered Sham. This whole area was part of Sham, but it's because of Al-Aqsa, the scholars mentioned, that this entire area was blessed. Moreover, Al-Aqsa, this is actually narrated, it's encouraged to actually migrate there and settle there. And there's actually virtues in doing so. Moreover, our Prophet ﷺ mentioned that Masjid al-Aqsa is a place Allah promised to protect along with His people, although from time to time it may suffer from various tribulations, which I'll mention in the final hadith that I'll close with, inshallah. And it is a place that the Dajjal will not be able to enter. So as I mentioned, Isa alayhi salam and the Antichrist will be there towards the end of times. The complex of Al-Aqsa will be protected along with Masjid al-Haram, Masjid al-Nabawi al-Sharif, and Al-Tur. It's also mentioned in another narration. The wings of Allah's angels are spread over Masjid al-Aqsa. Masjid al-Aqsa is also a beacon of knowledge for the ulama. It has a square footage area of 144,000 square meters. And everything surrounded by its outer wall is considered the complex. And this whole complex is considered Al-Aqsa, the blessed area. There is also one misconception I also wanted to mention, even though it's not exactly a virtue, it is a blessed place, but it is not considered a haram. Just as Mecca and Medina are considered harams, the scholars mentioned, Al-Aqsa is blessed. It is a mubarak place, but we should not refer to it as a haram. Haram is only referring to Masjid al-Haram in Mecca and Masjid al-Nabawi al-Sharif. And there's many more things to mention, but I will go ahead and close with one hadith that is always inspiring when it comes to this area that our Prophet ﷺ mentioned. And, we ask, well, Muslims are suffering everywhere. But why is it that we spend so much time with Palestine? By the way, I just want to add, we care about the suffering of Muslims everywhere and anywhere. Every Muslim is dear to us. There's no doubt about it. But there is a specialty of this place that attaches the hearts of every Muslim, no matter what happens. And Jerusalem will always have that effect. And I'll mention a narration where the Prophet ﷺ mentioned, and this is recorded by Imam Ahmad in his Musnad, لا تزال طائفة من أمتي على الدين ظاهرين. There will never cease to be a group from my ummah that will be consistent on their deen, always following their deen. لِعَدُوِّهِمْ قَاهِرِينَ. They will subjugate their enemies. لَا يَضُرُّهُمْ مَنْ خَالَفَهُمْ. And they will not be harmed with those that betray them and go against them. إِلَّا مَا أَصَابَهُمْ مِنْ لَأْوَاءٍ. From time to time, they may suffer calamities, subhanAllah. From time to time, they may suffer various hardships. But our Prophet ﷺ mentioned, حَتَّى يَأْتِيَهُمْ أَمْرُ اللَّهِ وَهُمْ كَذَلِكَ. But they will remain in this state of being obedient to Allah, practicing the deen as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had willed, until the day of judgment. And the companions asked, who are these people? O Rasulullah, أَيْنَ هُمْ? And he said, بِبَيْتِ الْمَقْدِسِ. They will be from Jerusalem, وَأَكْنَافِ بَيْتِ الْمَقْدِسِ, and its surrounding areas. And our scholars mention the surrounding areas also include Gaza. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. And let that serve as a motivation that our Prophet ﷺ foretold about a nation that will show this resolve of following the deen till the end of times, and they will never cease to exist, and they will remain in that state till the day of judgment. And I'm sure all of you can see, and you have heard week after week in your Jummah khutbahs and various talks, that the resolve that we see from our brothers and sisters in Palestine, the sign of Iman, the strength that they portray, even though being starved, being bombed, being killed, they still say, Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakeel. They still say, Alhamdulillah ala kulli hal. All praise be to Allah, regardless of our situation. And they always refer to the decree of Allah when someone passes away. These are people, inshallah, we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make them amongst, for those who pass away, the shuhada, and for the rest that remain, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala strengthen them and make them a means of guiding the entire ummah back to Islam and motivating us to be better Muslims. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless this area, increase our knowledge about Jerusalem, about its virtues, about its fada'il, and allow us to visit it one day for those of us who haven't. Myself, subhanAllah, just a personal story. It was meant to be, but I guess inshallah, in the future, I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant me a chance to go. But the first time I was scheduled to go to Jerusalem, I had my plane tickets booked and everything, was March 2020. Y'all remember what happened in March 2020? The advent of COVID. So my flight got canceled and the whole trip got delayed for a couple of years. And then after that, we weren't able to move. And then this last trip, I was actually booked to go in December of last year. And then the war literally started right after we booked our tickets to go to Jerusalem in October. So subhanAllah, Allah, has His decree and it has His way. But I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant me and everyone here the chance to go pray at this blessed place. And when we go there, to go with the intention of visiting a place where all of the Anbiya alayhim salam visited, and inshallah, may He make it a means for us to have our sins forgiven and become closer to Him and appreciate the history of this blessed place. I want to say thank you to Kitab Academy for holding such a virtuous conference where we are teaching our dear Muslim brothers and sisters about this blessed area, about the Palestinian cause, the Muslim cause, the history of this area. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless the Kitab Academy. I've known Akham for many years, and for him to take on this task, leaving his job with a very good company, to dedicate his time for the work of Islam. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless him and the works he is doing, and allow him to be a means to guide and educate many Muslims here and abroad about Islam and the beautiful language of Arabic. Jazakallahu khairan. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Takbir. MashaAllah. Well said, Ustad Sahib Ashrafi. I didn't know that Masjid al-Aqsa was the second masjid that was kind of built by Egypt Prophet Yaqub. MashaAllah. Some of the scholars said even Adam alayhi salam. Wow, I didn't know that. Because like a lot of times we see, like this, the golden dome and the turquoise building, and we think that's Masjid al-Aqsa, but it's more than that. So thank you for enlightening us in regards to that. With that said, we'll go ahead and get into our next talk for the first session. And it's going to be by Ustad Thomas Alameddin, who is an English teacher and also a debate coach. And he has been working in Islamic schools for the last 15 years, mashallah, and currently teaches at IOK, the Institute of Knowledge here, local to us in Diamond Bar, California. And the topic that Ustad Thomas will be speaking on is Gaza in light of our faith. Please welcome Ustad Thomas.
الحمد لله وكفى والسلام على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وبارك وسلم. We're living in a really difficult time. We all know that. But sometimes it's common to hear people, when they share news of this genocide that's being live streamed into all of our homes and into our hands every single day. It's very common when the news is shared and the images are shared for people to say there are no more words. We don't have any more words to speak when we see these things, these unspeakable actions. And it's at those times when there are no more words that we have to turn to the words of Allah Ta'ala, that we turn to our deen, we turn to our faith for strength. And Allah Ta'ala reminds us of our duty in such times when He says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kunu qawwamina bil qist shuhada'a lillah. O you who believe, it's connected to our faith. Be people who stand firm for justice, witnesses for Allah Ta'ala. وَلَوْ عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِكُمْ, even if it's against your own selves. It would be wrong for us today to say that the President of the United States has failed us. It would be wrong to say that the international community has failed us, because they are part and parcel of the axis of genocide, planning, sending the weapons, and choosing the targets of the people who died in the Holy Land. Allah Ta'ala tells us to stand for justice even if it's against our own selves. We love our country, we love our neighbors, we love everybody here. But it's up to us to stand for justice and call it out for what it is. That this is a genocide planned and executed against defenseless people whose only crime was to be born in a concentration camp. So even though this task is hard, even though it's difficult to carry this burden, this is what our faith demands of us, that we stand as witnesses for the truth. And the first thing we have to do if we're witnesses for the truth is we can never give up hope. When this happened, we had a mental health expert come to our school, and she told all of us, you have to do three things. You have to recognize, normalize, and mobilize. You have to recognize how you feel in these horrible times, because we're seeing images that have never been seen before. You have to normalize it. It makes sense that you would feel this way, because you're seeing children who are being starved. You're seeing families that have been erased from the earth. You're seeing entire apartment blocks just gone in a flash of the eye. And you have to recognize that that's normal, that I feel this crushing sense of dread and hopelessness. But then you have to mobilize, because your mental health is built on two things. The first thing that you need to have a healthy sense of self is a sense of gratitude. And the second thing that you need is a sense of agency. If you don't have these two things, then why should you get up in the morning if you have nothing to be thankful for? If you don't have these two things, why should you do anything with your life? Because it's not going to change anything. You have to have these two things together. So how do we get that? In a horrible time like this, how do we have gratitude? You have to do nothing more than look to those people who are being the victims of this genocide. And you see the blessings that have been taken away from them, replaced with a greater blessing of Shahada, but a blessing that you're endowed with. Two things, security and your food. Allah Ta'ala, He mentions this in Surah Al-Quraysh, the Quraysh, that you worship Him for two reasons, that He gave you security from fear, and He gave you food against hunger. If there was something, God forbid, wrong right now, and our security was in jeopardy, no one could understand or hear a single word that I'm saying. If you didn't know where your next meal was going to come from for days, or if, God forbid, you saw your own children pass away, like there was a 2-year-old who starved today. This is horrible for us. We can see their faces, we can know their names of the people who are dying right now. And Jordan and international human rights organizations said there's enough food just on the border of Jordan and Egypt to feed all the people in the Gaza Strip, but they won't let it come in. So when you see these things, we say, Alhamdulillah, that we have these blessings, but we know that those hollow words is not enough. We have to couple those words with action. We have to use these blessings that we've been given to make sure to alleviate their suffering over there. And that's not just a burden that you carry, it's something that gives you a sense of agency and empowerment, that you have something to do because this is what your faith demands of you. And we know this as Muslims, because even if we lived somehow in a perfect society where everybody had a full belly, where everybody had a roof over their head, a bed to sleep in, education and healthcare, and all of these things, and some of us have enjoyed all of those blessings our entire lives. If we lived in a society where everybody had those things, but a person came to Allah Ta'ala on Yawm al-Qiyamah without Iman, then that person would wish he had never been born. Because our work, I'm saying that for our work is never done. We always have to be calling people to the truth. We always have to be doing this. But this is especially crushing and hard for us because we're not talking about having people acknowledge the truth. We're not talking about having people realize a purpose in their lives. We're talking about stopping the senseless slaughter of children. And that's difficult for us. And when we're facing that in front of us every single day for these past few months, how do we deal with it? We have to remind ourselves, isn't this the dunya? Isn't this the lowest level of our existence? Isn't this the place where shaitan runs amok? What does shaitan even mean? It means the one who turns things inverted. He makes it upside down. He subverts reality. So that when you turn on the news, they're portraying these people who are victims of a genocide as oppressors. And the people who are killing them are somehow victims. And they go through these linguistic gymnastics to try to make their headlines. So you don't even know who's killing who. You see these things, and it crushes us. And then you have a choice. You can throw your hands in the air and say 4 takbirs on this dunya, read a funeral prayer over it, and say, it's done. And then go back into your den of cynicism and just feel outraged constantly. Or you can roll up your sleeves and you can get to work. Another name for shaitan is Iblis. And the scholars, they say it comes from Abnasa, that he gave up hope. This is what shaitan does. He turns the world upside down. He makes you lose hope. Allah Ta'ala says that shaitan is your enemy, so take him as an enemy. That means that when he turns the world upside down, it's your job and my job to turn it right side up. It means that if he gave up hope, we cling to hope. It means that we never give up on these things. It means that you take the statement of that shaitan, the leader of the Zionist entity, when he says that we're going to fight until we have complete victory, meaning ethnic cleansing of the people in the Gaza Strip, and you turn it the right way it's supposed to be, that we're going to fight, we're going to struggle, we're going to work for complete victory. And what does that mean? That means when every single person's humanity is recognized in the Holy Land, when every single child's life is considered sacred because that's the way that Allah Ta'ala made it, when every single person in the Holy Land can live as brothers and sisters as they did before Zionism came on the scene. That's our job. That's our duty as people of faith. But that's difficult. That's hard. So how can we get inspiration to take up this task, to carry this burden of being people who stand up for truth and justice, witnesses for Allah Ta'ala, even if it's against our own selves? then we don't have to do anything than look no further than the people of Gaza. Since this conflict broke out, I have been in complete awe of them. One of the women, she came out of the jails in the prisoner exchange, and she was seeing her family for the first time in years, and God knows what happened to her in those jails. And she was giving media interviews at the same time, and she turned to the cameras and she said that we're a people who take pain and we turn it into miracles. Since this started, you've seen the Davids of today, without any type of armor, without any type of backing of superpowers in this world, facing their Goliaths, giant machines of death that have taken over their neighborhoods and their streets, and they do so fearlessly. Oftentimes I find myself wondering, the most recurring thought I've had since this started is, have these people left any good deeds in the world left for us to do? Have these people left even a shred of courage that we could pick something up and say that we've done something courageous? I've been in complete awe of them. As a matter of fact, I would say that if it weren't for the kalima la ilaha illallah, I have nothing in common with these people. There's not a shred of sameness between me and them. How is it if these people, Allah Ta'ala accepts them and takes them to Jannah as shuhada, how is it that I could go to the same Jannah as them? Our only hope is the Hadith Sharif, al-mar'u ma'a man ahab, that a person will be with those whom he loves. And it's one thing to see them and see what they've done and to be inspired by that. It's something else to listen to them. Because when you listen to these people describe their situation, they don't say, we're the wretched of the earth. They don't say, my childhood was robbed from me. They don't say that our poets were all killed before they could publish their poetry. And if they said any of those things, it would have been 100% true. But they don't talk like that. We talked about agency and gratitude. What do they say? They say, Alhamdulillah, that Allah Ta'ala chose me to defend his house in Quds Sharif. Allah Ta'ala chose them. When we hear this, I have to ask you, I have to ask myself, did Allah Ta'ala choose you? Did Allah Ta'ala choose me for this task? And even though this dunya is a dark place, and even though we've seen horrible crimes that can barely be described, the beautiful thing about this dunya is if you ask that question sincerely, was I chosen? Then you can answer that yourself. That you take up this path and you do whatever you can to help those people who are suffering, to help establish the truth, to stand up for what's right. That's what our faith demands from us. And then that brings us to the next question, which is the most difficult question. And that question is, what can we do about it? And that's a good question, but sometimes we ask it with the wrong attitude. We live in a society where everything comes to us quickly, just click, 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 and we get what we want. This is not a cause, though, that you dedicate 5 minutes to on a phone call with your senator and representative, although everybody should do that. It's not a cause that you simply spend a weekend for at a protest or at a conference, although obviously we're doing that and everybody should do it. This is a cause that's worthy that you dedicate your whole entire life to it, because that's what our Iman demands from us. That we dedicate our life and we carry this cause, even though we know that this world is upside down, we said it right. We dedicate our life and we fight for this cause, even though we know this world's a prison, one day we're going to break out of it. We work for this cause, even though we know that everything in this world is going to pass away, we still plant the seeds of hope because that's what our Iman demands from us. That's what we get inspired to do when we see the people over there giving their lives just so they can live and worship in that sacred place, as we just learned. This is what we must do with our lives because it's such a special cause. Why is it so special? It's not just because our deen tells us. It says, Hafiz Sahib, he mentioned that more important than any building are the lives of those precious people. And you don't have to be a Muslim to worship in a mosque to realize the sacredness of this cause. Angela Davis, she said that this cause is a litmus test for the entire world. One of the journalists, she said that this Palestinian cause is like a gateway issue for young people. I remember myself when I was 15 years old, the first thing I learned about was Palestine, and that opened my eyes to everything else. Everything else, like what? Just one example, Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Why is this happening? He said that Shaitan, he lays his egg in the market. First time I heard this, I had no idea what this meant. I was very confused. Shaitan lays his egg in the market. What does that mean? And then Imam from South Africa, Imam Junaid Hassani, may Allah Ta'ala protect him, he said, don't think of market like the swap meet. You don't think of market like the place where you buy your milk and your eggs and your fruits and your vegetables. You think of market where the place, the movers and the shakers where they operate. You think of the stock market. You think of Wall Street. It's enough to prove to you that Shaitan lays his egg in the market when you consider that Wall Street used to be a slave auction. So when you realize that Shaitan lays his egg in the market, what does it mean? It means he hatches his plan in the markets. It means woe unto the worshippers of dinars and dirhams. Woe unto those people who worship gold and silver, dollars and cents. And they say in this country, if you don't have dollars, you don't have any cents. So where is this coming from? There's never been a single war in this country in recent memory that members of Congress haven't supported. Why? Because over half of those members of Congress are invested in the war industry. They're invested in those companies whose stocks always rise every time there's talk of a conflict. And just a couple of weeks ago, they signed a law forbidding any type of money or aid going to UNRWA, going to people who are living in tents that are dilapidated. They don't have clothes, they don't have food, they don't have schools anymore because every single school has been bombed in the Gaza Strip. They've cut all the funding to that, and instead they sent tens of billions of dollars for weapons to the people who are committing genocide. And you ask yourself, why are they doing that? Why are they sending money? They're not taking money out of their own pockets. They're taking your tax dollars and they're signing a corporate welfare check and they're sending it to Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon. The Secretary of Defense was a former board member of Raytheon. Those people aren't just taking money from taxes and giving it to overseas. They're writing checks for their own dividends on their investments. Shaitan lays his egg and hatches his plan in the market. That's what it comes down to. And when you realize that, you understand all the other issues that are happening in the world, and you can see that on the world stage, that more people now than ever before have stood up in the UN, over 100 countries, and said, this genocide has to stop. We demand a ceasefire immediately. And this sending the bombs and the funds to kill these people, that has to come to an end. More people than ever before. It was unthinkable, just when I was a young person, to consider that half of young folks in the United States now would stand with Palestine. Where did that come from? It came from activism right here. It came from spreading the truth right here. It came from the work that we do in our community. And that's why we have to double down on it and carry this, because our faith demands us to stand as people who uphold justice and are witnesses to Allah Ta'ala for the truth. So we do everything we can. We dedicate our lives to this. And if you're going to dedicate your life to it, then could I stand up here in 10 or 15 minutes or 20 minutes and tell you what to do with your life for this work? It'd be impossible. We can't look at it that way. Instead, you have to look at your own talents. You have to look at what gifts you have and how you can give those gifts to people who are underserved, how you can stand for justice. When I was a young man, we had the war in Iraq. And in 2003, we marched on February 15th, the largest protest in the world at that time. I don't know if it might still be. And I remember thinking, how could anything happen now? Because we all protested, we did this work, we stood up. Everybody knows this is false. It still happened. We're talking about conflicts. The Crusaders were in the Holy Land for 200 years. The people of Algeria fought their colonization for over 100 years. The people in Vietnam and China, it's very inspiring stories. Everybody should read them. Muslim, non-Muslim, it's amazing. It will give you inspiration when you see what these people did for the sake of their own freedom. And they get inspiration from the people in Palestine. So what am I saying with this? There's no quick fix. There's no one thing you can do. You have to dedicate your life to it. You have to work for this in whatever capacity you can. So when I was a young man, and I had teachers who opened my eyes, I said, I want to become a teacher and do that. Other people, they have other talents, whether it's donating, whether it's organizing, whether it's speaking, whether it's anything. You have to look within yourself. In what way did God choose you, and how can you be of use to all the people around the world? How can you be true to your faith? How can you let your faith live through you so you become a vessel of mercy, of rahmah, in this world the way that you are meant to be as a follower of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So when you ask this question, what can I do? And then you've given everything that you can to this cause. There's going to come a point where you have no more words and you're still going to be broken down, because this is a long struggle. And as one of the leaders of the resistance over there said, that since October 7th, Some people, all they could do was cry. Some people, they prayed. Some people, they went for a protest. Some people spoke, some people donated. They work in whatever way they can. And then when there are no more words, you remember Allah Ta'ala's words, لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. That Allah Ta'ala does not task any soul more than it can bear. And Allah Ta'ala didn't task you more than you can bear. So dedicate your life to this. Take inspiration from the people over there who sacrificed in ways that are unimaginable to us. And make sure that you understand that you're chosen for this task because our faith demands it. That even though this is difficult, even though it's hard, you have to stand as witnesses for truth and justice, even if it's against your own self. Allah Ta'ala, He began the ayah with لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. And when you're spent and you've given everything else that you can give, then you raise your hands and you say the words that Allah Ta'ala gave you for when there are no other words. وَاعْفُ عَنَّا وَاغْفِرْ لَنَا وَارْحَمْنَا أَنْتَ مَوْلَانَا فَانْصُرْنَا عَلَى الْقَوْمِ الْكَافِرِينَ. That Ya Allah, pardon us for our weakness. Forgive us for our shortcomings. Have mercy on us in this difficult time. And give us victory over those people who reject the truth. May Allah Ta'ala give victory to the people of Gaza. May Allah Ta'ala alleviate their suffering. And may He give us a tawfiq that we have a hand in it. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
MashaAllah, Jazakallah khair to Ustad Thomas for that. Whoa, that was something else, MashaAllah. And just reflecting on that, it's what hit me was how Ustad said, did Allah choose you for this? And I believe there's a reason why everyone is here today. Why everyone, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God brought you here. So it's important to think about why you were brought here, right? And what talents you have, what skills you have, what you can do with what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you in regards to what we spoke about. Before we get to our next speaker, I just want to let everyone know, I see a lot of new faces here, mashallah, that joined us. A couple of things. If you need to use the restroom, it's right outside. It's around to the right side of this room, inshallah. So that way, if you need to use the restroom. Also, in regards to the vendors, we have an entire room filled downstairs with the vendors, so you can go take your time, check that out after the first session is concluded. And also, we will be having Zohar prayer here as well. So that's going to start, inshallah, I'll get the time from Hafiz Arham. And the other thing is that lunch will be here, inshallah. It's going to be from Hatem. It's going to be in this room, so don't go anywhere. You always want to get your food, inshallah. And with that said, let's go ahead and get to our third speaker of the first session. And I'll start the bio here. His name is Dr. Usman Umarji, and he holds a Bachelor's of Science in Electrical Engineering and a Master's and PhD in Educational Psychology from UC Irvine. Zat, I'm also a, we got the Zat right there, mashallah, okay? I'm a UC Irvine alumni here, mashallah. And Dr. Usman has studied Islam at Al-Azhar University in Cairo, Egypt. His research interests include the development of human motivation, religious socialization, DJ Halal remix, spirituality, and Islamic legal theory. Dr. Umarji is an adjunct professor at UC Irvine and the director of research at Yaqeen Institute. And the topic for today for Dr. Usman Umarji is practical solutions to liberation. Please welcome Dr. Usman Umarji.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. We begin in the name of Allah Azza wa Jal, and we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to shower His mercy, His blessings, and His love upon us, upon the people of Gaza, and all the people of this Ummah, Ummah Ameen. Alhamdulillah, we're here today to speak about Gaza, Al-Aqsa, Palestine, and for most of us, had this been a normal time in life, many of us would have been sleeping still. Some of us might have been up and just hanging out in our homes, playing games, watching TV. But it's by the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He has awoken the hearts of the Ummah. The people of Gaza have awoken the hearts of the Ummah and made us realize that there's more to life than simply working an 8 to 5 or simply going to school and studying and hanging out. That actually there's something greater to strive for, and that's why we're here today. And that is a response actually to the ayah where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, istajibu lillahi wa lirrasuli idha da'akum lima yuhyikum, wa'lamu anna Allah yahulu bayna al-mar'i wa qalbihi, wa annahu ilayhi tuhsharun. Where Allah says, O you who believe, respond to the call of Allah and His Messenger when He calls you to that which gives you life. And I want to start with that because I want us to just take a moment to soak in that it is the causes of Allah that actually give us purpose. It actually makes life worth living. And it is causes like Gaza that have brought people out from their slumber, who were just working, busy with school, busy with family, had no other ambition in life to say, I'm going to get up now and I want to do something. And this is a response. This is a sign of Iman. And the point that I want to focus on is that Allah says that if we do not respond to this call, وَعْلَمُوا, know that Allah can come between a person and their heart. Meaning, if we do not respond to the invitation of Allah to care for the causes of Islam, then Allah may push our hearts to the side and say, you know what, if you don't care, we will seal your heart. So we ask Allah to protect us from ever having our hearts sealed. And we thank Allah for opening our hearts and allowing us to care about this cause. We are now in the 76th year of occupation. I remember when I was in undergrad, we were just at the 50-year mark, approximately. That's how long it's been. Right, the year 2000 I began, we were saying almost the 50th commemoration, right, of the occupation we were into. And now we're at 76th year. And people are wondering, all the time I hear it, Mata Nasrullah? When is the victory of Allah? And these questions come from a good place. And they come from a desire to see the pain and suffering come to an end. But they also come from a place of not knowing our history. If you go back to the year 1099, we have probably one of those brutal events in the Islamic world, which is when the Crusaders conquered Jerusalem and the surrounding areas. And people say, I've even heard some of the scholars say, we've never seen anything like this before. Actually, we have. And it's actually been worse. When the Crusaders came into Jerusalem, and they came into Palestine in that year, 1099, according to the Muslim historians, Ibn Athir being one of the most famous, he cited that up to 70,000 Muslims had been massacred, and Jews. 70,000 had been massacred in that. Others say it's between about 40 and 70,000. Why am I saying all that? I'm saying all that so that we don't have this feeling of, well, this has never happened before, so we don't know what to do. And it took not 76 years, it actually was 88 years before Salahuddin Ayyubi, rahimahullah, came in and finally, after a generation, multiple generations, worked hard to build up the movement, was able to conquer and take back Jerusalem. And it is timely that now we are just about a week away. So March 3rd of 2024 will be 100 years since the Muslim world has been without a caliphate, has been without a khilafah. It's also important to reflect over because it fits into our narrative about knowing our history and knowing what are the solutions. It was the caliphate that has always historically protected the interests of Muslims. So although my talk is not about the caliphate today, just to have this notion in our minds that it is when the ummah is united politically and spiritually that we have the ability to do things that we cannot do when we're carved up into the nation states of today that are, as we know, at the hands of the Western powers in the first place, whether it be Egypt or anywhere else. So in speaking about practical solutions, I want to begin with what I have found to be one of the biggest impediments in 25 years of talking about Palestine, which is that people often feel that the forces against us are too strong. What can I do? What can we do? Do you know how much money the Zionists have? Do you know how many governments the Zionists control? And if this belief is deep in our heart, we're already defeated. And we must begin with this sense of having agency. Everyone in this room, you have to leave today believing we have the ability within us and with Allah that our behaviors and our actions can lead to the liberation of Palestine. You absolutely have to. It's not like a maybe, it's possible. Like, if anyone here plays sports, you know that half of the battle is mental before you even get onto the court or the ring or the field, whatever it is. If you walk onto the field of the match saying, you know what, that guy's better than me, I'm going to lose, guaranteed you're going to lose. Actually, your body won't even produce the necessary hormones and other energy required to actually bring yourself up to a place where you can win. For males, it's testosterone. That it's just, you know what, if that person is better than me, I'll have only enough energy to beat those who are below me. And so I want us to just reflect over this, because the Sahaba, the Prophet's mission, so much of his mission was actually not about do X, Y, and Z. It was about what mindset to have, because the behaviors are many. There are so many ways that one can engage in actions that are khair in helping the ummah. But the mindsets are one. There are some fundamental things that every person must possess. And the first and most important of those is a deep belief that we have agency to change our situation. And as one of the great scholars of psychology, he mentions, he says agency is at different levels. I'll briefly mention these. Number one, he said personal agency, that my behavior and your behavior actually have value. Everything, even if it's $1 you give, if it's a tweet that you send, it's a neighbor you speak to, it's a politician that you call, whatever it is, every single one of those behaviors actually has value. That's the first one. But number two, which I want to add on to, which is a collective agency. Alhamdulillah, it's not me who has to conquer Palestine, open up Palestine. It's not you, it's us. And that's why the Prophet Muhammad told the companions, he says that the hand of Allah is with the Jama'ah. The hand of Allah is with the Jama'ah, and the Shaitan is the one actually who breaks from the Jama'ah, and he seeks to create discord. So, part of my advice today is, rather than being a solo fighter in this cause, that being a solo individual with your own efforts, that you band together with other like-minded people and organizations, and say through our collective efforts we can do a whole lot more. And number three, and this is most important, which distinguishes Muslim agency from non-Muslim agency, which is that we believe that our actions are not the causes directly of anything. That our actions and divine agency are intertwined in creating results. And I want to show this in some stories that maybe you can kind of use as motivation whenever you feel like, does this thing have any value? When Musa alayhi salam is running away from the Pharaoh, and there's an army behind him coming, and he approaches Bani Israel to the shore, and there's an ocean in front of him, there's a big sea in front of him. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is asking him to strike that ground. Musa is not thinking, what is the causality? If I hit the ground with this stick, how in the world is it going to create the force to spread an ocean? He didn't say that. And when Bani Israel is sitting there saying, that's it, we're doomed. He says, no. Yalla, inna rabbi ma'aya sayahdin. My Lord is with me, and he will guide me. So Musa said, I'm just going to do what I'm supposed to do. When Ibrahim alayhi salam, he builds a Kaaba in Mecca, and there's nobody there. Right? This is still before there are civilizations that are coming. Still a barren desert. And Allah Azza wa Jalla says, call the people to Hajj. وَأَذِّنْ فِي النَّاسِ بِالْحَجِّ. Ibrahim kind of looking around for a minute, wondering, who am I going to call? The middle of a desert. And Allah teaches him. Your job is to call, and Allah's job is to respond. And that's why Allah said in Surah Al-Hajj that then people will come to you, walking on animals, in every possible way they will come to Hajj. So Ibrahim got it, and he made a call in an empty desert. And the world ended up coming for Hajj. Maryam, alayhi salam, when she's asked when she's pregnant, shake the tree. What is a pregnant woman going to do? 9-month pregnant woman shaking a gigantic palm tree to bring food down to her. It's not our job to worry about if this behavior has intrinsically the means to change the situation. Is the question we have to ask ourselves is, does this behavior have the ikhlas? Does this behavior come from a place of taqwa by which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will bless it enough to have the effect that He wants it to have? And this is not a light statement. It's really not a light statement. There are people who just even in the last few months might even say a small word somewhere, a sentence for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and Allah causes that word to go viral in one way or another. I don't mean only on social media. But the effect of that word that they have or that behavior that to them seems very inconsequential mobilizes thousands and hundreds of thousands of people to do certain things or to believe in certain things. So don't belittle any of your possible behaviors. You might waken up someone else's soul. You might inspire someone else who might inspire someone else who then might do something. And you will wake up one day on the Day of Judgment and you'll see all these good deeds. You say, what is all this? Allah will tell you, you did X. I allowed that to cause Y and Z, and you did all of that in your Mizan al-Hasanat. So that's the first point I really just want to drive in, is that in the last 25 years, in the year 2000, it was unheard of to talk about Palestine the way it's being spoken about today. It was unheard of on college campuses, or at first there was no social media back then. Facebook was just barely coming about, and these things were not really being discussed on social media. The narrative was so different. But it is because people believed that they had some agency that 25 years later, that now we're actually seeing some of the fruits of that. And people might say it's not enough. Maybe that's the second point I want to speak about, is having optimism and seeing the big picture in things. It is human nature to want immediate results. It is human nature to say, well, that is not enough of a consequence from our actions. That is not enough of a victory. But I want to take a moment and zoom back to the 6th year of the Hijrah, when the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ woke up from a dream that he had. In this dream, he gets up and he tells his companions, are super excited. He said, I had this manifest dream, this beautiful dream. So what did you dream about, Ya Rasulullah? He said, I had a dream that we were in front of the Kaaba, and we were doing tawaf, and we were worshiping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then some of us shaved our heads, and some of us simply trimmed the hair on our heads. And so he said, those of you who want, come with me, we'll go towards Mecca. And they grabbed their animals, right? They grabbed their ihram, and they started going towards Mecca to make Umrah. And it's a long story, I'll try to summarize it quickly. The Prophet ﷺ was stopped in Hudaybiyah. And Quraysh at this time, they're in a state of war. They're like, you're not coming in. And they negotiated multiple times. And 4 messengers Quraysh sent to the Prophet ﷺ. Each time the messenger came back, said to Quraysh, let them make Umrah. They're unarmed. They're not here to cause any, they're just here in peace. And Quraysh is like, they're not going to come. And then finally the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, he tells and he commands Umar radiallahu anhu. He says, go and speak to Quraysh and see if you can come to an agreement. Now I want to stop at this point for a moment, because Umar is Umar, we know who Umar is. And he tells the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ something fascinating. He says, Ya Rasulullah, my family no longer has much impact and influence in Quraysh. So don't send me, send Uthman ibn Affan. Why am I using that as an example? Because this comes back to ikhlas. In the cause of Palestine, and any Islamic cause, it is common for each one of us, perhaps in any situation we're in, personal, professional, Islamic, to want to be in the front, to want to be in leadership, to want to be the change maker in that situation. But Umar recognized that actually there's someone better than me to do it. And so he said, and he put aside his own ego. He said, you know what? As great of an honor as it would be to go and negotiate for the Umrah of the Muslims, I'm going to have my brother, Uthman, who I believe to be better suited than me, to go on my behalf. This is ikhlas. And this is what we all each need to have in our hearts. That it's not about what I do, it's about what we do. When we put the best person forward in every situation, at a city council meeting, at an MSA, in our work, whatever place we find ourselves, who is the best person to represent Islam and Muslims here? So anyway, Uthman ibn Affan, he goes, he's there for a couple of days and he's only like half, Hudaybiyah is not very far, it's less than a day's journey, right, from Mecca. And the Prophet ﷺ thinks that rumors go around that he's been killed. So the Muslims make a pact to fight, unarmed pretty much. A pact to pretty much die for the sake of Uthman. And ultimately, Uthman comes back, and the Prophet ﷺ contracts the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. And the Sahaba are incredibly disappointed. Incredibly disappointed. Umar, he goes to the Prophet, he goes to Abu Bakr and he says, oh Abu Bakr, aren't we on the truth? Aren't they mushrikeen? And aren't we Muslims? Don't we have Allah with us and they don't? Don't we have the Messenger of Allah? Why do we accept this humiliation? And Abu Bakr tells him he's the Messenger of God. He knows best. And then Umar, he's like not satisfied. He goes to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. He says, Ya Rasulullah, aren't we on the truth? Aren't we on falsehood? Aren't you the Messenger of God? And he's pleading his case that this is not enough. Because the Treaty of Hudaybiyah said what? Muslims will not make Umrah this year. There will be a truce for 10 years, ceasefire essentially. If anyone converts from Mecca and goes to Medina, the Prophet has to send them back actually to Mecca. If anyone leaves Islam from Medina, then the Prophet has to let them go to Mecca. All these conditions that Umar is saying, this doesn't make sense. This is not fair. And that's a natural human reaction. And the Prophet tells them that I am the Messenger of God. And then as they come back on the journey, as they're walking back, he tells them, he grabs Umar, pulls him to the side and says, Umar, Allah has revealed to me, Inna fatahna laka fathan mubin, in Surah Al-Fath, where Allah says that indeed we have opened for you a manifest opening, the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. Why am I saying all of this? This is part of optimism, is that there will be little victories on the way. Little victories. Don't expect you wake up tomorrow and that's it. Like, the Zionists have left, right? They're like, here, take the land back. So when we see little victories, we have to find hope in those victories. Because all those little things move us forward. All those things give us the light to say, we need to keep on moving because we're seeing progress. And it will not happen. It took 88 years previously. And that was with a khilafah. That was with a Muslim army. That was with Islamic institutions globally who are working for that cause. Do we think for us it's going to take less? Inshallah it happens sooner. But to be realistic and say, if it doesn't happen sooner, that's okay. My job is not to see Palestine be open. My job is to be a part of that solution. It is maybe to plant a seed. When Imam Ghazali, rahimahullah, and the other scholars who came before Salahuddin Ayyubi, they recognized that the Ummah was not caring about Palestine that much. It was occupied. Masjid al-Aqsa and the Dome of the Rock were not just controlled by the Crusaders. They were turned into churches. The situation was much worse, my dear brothers and sisters. And they recognized that we need to have a movement that included schools, that included dawah efforts. We needed to change the hearts and the minds of people so that way a generation wakes up and says, enough is enough. Clearly, we're not there yet. There are people who are on the borders of Palestine and those governments and people who are throwing up hands and we can't do anything. We're not there yet. But it doesn't mean that we give up all hope. So we talked about agency, we're speaking about optimism. Number 3, and this is also huge, is seeing your enemy for who they truly are. Part of that first part of agency and optimism, it flips into this. If you think that your enemy is so powerful, if you think they're indestructible, they have an iron dome, nothing can penetrate, why should I do anything? Why should I give $1? Because I know the Zionists can give $1 million to every dollar I can give. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala specifically dealt with this mindset in numerous places in the Sirah, and the Quran. I'll mention some of them. One of them he mentions it is in Surah Al-Anfal, in quite a bit of detail, where he's trying to show the believers that, look, your mindset is more than half the battle, it's probably most of it. Because the results are upon Allah. If you can show up to the battlefield, Allah says, I'll take care of this. And that's why Allah said, فَلَمْ تَقْتُلُوهُمْ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ قَتَلَهُم. That, look, it's not you who really killed them, it's Allah who killed them. وَمَا رَمَيْتَ إِذْ رَمَيْتَ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ رَمَى. And it's not you who really had the effect of throwing, meaning when the Prophet ﷺ threw dust in the air, it reached the eyes of the disbelievers, but it's Allah who actually caused that to reach their eyes. So why is Allah telling us all these things? He's telling us all of these things in the surah, in this battle, because He wants us to recognize actually our enemy is way weaker than we think that they are. This is something fascinating. The Zionists think that we're actually very powerful. When I've sat into different meetings and interacted with people, and you hear their dialogue, and you hear how they think about the Muslim world, they think the Muslim world is like really capable of crushing them. We think we have no power to defeat them. On the flip side, we think that they're so powerful, they themselves don't think that they're that powerful. So something is wrong with how we perceive them and they perceive us. Actually, their perceptions of us are often more accurate than our own perceptions of who we are. That's why Allah says in the Quran, and when we made them appear small to you in your eyes. Why did Allah say that He did that? إِذْ يُرِيكُمُ اللَّهُ فِي مَنَامِكَ قَلِيلًا وَلَوْ أَرَاكُمْ. If we made them to you large, if you thought the enemy was huge, then you would lose hope. You would despair. And you would start to argue. You say, no, hey, don't do anything. They're too powerful. Hey, don't go up and speak. You're going to get fired. Hey, don't say anything. You're not going to get a job. You're going to get doxxed. That's the mindset that they're so big. وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ سَلَّمَ. But Allah saved you from that. So the Muslims, when they went to sleep before the Battle of Badr, when they were initially thinking it was a caravan, and they actually did not want to fight. The Muslims did not want to fight, many of them. Allah spoke about that in the beginning of the surah. وَيُجَادِلُونَكَ فِي الْحَقِّ. That they argued with you, meaning with you, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu, because they didn't want to go out and fight some of them. Because they thought that enemy was big. There were 1,000+ people, and we're a small ragtag group of guys. And Allah is saying, see them, I made you see them small. So that way it would give you up. So they went to bed and they woke up and they realized, and then psychologically, like they're not that big, they're not that powerful. And so they could handle them 3-1 without any problems. I will tell you this from personal experience. Even on a college campus, when you're there and you're speaking out against Zionism, I know I have some of my UCI folks, so how many other college students do I have here? What campus is it? UCI or
IBC?
IBC?
UCI.
UCI? We're Fullerton, on the street. US. Like MSAs are often very scared about this, right? SubhanAllah, just tell you some couple crazy things. One, I remember when we were doing Palestine advocacy, the chancellors and the vice chancellors would pull us into their offices pleading with us, to please stop, right? And they're writing news articles, and they're bashing us in the media, and they're doing this and they're doing that, and everyone's saying you're not going to get a job in the future, and this and this and this and this. I kid you not. So I went from being in a situation where I'm a student, right, who's being bashed on campus, to now a professor at the same campus where the university consults on these issues. Who perceives this would happen? And this is just me and one random person. Take the brothers who were part of the Irvine 11 years ago, some of you know, when Michael Oren, right, the Israeli ambassador, goes to UCI, and 11 of them get up, and they're speaking to him, and they're shutting him down. And they get arrested. He says, your life is over. Not going to get married, not going to get a job, right? What are they going to do, right? Well, within a few years, one of them goes to Harvard Law on a full scholarship, right? And he's a very successful business owner now. One of them is in a PhD program. One of the directors at American Muslims for Palestine. One of them works at CARE, right? One of them is, senior at Google. All of them are successful. And that's when you realize none of these Zionists have any power. Right? This happened to me the other day. I gave a khutbah, right? And the Zionists took my khutbah, they sent it to the UC Irvine, they sent it to the department, they say, get this guy fired, right? Nothing happens. And even if it happens, who cares? We'll talk about that in a minute. But get out of your heart that, you know what, if I do something, my dunya is going to get messed up. It's not good. That's not how the world works. They don't have that causal power. Number two, the money they spend. To get out of our minds that their money is somehow worth, it's not equivalent to our money, by the way. The dollar that we give is not like the dollar they give. That's why Allah says in the Quran, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ لِيَصُدُّوا عَنْ سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. The people who disbelieve, they spend their money for what purpose? Not for the cause of Allah, to block and to inhibit and prohibit the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So Allah says this is what they do. It's a matter of fact. They spend their money for anti-God purposes. فَسَيُنْفِقُونَهَا. And so they will spend it. ثُمَّ تَكُونُ عَلَيْهِمْ حَسْرَةً. Then it will be a cause of remorse and regret for them. ثُمَّ يُغْلَبُونَ. And they will still be overcome. What does this mean to us? It means that their wealth, right, will not avail them. Allah does not bless their sadaqah. Allah does not put barakah in their sadaqah. You know, subhanAllah, some of you might have saw the social media post a week or two ago. There was a poor Egyptian fruit seller. And he heard that these big trucks that are passing by were going to go to Palestine to go and give aid. This is a poor guy, right? He's selling oranges for a living. And as the trucks are driving by, he grabs the oranges that are on his cart, he starts throwing them in. Anybody see this? Some of you saw this, right? SubhanAllah, the other day, some of the people in Palestine posted saying, your fruits have arrived, they have oranges in their hand. Right? This guy he's not thinking, here's a truck going. What are the odds going to get there? Is my fruit even going to be like, I'm throwing it, is it going to land in the car or not? This is, right? He was sincere. He said, Ya Allah, my brothers and sisters are starving there. I'm going to throw any food at them I can. My job is to throw the food, your job is to get it to them. And he got there. Whereas these Zionists, they're going to give their money, and then they're going to be regretful that, man, my money is not working the way I want it to work. Look, I'm spending millions of dollars on propaganda, and the whole world is turning it against us. So their money is not helping. Their dua is not helping. They make dua, by the way. How many times have you heard Netanyahu and the Zionists invoke God and invoke their scripture? And Allah gives us a story about that as well in the Quran, because Quraysh is the same thing. So again, we have dua, we have money, and we have actions, and they have the exact same things at their disposal. Allah says their money has no effect, their number doesn't have an effect. That's why Allah says in the same ayah, we'll put the two of them together. So Abu Jahl in the battle of Badr, when the armies went out, he goes out as well, and he makes dua. And he says, Oh Allah, give us an opening between Muhammad and his followers, and destroy whoever is more guilty of severing ties of kinship. He gets up, he makes dua. He asks Allah for victory, and so Allah responds. And he says in the surah, إِن تَسْتَفْتِحُوا فَقَدْ جَاءَكُمُ الْفَتْحُ. And if you have invoked Allah for victory, then know that victory has indeed come, meaning it's come to the Muslims. You made dua, I responded to your dua, I threw your dua in the garbage can, and I gave victory to the Muslims. وَمَا دُعَاءُ الْكَافِرِينَ إِلَّا فِي ضَلَالٍ. This dua of the disbelievers is what? It's misguided. So Abu Jahl, imagine, he made dua and Allah responded. And we always say we wish Allah would respond to our dua, right? Allah responded to his dua, but in a way that he did not anticipate. And then he continued. And Allah said, وَإِن تَنْتَهُوا فَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. If you stop, it's better for you. وَإِن تَعُدْ نَعُدْ. But if you continue, we will continue. وَلَن تُغْنِيَ عَنْكُمْ فِئَتُكُمْ شَيْئًا وَلَوْ كَثُرَ وَأَنَّ اللَّهَ مَعَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ. And your numbers will not avail you no matter how large they get. So don't worry about their numbers. You saw, I remember about a couple months ago, the Iron Dome started to malfunction. And again, Muslims around the world and the media is like, nothing can penetrate. Any rocket that comes, you imagine it's like a video game, right? Rocket comes in, another Israeli rocket comes and knocks down. And it starts malfunctioning, right? And then things start happening. See them who they are. See them for as weak as they truly are. And it's all a facade that there is this global support, impenetrable support of the Zionist regime. We're seeing today how low the numbers are globally. And as we move towards some of the practical solutions, I saw this statistic I thought was fascinating. I'll mention the stat and I'll go back a bit, where 90% of Black Americans have been voting Democrat for the last few decades. And this particular poll, it was 94%. And they're saying that now when we did a poll, it was 48%. Right? Decades-long support, and now we're seeing that Black Americans have pretty much chopped that in more than half, and it'll probably plummet more and more over the coming months. Why do I segue to that? We're here to speak about solutions. And I know we can speak, you probably heard enough about the standard stuff, so I want to go to something a little bit more maybe off the beaten path of it, which is people are speaking about what can Muslim Americans do. And one of the biggest things that we can do, beyond what we've done, which is social media advocacy, calling our neighbors, calling our politicians, those are all individual efforts, is actually group political work. And here's one of the dilemmas that we're seeing, that we're 1% of the American population. So 1% does not strike fear into the heart of either party. Especially unless you're in a couple of the swing states, they might maybe do some damage control. But if we ally strategically with other people who are sympathetic to the cause of Palestine, we can actually accomplish a lot. And that's where I want to focus the last few minutes. I want to come back to Malcolm X, rahimahullah, because he and many of the Black Muslim and non-Muslim Black leadership in America were the original anti-Zionists of America. It's really important that we understand this, because we have a propensity to think that the Arabs were the first and foremost ones, right? And then some of the other immigrant communities who are sympathetic are the ones who champion the cause, right? See, this is actually not true. Malcolm X, rahimahullah, was the first one in 1959. He went to Al-Quds. And in 1964, he went to the same refugee camps that are there in Gaza right now. Imagine, 60 years, nothing has changed. Malcolm visited those refugee camps, and he began to spread across not only America, he went around Africa. He went all around Africa promoting the cause of Palestine, because he saw the Zionists were very clever in trying to win over the hearts of the Africans. And so, subhanAllah, when we look at even South Africa's role today in helping our brothers and sisters in Palestine, some of this goes back to Malcolm X, who recognized it and advocated, and they have in their hearts, right, a legacy and a knowledge of these issues, their own hearts. But I'm saying also, Malcolm X comes back after 1964, and he starts telling all of Black America that the cause of Palestine is fundamentally related to the cause of Black suffering in America. And he tells the Black Panthers, and he tells, H. Rap Brown, who became Imam Jamil al-Amin, who's in prison, may Allah free him, right, of his wrongful imprisonment. He tells the Black leadership who begin in the 60s to advocate on behalf of Palestine. Before there was Students for Peace and Justice in Palestine, there was other organizations in the 60s. They would invite Black leadership to speak about Palestine because they didn't have anyone to speak about it. Now, why am I saying all of that? I'm saying all of that because Black America supported Palestine for a number of years. But they got hurt and disappointed because the Muslims did not support the causes of Black America. And so they began to withdraw and stop caring about these issues. But now, with Gaza has reawoken their own spirit to say, you know what? We see, as they say this, is that we see the Palestinians the way we see ourselves. Like their suffering is our suffering. So right now we have a golden opportunity to take about a quarter or 20% of America and that vote that they have and merge it together with our cause because they're ready to do it. But it requires us to actually stop being so insular and say, you know what? We will get together with our 1% and we will do, for instance, just an abandoned Biden campaign. for the DJ Halal remix going. But really, that takes like some strategic thinking. And by the way, Malcolm told us this 6 years ago. He said in his Ballot or the Bullet speech, if you want to read it, go back and read it. I really recommend if you leave today, go pull up that speech and read it. It sounds like a speech he should have given today, or I could give today. It's the exact same thing. He says, the white liberal who's been posing as our friend is not our friend. And once you realize this, right, then you're going to change your behavior. So the Muslims who've been sitting here thinking the Democrats are going to save us, Democrats are going to save us, Democrats have not saved us. But, as his point was, he said, I am a Muslim. He said that in his speech. But I'm speaking to you all, not just on behalf as a Muslim. It's a joint cause. That we build bridges with other people, especially Black America, to make our 1% become 20-some%. Because even if you take half or a quarter of Black Americans on the side of Muslim Americans or immigrant Muslims, now we have quadrupled our number. We've made it tenfold. And now we're a force to deal with. And this is how Pakistan did this. I'll conclude with this. After Hudaybiyah, this is what happened. At that time in Hudaybiyah, the Muslims were a tiny group in Medina. But the Treaty of Hudaybiyah allowed for everyone to make their alliances. So the Prophet ﷺ began to go around the area and make these large alliances with non-Muslim tribes. And actually, the cause of the Prophet entering Mecca and conquering it was because Quraysh attacked one of the tribes the Muslims had a treaty with. So it justified the Muslims to fight and conquer Mecca. Because or else it would have been absurd. How can Prophet Muhammad ﷺ and the Muslims conquer the city where their forefathers are from? But it happened because they made an alliance with non-Muslims. And now because they were one body, when that group got attacked, they were allowed to attack. I will end on a note to just remind all of us that all of the pain, all of the suffering, everything we're feeling, this is normal and it is praiseworthy. If you're having headaches, if you're having, sleeplessness, the Prophet ﷺ said this is part of Iman. Example of the believers in their emotions and feelings and compassion for one another's what? Like one body. When one limb is hurting, the whole body breaks out, right? In this fever and this sleeplessness. People just think about the hadith very kind of metaphorically, right? But actually, it's physically as well. If you're suffering from any sort of psychosomatic issues, know this is a sign of Iman. Alhamdulillah. Allah doesn't reward me for the headache I woke up with because I've been stressing about the situation in Gaza. That I did not sleep well at night because my muscles have tensed up. All of that is praiseworthy. And I'll conclude with, again, a push to not worry about the consequences. People often get overly pragmatic and say, well, I'm only going to do this if there's some assurance that things are going to go my way this way. There's no assurances, especially in the short term. The assurances are in the long term and the akhirah. But I want to use this word of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, radiallahu anhu. But speaking of, Prophet ﷺ at this time, the da'wah was in public. So finally, he said, okay, you know what, we're going to go and we're going to call people publicly to Islam. So Abdullah ibn Mas'ud is the one who volunteers. He says, allow me to go and recite the Quran out in public. And so he gets up and he goes towards the Kaaba and he begins to recite Surah Rahman. And the disbelievers, they come, and Abdullah Mas'ud, if you don't know, he was a scrawny companion. And there's a famous hadith that when he's in the tree, the companion saw him and started giggling and laughing. So look at his chicken legs. And the Prophet said, are you laughing at those legs that are heavier than the mountains of Uhud? Right? So he wasn't like this buff guy. Right? So he goes and he recites, and the mushrikeen, they come and they beat him, they jump him, they punch him and they kick him and they attack him, and eventually he's able to get up and go back to the Prophet with the companions, and he's bloody and he's bruised and he's swollen, and one of his eyes is like literally like fully swollen and it's almost shut. And the companions were like, told him that, man, like, you shouldn't have done this. Right? And he says to them, it's a fascinating statement. Right? He says to them that, number one, he says that, alhamdulillah, right? He's glad he did it. He goes, this other part of my face is actually immune to what happened to this side of my face. Like, had I gotten that double beating, that would have been better. And then the companions told him something very nice. They said, it's enough you've caused them to hear that which they don't like. Meaning it is praiseworthy, right, to say things, right, that the enemy doesn't like. Sometimes we get overly cautious about, well, everyone has to love us. not going to love us. They're not going to love us. If the Zionists love you, you're doing something wrong. Believe me, you're doing something wrong. And another dua, I know I keep saying we're close with this. I think we're listening to Sami. Okay. Been listening to Sami Hamdi too much, so I'll end on this one. Just, I want us to think like the companions. Before the Battle of Uhud, 2 companions were standing, and those were Abdullah ibn Jahsh, the great cousin of the Prophet Islam, and Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, another great companion. So they're standing before the battlefield, and Sa'd makes a dua. He says, "Oh Allah, allow me to meet an enemy on the battlefield who is large and powerful, and allow me to fight against him, allow me to slay him, and allow me to take his possessions and spoils of war." So his companion Abdullah hears the dua, and he responds with a similar dua. Similar, but then he flips it. He says, "Oh Allah, allow me to meet a large enemy on the battlefield, and allow me to fight him. But he said, but allow him to slay me, and to cut off my nose, and to cut off my ears. And when you resurrect me on the day of judgment, you will ask me what happened to your eyes, to your ears, and your nose. And I will say, I lost them for the sake of Allah and His Messenger, and you will say you spoke the truth." The battle happens. And both their du'as are accepted. Sa'd meets a large enemy, kills him, takes his stuff as spoils of war. And Abdullah ibn Jahsh, they find him slayed, they find his ears and his nose hanging from a tree. This is what Quraysh, they mutilated the bodies. They literally took a thread and they hung his ears and his nose from the tree. And the Prophet is seeing his cousin mutilated like this. And he's one of the 3 buried, right? Mus'ab ibn Umair, right? Hamza, right? And Abdullah Jahsh are the 3 actually martyrs who are in the center, right, of the graveyard of Uhud. But I say all of this because when Sa'd concluded, he said, because he narrated this hadith, he said, I made this dua, right? Abdullah made this dua, he goes, his dua was better than mine. Meaning, don't worry about the worldly consequences of what you do. Put your trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and anything that you lose in this life, right? Allah will give you manifest more, right, in the akhirah, and will fill your heart with contentment. And those people who have been in the cause of Allah, who have taken these hits, most of them, when you ask them, they say, it was the best thing I've done in my life. I would never take that back. Because they know the life of sidq. There are men and women, right, amongst the believers. صَدَقُوا مَا عَهَدَ اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ. They were true to that which they made an oath to Allah for. وَمِنْهُمْ مَنْ قَضَى نَحْبَهُ. Some of them have passed away. وَمِنْهُمْ مَنْ يَنْتَظِرُ. And some of them who are in waiting. وَمَا بَدَّلُوا تَبْدِيلًا. But the point here is that we just want to stand before Allah and say, Ya Rabbi, I did everything I could do. Everything I could do as an individual, as a group, with my companion, with my believers, with the non-believers. We work together in every cause that was khair, Allah except for me. And don't hold me to account for things that were beyond my efforts. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give us the strength to do everything to aid our brothers and sisters in Gaza and all of Palestine. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward us for everything we do that is small, everything that is large. May Allah magnify our efforts on the day of judgment in ways that we've never imagined. وآخر دعوانا الحمد لله رب العالمين. جزاكم الله خير. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Just a quick announcement. With permission of Sheikh, we can do a 5-minute Q&A. So if you have a question, just go ahead and raise your hand. I don't think there's a need for a mic. Mashallah, it's a smaller size room. So again, if you have a question, you can just go ahead and raise your hand up, and we'll call on you, then you can ask the Sheikh your question. And while you're thinking of your questions, I just want to say Jazakallah khair for that. I wish you just kept speaking, but I know the tummies are rumbling and lower prayers coming up. But again, Jazakallah khair for that, Sheikh. Any questions, just go ahead and raise your hand, and we'll go ahead and call on you.
You spoke of making alliances, as Muslim Americans. Who do you suggest? Like, what sort of group should we look to create an alliance with?
So I'll be very clear. I really think that the African American community is the first and foremost community for our efforts into. And that again includes Black Muslims, right? And also Black Americans who are not Muslim. So I think if we're strategic and we unite with focusing on them, that would be the priority because their hearts are already inclined to the issues. They already have an affinity towards Islam. Almost every, Black American, whether they're Muslim, even if those who are non-Muslim, know Muslims in their family. And so they are the most natural allies. And I believe, although Alam, as I've been talking to many of those people, both in Muslim and non-Muslim circles, they're actually waiting. They're waiting for the Muslims to reach out to them. So begin to, and I will say it's not going to be easy because it's foreign to us to interact with these communities. But we have to be willing to get out of our comfort zone and really push for these type of issues, right? So. They're hungry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm curious on your perspective as to basically like, actionable behavior. Is it worth any time directing actionable behavior towards Zionists themselves? Or is it better worth our time to, organize within ourselves as opposed to engaging with the enemy per se?
Can you be a little more specific? Like in which way?
Yeah, so like I went to a protest the other day, and it was basically in Beverly Hills, like a vigil for the hostages that are in Israel. And I came late. There was a Palestinian counter protest, and I was severely outnumbered by Israelis. And I tried reasoning with and having conversations with a lot of people, and I left feeling that. I risked myself being doxxed while at the same time, I don't know if I got to anybody. I tried to be level-headed and have conversations with people. And, my number one question for them is like, where's your grandmother born? Where's your grandfather born? And that usually starts to derail the conversation or derail the level of respect. So I'm curious if you could personify your thoughts.
So I believe that we're all created differently and all of us have our predispositions to work in certain ways. And we need to harness all of that. I don't think everyone should be doing what I'm doing, or should everyone be doing what you're doing. It's unity of a cause, right, with recognizing that we all have different ways of achieving that. So when you say engaging with Zionists, I think it's a great idea to engage with Zionists, but not from the perspective of, let me sit here and try to just like spend my time trying to convince you of this truth, right? As Allah says in the Quran, right? They know what's there. How much more can I say that they haven't already probably seen, right, of the videos that they're happily praising, right, the destruction of Gaza. So, but I think what's important here is your presence in those places as a counter protester, right, is enough to cause them, for them to be upset and angry, which is good, and also for other neutral people to witness. Hey, guess what? There are other voices, right, against against the Zionists who are there. So I don't think it's worthy of sitting down and having coffee, having a conversation, or trying to convince them. But I think your presence in their spaces to disrupt what they're doing is very useful, and that can be used again going at Zionist politicians, right, protesting and really pushing and trying to shame them in all kinds of ways, right? If people don't respect human dignity in life, right? They should not feel comfortable. I can walk around and do whatever I want in any place. So protesting in their spaces to frustrate them and to make other people turn against them, right? I think is a very valid technique to use. And again, that goes to some people need to be focusing on knowledge, right? Because for some, like, give you an example. I know some people who are like, I'm going to be teaching about Salah ad-Din right now. Well, guess what? That's a very valuable thing to do. Do I want everyone to sit at home and read about Salah ad-Din for the next 2 months now? So this multi-pronged approach is very, very important. This is why I like organized work. When you're organized, we can distribute that and say, look, here's what we're trying to do. We're trying to do A, B, and C. Okay, you guys are going to focus on A, you guys are going to focus on B, and you guys are going to focus on C. And so the more that we do it like this, I think that the better the opportunity is for success, because it's measured and it is organized, rather than being haphazard and random. And all that being said, even if it's random and it's not as organized, it's still good. It's just not the optimal.
We have time for a few more questions if you'd like. The food is not going to run away, so it'll be here, inshallah. All right, but questions, please go ahead. Going once, going twice. Okay. So, to the man behind me, yes, go ahead.
Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. I think very good thoughts that you brought up. And what I observed is our attitude, our behavior also plays a very important role in approaching whether it be black or whether it be Spanish American. What I've observed as I was driving home from my masjid, from my Fajr prayer today, and I started driving slowly because I saw one of my neighbors, and I know the neighbor is Christian. And I drove slowly because he was crossing the street. As I approached close to him, he stopped. I rolled the window down, and he said, "You know, you guys are so committed. I see you every." He walks every day. You see me coming back from the prayer to the prayer. So alhamdulillah, it's your commitment, it's your way of behavior, it's how you live your life, plays a very important role in the people that are somewhat don't have that in them. So in my opinion is, our behavior, our attitude toward others is important. So I thought I'd share that Spanish families are also becoming, alhamdulillah.
Absolutely, Jazakumullah khair. I was at a protest yesterday, very small one, and one of the sisters, we were protesting against actually a Hispanic politician, Zionist. And so she got up and she made a short speech in Spanish. And then afterwards, you know, the brother who was organizing the protest actually said, hey, this is sister, her name was Daniela, said that she has been coming to these protests for the last few months, been mixing with Muslim Shikr Shahada 2 weeks ago, right? So we are seeing, you're absolutely right. And I think that Hispanics and blacks both, again, fall into the category, they're also oppressed minorities. So it's easy for them to see our causes. Again, it's tied to their own issues. Actually, some of them are talking about this, that they have some of these same challenges, right, in their countries, right, with drug cartels and so many other things. So they are sympathetic to the same causes of the Palestinians. So the challenge that we have is that their bloc and their voting behavior is very different. They're splintered in different ways. The blacks are very united, right? They've been united, at least with the Democrats, for years, and now they're splintering. The Hispanics actually have been splintering for years because they're Catholic, so many of them actually were voting Trump, right, and were more Republican in terms of values, right, and other ones were not. So I think there's some challenges around that, but I actually agree that we also should be knocking on that door, right? So okay. Actually, the last point I'll say as we close is your point about like kind of personal piety also. Like I cannot emphasize that, and I know there's a lot of lectures today about that, so I don't want to go too deep into it. But this is so fundamental. Like you can't be focusing on all the worldly needs and ignoring all these spiritual needs. And that means like I've seen people who like stay up late at night doing all kinds of advocacy work, but then they will not get up for something pleasure. Right? Build that into your routine. I'm not here to shame anyone if that happens, and none of us should, because people come into Allah in all kinds of different ways. For many people who are far from Allah, the cause of Lazza has woken up their heart, right? The fitrah is within them. And through that, they may get closer and closer to Allah. So for us to first embody it, and number two is then to encourage that as well. That again, to remind people, it's not the actual work that is the cause in and of itself, right? But it's the ikhlas behind the work, right? And so something as simple as, hey, I'm going to go to the masjid and do salah for my Quran for the day, or my dua for that day. Then when I do my behavior, that behavior has so much more barakah behind it. And that's what differentiates Muslims from non-Muslims. They don't believe in barakah. We believe that that dollar I gave because of the niyyah amplifies it, right? That dua that I gave with the ikhlas behind it amplifies it, right? My standing at that protest with a certain niyyah amplifies it. That's why if someone said, well, what if only, even if one person walked by, you don't know if that one person who walked by, right, who heard what you said, he could be a catalyst for change. So focus on personal piety as well, not at the exclusion of other things, but in addition. So I said that our human causes are intertwined with kind of the divine, causality of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Allah allow us to push on both of these fronts. So that's okay.
Last question.
Okay. Yep.
So based on your familiarity and experience with organizing on college campuses and MSUs, especially at UCI, I was wondering if you have any insights on how you think college advocacy and organizing could be improved to achieve more like tangible impacts such as divestment or otherwise supporting Palestine more constructively.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So UC Davis recently had a massive success. Right, they were able to, as a campus, I don't know the details of how it happened. It's something maybe UCI other campuses want to look into. They were able to get the university to divest from all pretty much Israeli-related research organizations. I think it's a large number. Forgot the number of millions of dollars that they were able to divest. So again, it's here about being strategic. What are you trying to accomplish? And if you say, look, there's this one goal. So maybe divestment is one goal. And you get together on campus and say, that is a project. This is a divestment campaign. We're going to get together with all possible like-minded folks. There are many organizations on campuses. There's the Students for Peace and Justice in Palestine, right? There might be, the Black Student Unions, right? There might be other Hispanic clubs. Who are those potential stakeholders and partners in this? We all get together, push our associated student bodies, that are out there, say, let's pass these resolutions to get out of that. That's one way. But again, that's usually part of a piecemeal process. Maybe first you need some general advocacy to at least make the students aware about the issue. Now you say step number 2 is this particular action. And I say it's a long-term project because sometimes, and I remember this when we were at UCI as undergrads, is you have to be fair in championing every cause of justice, not only the causes that are personal to you. So I remember when we were at UCI, when we would champion the causes of, for instance, workers' rights on campus, we're pretty much all Hispanic, right? Who the UC was pretty much trying to abuse them. And we stood up as Muslims because we were more larger and organized. So they would have a protest, right? There may be 30 Latinos who show up, there's like 200 Muslims who show up. All of a sudden for them, it's like, you guys care about anything that is about justice. Well, when you guys have an issue, we're happy to participate. So we have to have that mindset. It's not just about our internal issues, and that's how you win over the hearts. And that's historically, I remember one of the councilmen who was Muslim, he was talking about this by saying that, look, people would, when he's out in the community serving them, just as a councilman, when they learn that he's Muslim, now their hearts are in a totally different position to accept any dawah that he gives, or the Muslim community gives. So it's not like, hey guys, who are you? Let me tell you about Islam. And that's not who the Prophet ﷺ was either, right? He had that personal relationship with them that allowed their hearts to say, well, what you say, right, I'm going to be able to listen to. And he was able to win over a number of converts because of that. So think long-term and have a strategy. Say, okay, our goal is, for instance, get to here. Well, to get to there, we need to do A, B, and C. So that's the type of an example that I might use. And we can always talk offline if you have anything more specific. So, okay.
All right, with that said, circle up there to everyone who asked the questions and also to Sheikh and all of our other speakers. A couple announcements. We're gonna take a break until 1:30. In that time, you can have lunch here. You don't need to get up and go get your food. Your food will be brought to you. If you need to get up and stretch, kind of move around, that's fine. And my man is signaling something with the wrist. You like my watch? What's going on?
Wristband.
Wristband. What about the wristband?
Make sure you show the wristband.
Make sure you show your wristband, and then you'll get your food. And there will be prayer as well. We're going to announce the location shortly. Also, if you missed it, there is an entire hall downstairs with vendors, so make sure you check that out. Other than that,
It's like the borders of that's good.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. If you are outside, I highly encourage you to make your way on in to the hall as we will begin the second session. But we have something special for you all. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulullah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Based in California, Ahbab al-Habib, which translates to the lovers of the beloved, is a nasheed group on a mission to spread love for the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam through the beautiful art of classical inshad, or spiritual odes. In a world where love can feel scarce, their aim is to fill society with affection for the most remarkable human to grace this earth, our Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ahbab al-Habib's members have dedicated themselves to years of study in this art under the guidance of distinguished Munshiddin, masters of spiritual odes from Syria and Jordan. Please help me in welcoming Ahbab al-Habib.
They don't allow the option. Sure? Yeah, because.
اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. رقت عيناي شوقا ولطيبة ذرفت عشقا رقت عيناي شوقا ولطيبة ذرفت عشقا فأتيت إلى حبيبي فاهدأ يا قلب ورفقا صل على محمد السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله يا رسول الله قلب بالحق تعلق وبغار حراء تألق قلب بالحق تعلق وبغار حراء تألق يبكي يسأل خالقه فأتاه الوحي فأشرق اقرأ اقرأ يا محمد السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله يا رسول الله يا طيبة جئتك صبا لرسول الله محبا في الروضة سكنت روحي واجمال الهادي محمد صل على محمد السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله السلام عليك رسول الله قمر سيدنا النبي قمر وجميل سيدنا النبي وجميل قمر سيدنا النبي قمر وجميل سيدنا النبي وجميل وكف المصطفى كالورد نادي الله الله وعطرها يبقى إذا مست أيادي الله الله وكف المصطفى كالورد نادي الله الله وعطرها يبقى إذا مست أيادي الله الله وعم نوالها كل العباد وعم نوالها كل العباد وعم نوالها كل العباد حبيب الله يا خير البرايا قمر سيدنا النبي قمر وجميل سيدنا النبي وجميل ولا ظل له بل كان نورا الله الله تنال الشمس منه والبدور الله الله ولا ظل له بل كان نورا الله الله تنال الشمس منه والبدور الله الله ولم يكن الهدى لولا ظهورا ولم يكن الهدى لولا ظهورا ولم يكن الهدى لولا ظهورا وكل الكون أنار بنور طه قمر سيدنا النبي قمر وجميل سيدنا النبي وجميل يا إمام الرسل يا سندي أنت باب الله معتمدي فبدنياي وآخرتي يا رسول الله خذ بيدي آية عبد الله يا أملي يا ملاذ الخائفين وجهي نظرة يا أشرف الرسل وبغوث الجبود حلال عقلي يا إمام الرسل يا سندي أنت باب الله معتمدي فبدنياي وآخرتي يا رسول الله خذ بيدي وسيد السادات من مضرنا قلت أهل البدو والحضر صاحب الآيات والسور منبع الأحكام والحكم يا إمام الرسل الله معتمدي فبدنياي وآخرتي يا رسول الله خذ بيدي حسبي ربي جل الله 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 ما في قلبي غير الله 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 على الهادي صلى الله 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 لا إله إلا الله 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 يا رب العالمين الله الله صل على طه الأمين الله الله في كل وقت وحين الله الله لا إله إلا الله 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 حسبي ربي جل الله 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 ما في قلبي غير الله 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 على الهادي صلى الله 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 لا إله إلا الله 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 وتنهى قوله الله الله هذا شعب قوله الله الله مهد قوله الله الله يكفي شانه الله الله واسقي في شانه الله الله سبب في جانه الله الله لا إله إلا الله 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 حسبي ربي جل الله 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 ما في قلبي غير الله 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 على الهادي صلى الله 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 لا إله إلا الله الله
We're so honored to be here. Jazakallah khairan to our and everyone who organized this. Alhamdulillah. The next nasheed we'll be doing is actually one that came across the video that you might have seen right before, subhanAllah, Shifa Hospital in Gaza was about to be bombed by Israel. A group of patients within the hospital and workers, nurses, they were sitting right after praying Salah. I think they were praying Salah. They were sitting around, and one boy started singing this nasheed. And it's about the aid of Allah, and it's about Gaza and Palestine. So inshallah, we'll be singing surprise for that. Bismillah, Bismillah. يا رب الباري هذا افتقاري قل اصطباري زاد اضطراري طال انتظاري فمتى نصر الله، فمتى نصر الله، رب الباري هذا افتقاري قل اصطباري زاد اضطراري يا رب الباري هذا افتقاري قل اصطباري زاد اضطراري طال انتظاري فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله طال انتظاري فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله ضعفي لا يخفاك يا رب الأفلاك لا أرجو سواك فامنحني رضاك رحماك رحماك ارحم يا الله ارحم يا الله يا رب الباري هذا افتقاري قل اصطباري زاد اضطراري يا رب الباري هذا افتقاري قل اصطباري زاد اضطراري طال انتظاري فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله طال انتظاري فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله حال المسلمين يدمع العينين حال المسلمين يدمع العينين غزة فلسطين يعلوها الأمين غزة فلسطين يعلوها الأمين يا رب الأكوان فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله يا رب الباري هذا افتقاري قل اصطباري زاد اضطراري يا رب الباري هذا افتقاري قل اصطباري زاد اضطراري طال انتظاري فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله طال انتظاري فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله فمتى نصر الله The next one we'll be doing is, this is the last one we'll be doing is an Urdu Nasheed, Jashna Ahmad Rasul. So if you know it, please join in, inshallah.
جشن آمد رسول اللہ ہی اللہ او بی بی آمنہ کے پھول اللہ ہی اللہ او جشن آمد رسول اللہ ہی اللہ او بی بی آمنہ کے پھول اللہ ہی اللہ حق لا الہ الا اللہ لا الہ إلا الله bolo la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah. जब के सरकार तशरीफ लाने लगे, पूरो गिलवा भी खुशियाँ मनाने लगे। जब के सरकार तशरीफ लाने लगे, पूरो गिलवा भी खुशियाँ मनाने लगे। आमिना देख कर मुस्कुराने लगी, हुआ मरियम भी खुशियाँ मनाने लगी। आमिना बीवी सबसे ये कहने लगी, आमिना बीवी सबसे ये कहने लगी, दुआ हो गई कबूल, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, दुआ हो गई कबूल, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, बोलो ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह। चेहरा मुस्तफा जब दिखाया गया, झुक गए तारे और चांद शर्मा गया। चेहरा मुस्तफा जब दिखाया गया, झुक गए तारे और चांद शर्मा गया। हर तरफ नूर की रोशनी छा गई, मुस्तफा क्या मिले जिंदगी मिल गई। ए हलीमा तेरी गोद में आ गए, हलीमा तेरी गोद में आ गए। दोनों आलम के रसूल, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, दोनों आलम के रसूल, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, बोलो ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह। शादियाने खुशी के बजाए गए, शादी के नग़मे सबको सुनाए गए। शादियाने खुशी के बजाए गए, शादी के नग़मे सबको सुनाए गए। हर तरफ शोर सल्ले अला हो गया, आज बेटा हबीबे खुदा हो गया। फिर तो जिब्रील ने भी ऐलान किया, फिर तो जिब्रील ने भी ऐलान किया, ये खुदा के हैं रसूल, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, ये खुदा के हैं रसूल, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, जश्न आमद रसूल, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, बीबी आमिना के फूल, अल्लाह ही अल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, बोलो ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, बोलो ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back once again to the Aqsa conference. Jazakumullah khairan to the brothers that just performed, mashallah, that was beautiful. By the way, are either of them native Urdu speakers? Yes or no? No? Because that was on point, mashallah. I want to give them another round of applause. Mashallah. Couple of announcements for those that just joined us. First is that if you need to use the restroom, it's right outside the doors to the right over here, so it's right down this way. Again, if you need to use the restroom, it's over there. Prayer is going to be at the end of this second session. So there's going to be 3 speakers in this session, and after that, after all 3 have finished, there's going to be a break, and prayer it will be held downstairs just as it was earlier for Zohar. And also, if you don't know, there's an entire hall downstairs with a bunch of vendors, mashallah. I had some cookies, I had some coffee, I bought some, Palestine keychains and things like that. They got some really cool stuff down there, so make sure you check it out. Again, that's downstairs, inshallah ta'ala. And with that said, I think we are good to go in terms of introducing our next speaker. So again, this is the start of the second session. So there's going to be 3 sessions in total, and this is the start of our second session. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this. Our next speaker is Ustad Afraz Khan, who is an activist, faith leader, and performance artist, like spoken word, things like that. He is a Hafiz of the Quran and an MBA graduate from UC Berkeley, and currently serves as a social impact consultant. Ustad Afraz has coordinated various campaigns through employee research groups, student communities, and online networks to raise awareness on the ongoing settler colonial apartheid and genocide, as well as assert demands that ensure institutions are not further enabling the Zionist regime. Please help me in welcoming Ustad Afraz Khan.
All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good to see everyone here today. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillahi wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa wala. It's a huge privilege to be here. Shout out for the generous introduction. So I basically wanted to focus this presentation on the concept of advocacy for Palestine. I think a lot of us, whether it's within schools or workplaces or other institutions, we've had already some exposure, familiarity with this. I think it's helpful to break down some of the components of organizing and what that means in terms of actually getting energy and people power into action. And so starting with the next slide, sort of quick agenda for this session is starting with a case study of a personal experience of mine, getting into some of the nuts and bolts regarding organizing, and then we're going to be jumping into another case study, which is kind of when things don't go as planned, and sort of lessons that we can take from that as well. So just to jump right in, it is 2020 and July 2020. The ACLU, which was one of the previous places I worked at, the American Civil Liberties Union, they were hosting a summer advocacy institute. So the idea was we want to bring high schoolers, people from across the country, bring them to the ACLU, do a week-long set of workshops, trainings to basically help people understand how to build people power, get civically involved, all of that. One of the co-sponsors of that Summer Advocacy Institute was Puma, which at the time, as we know, was serving as the sponsor of the Israeli Football Association. Multiple organizations had called Puma out already. Adidas used to serve as the Israeli Football Association sponsor and got so much flack that they dropped it and Puma jumped in. And so there was a group of us at the ACU that were like, maybe there should be something that gets addressed here as to why Puma is getting involved in sponsoring a wellness portion of the event that honestly any company or organization could sponsor. So on the next slide, this is just a quick screenshot of part of the email that we sent. And I basically kind of want to use this as a framing for the steps that we're going to start talking about later in the presentation. So the general idea was like, Puma is sponsoring the Israeli Football Association. It is further enabling settler colonial apartheid. And the ACLU, based on the values that it espouses, this sponsorship seems to be in contradiction to that. Secondly, the idea that you have people that belong to what is the MEMSA ERG, the Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, South Asian Employee Resource Group that we formed. You have employees from that group that are going to feel alienated, as well as attendees to the Summer Advocacy Institute that are going to feel alienated. And if the idea is we're trying to push for a more inclusive culture, we're standing on principles of equity, Puma should not be involved. So this is what we have done, and this is a letter that we sent to the team that was organizing this. There were multiple steps that were involved before we got to this point. And part of this session right now is just breaking down what does it look like to go from people that are interested in a topic to getting to a point where there's very clear demands being made. And again, I think a lot of us, we have familiarity, we've done some of this ourselves already, especially in the past few months, but just understanding that A to B to C kind of helps structure like how we think about this on a larger scale. So just to start off, on the next slide, we think about this concept of organizing, right? What does it mean to organize around anything? And I think if you boil it down, it's regular people who share some common problem and they come together to act in their shared self-interest. So the hope is that people who have a particular viewpoint, philosophy, approach to a certain issue, they feel strongly about it. You bring that energy together. And the ideal is that across lines of faith, creed, culture, what have you, people are able to organize, address the problems that they're trying to tackle, and create the future that they want. So this is a very baseline idea of when we just think about organizing for Palestine or for any other issue that we're tackling, we start with the premise that we're focused on people and building a community of people that have a stance on an issue of philosophy that we share, and together we want to change our condition, our future, based on how we feel about that. So the next slide is a resource, yes. I think it's important to just name that for a lot of us, we see the power of the Zionist lobby, the power of a lot of these influences that seem to hold these political institutions and officials basically in a deadlock, that they can't say anything except that which is unconditionally Zionist. We do not need, as is on the next slide, we ultimately don't need money, we don't need influence. Those are resources and things that are helpful, but the ultimate thing that we're trying to build is collective action. If we bring people together around an issue, a topic, and you use that source of power to then put pressure on people and institutions, that in itself is an effective tool. And I say this because money and influence is great, but we should not be discouraged when those things aren't readily available to us, because this third action is something we still have as a tool for change. So on the next slide, when we think about collective action, I thought in the context of a workplace, but you could think about any institution. This is a resource from the QR code here. It's called labornotes.com. They do a lot of good resources on labor union organizing. But when you think about the typical structure of a workplace, right, it's very easy to be siloed across departments, across different offices, what have you. Going back to the example at the beginning, so when I started at the ACLU, I was in the legal department at their national office. I didn't have any interaction. I didn't have any interaction with people outside of the legal department. So you're talking about operations, HR, the advocacy arm. I didn't have any interaction with people that weren't in the national office. So people at the affiliate offices, the ACLU Southern California, the ACLU Pennsylvania. And oftentimes, when we are struck by an issue, and specifically in the context of Palestine, we feel some way about it. It's easy when these are the ways in which our institutions are organized to think we're isolated in how we're feeling, right? This is intentionally done to separate the sort of masses of people and the masses of workers being able to form lines of solidarity across departments, across offices and arms. When it comes to starting to organize within this type of structure, as is shown on the next slide, the idea is that you start to build individual relationships and you start to organize around it. Oh. So, when we were at the ACLU, there was no AMEMSA ERG. There was no Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, South Asian ERG.
Hello, Williams. So, a couple of us, just friends I have in the legal department, were like, we should be building some kind of people power. The DEI office was like, look, we want to support people who want to do ERGs. We were trying to figure out, okay, like, how do we find people and the way the state uses its security apparatus to racially profile those communities, they end up being categorized in similar ways. So you start to see where there's overlap across people who identify under the AMEMSA category. So what we decided to do was like, all right, we're in an office that's 3 or 4 floors. There's clearly people outside of our department. There's got to be other AMEMSA people here. Let's just go find them. So what we literally did was we went cubicle to cubicle, floor by floor, trying to semi-profile people's names to be like, are they maybe Arab or South Asian or Muslim or something of the sort, and just ask them, hey, we're trying to form this ERG, we're trying to build some people power on this, are you interested? I remember there was one guy in particular who, I'm forgetting his name, but he had the name Muhammad, like in his name. I was like, he's a surefire person, right? Probably identifies as Muslim. Turned out the brother was half Pakistani, half white, grew up in a very like culturally diverse, mixed background. Didn't really associate or identify with like his Muslim or Pakistani side for a variety of different reasons. But it was also a good example, right? Some people come across, appear with a certain name, may or may not be affiliated or have an affinity towards what you're organizing around. But I share that because the one-on-one conversations require a lot of energy and time. But if strategically done, power starts to get built across these silos that typically exist within our institutions. So we started to build up the sort of base of power by getting members across different floors of our office and then across different affiliate or state offices in the country. Some of the ways that people have done this, as I'm sure you all have already seen, is you have your one-on-ones, you have your movies or your book clubs, you host an event, you try to use existing diversity, equity, inclusion systems, but you try to use tools that are there to just baseline figure out, okay, who is interested, who is, has like an inclination to get involved on this organizing work. On the issue of Palestine, it's not going to be firmly fitted under certain racial or ethnic identities, because it should supersede that. It should involve anyone and everyone who cares about human life in general. The same tools can be used, though, to identify. If we're trying to build a base of people power, how do we initiate and have those one-on-one conversations, host those events, to just start to see who's actually committed? So you start with this step. You build a sort of organizing approach. You find like a key group of people that are willing to do that outreach, and you build a collective base of folks who are committed. On the next slide then, you start to think, what are the specific goals of what you're trying to do now with this group that you formed? I think a lot of us at city council meetings or even statements put out by corporate companies, the initial push was like, we need ceasefire resolutions. We need statements that clearly say that people want the ongoing genocide to end. That language is great, and it's important that corporations come out with that language. But we're at a point now where a ceasefire resolution feels somewhat, if not more so, meaningless. There's still value to it, but we should be thinking more strategically of, given the institution, the workplace, the school that I'm in, are they investing in companies that support the Zionist regime? Do they have clients that work with the Zionist regime? Are they in any way furthering through their business, their work, their engagements, their partnerships, the Zionist regime? And I think this is where we have to be very particular about where we're investing energy. Because you can create a whole scene to try to build awareness on Palestine, which may draw a lot of eyes, but in terms of what your specific company or institution does and the influence you have as an employee of that institution, you want to figure out what are the very specific things they're doing that are advancing the Zionist regime. So you think about the targets. Who do we target? Who has that decision-making power? What's the timeline? And ultimately, what are those tactics that we want to use? The next slide kind of goes through a very quick overview of some of these tactics, right? So we talked about the base building on the left, of building your base of supporters. Use your educational tactics to train your base, to educate your base. And then you're thinking to, what are the power tactics? What do we actually do that draws attention to that specific tactical ask that we have? That this company dropped this partnership, or this institution stopped working with these people. So going back to the ACLU example on the next slide. Actually no, that's the other case study. We had seen that there is this Advocacy Institute, the summer training program. And we were like, okay, Puma is involved, Puma is clearly enabling the Zionist regime. This is our chance to draw very specific attention to a particular partnership that the ACLU has. So in sending that email, we said the decision-making authority are the organizers of the Summer Advocacy Institute. The timeline for what we're asking is we're saying before this institute starts, this partnership with Puma needs to drop. And the tactic that we were using was we're going to send on behalf of our ERG, which represented about 20 or 25 people by that point, an email to leadership. It wasn't anything super high stakes, high power, high engagement type thing. But the idea was the organization is now aware that there's a group of people within your institution that are paying attention to this issue and feel strongly enough to raise it to your attention that what you're doing currently isn't okay with this community. So fortunately, the ACLU came back and was like, all right, we'll drop the Puma sponsorship, we'll get someone else to be able to sponsor that wellness part of the event. But it's a very baseline example, and just something where I thought clarifying those steps makes it clear as to what we're trying to build to, because these are the very small wins that shift the culture of these institutions as a whole. Because now, if some org like the ACLU thinks about in the future hosting another Summer Advocacy Institute, and they are now aware that in the past, a group of people raised attention to the nature of their partnership with the Zionist enabling entity, they're going to be much less likely to do that again. Some people still need to be held accountable, pressure has to be put on, but just making that perspective known pushes the institutions to think differently. Now, I know the ACLU is like a uniquely kind of oriented org in that it's probably a little bit more receptive than your typical company or corporation. That's like, hey, if we're making money or our clients are still working with us, we could care less about who we're partnering with. So the next case study I wanted to share was regarding an example that didn't necessarily go as planned. So this is another workplace that I may or may not currently be at right now. Basically, we know that, I want to say last month. Yeah, last month. There was a week-long strike for Palestine that was called by Wissam. As many of us know, we follow her on Instagram. It was one of a series of global strikes that have been called in the past few months to raise awareness on Palestine. Very similarly to the story at the ACLU of trying to first build this ERG, we were reaching out to folks across our organization, having one-on-one conversations, and we built enough of a base of about 15 people who were committed and like, all right, we want to do something that makes our actions, our presence visible to the broader organization. We started to have convos with people who were wanting to demonstrate some sort of visible solidarity with Palestine within the workplace. And so we were like, okay, this week-long strike is coming up. Let's do outreach to the folks that we know are receptive to participating in the strike, and let's build a movement, right? So we have prepared this letter that we were going to send to our organization, about 500 folks across the US and global offices, saying, look, we've reached out and got commitments by about 30 people, and we are taking the strike to achieve 3 goals. We're trying to express our sorrow, draw attention to the rest of our organization or employees of what's happening, and make it clear that as people based in the US, we are enabling this through our taxpayer money, the dollars that we send to the Zionist regime. So the timeline is crazy because it was the end of day Wednesday that we were going to send out this letter to the entire organization. And we were going to strike the next day, Thursday. We sent out materials for people to have out of the office messages ready, sent materials to people as to how to talk to their managers, had everything lined up. 2 hours before we were going to send this email out to the entire organization, and click to the next slide, HR comes jumping in with this very quickly drafted email about their communication platforms and their policies. And they go on to say that anything that doesn't have to do with firm-related activities or advancing our work, we shouldn't be using communication platforms. Individual viewpoints are great. They keep your out-of-the-office messages non-political, not tied to any of your views. And anything regarding social media and your own personal perspectives, it has to be kept completely separate from what you're doing, here at our employer. You can look up where I work, but whatever. So we get this email, and we're thinking, okay, we did individual outreach to people. We had messaged the folks that we know would be on board. We hit up the folks that were committed. Like, how did this get to HR? For one reason or another, someone had leaked to management that this strike was going on, likely folks that were probably more sympathetic to the Zionist perspective. And HR got a hold of all of our materials before they went out to be able to respond bullet point by bullet point as to what we were going to put out. This is an example of something where you see a company take action to suppress, to silence Palestinian voices, folks who are supportive of Palestine as well. And it's not anything new, right? We know this. So we wrote in response, and we no longer can send our email to the entire organization because it would be deemed political, which, by the way, this line about firm-related activities, okay, then don't tell me about your newborn baby boy, or that you got married, or that you went on vacation, because these are all non-firm related activities, if this is the sort of approach you want to take to anything regarding company platforms. But anyways, so on the next slide then, we sent an email back to management. And we were like, what? We took a stance when George Floyd got murdered. We took a stance, and not just within our organization, but publicly, we took a stance on the invasion of Ukraine. We have no qualms on getting political as an organization that claims to advance principles of equity, justice, what have you. So why are we getting super selective about the topic of Palestine? Which again, we know progressive except for Palestine, this is the common approach, but just to make sure management was called on their hypocrisy. For us, this was a learning moment. And on the next slide, just to kind of capture sort of what we took away. The tough part was that management stops our ability to send an organization-wide email to people regarding our thoughts on Palestine and why we're striking. And it was a very clear suppression of public discourse. We don't want any dialogue on this topic at all at this organization. On the positive side, we said one, over 20 people ended up striking, which is still huge. You had a heightened awareness by people who didn't even get reached out to by us, but they saw this email from HR that named that there was a strike for Palestine happening. And now they, as a bystander, are now having to also confront the reality that there's people within the organization that are talking about this. Lastly, for the people who have been at this organization already, they could see the hypocrisy spot on, that the org had never come out with such a statement regarding its communication policies until the topic of Palestine was brought up. And if that hypocrisy and the exposure of that hypocrisy is all that we get, that in itself at least tells people that there's something deeper going on regarding this issue of Palestine. Because if we cannot talk about it the way we talk about Black liberation within our organization, then there's some imbalance as to what we think about when we're trying to advance principles of equity in this world. So both of these case studies, one more that seemed like productive as like a clear sort of victory, versus this where it gets messy, but there's still some wins involved. These are all ways in which organizing around Palestine are going to look like. The key here is that at each of these stages, when we build the people power and we take action, we recognize that it's part of a longer movement. I left the ACLU in 2021. I still get contacted by people who are members of the ERG, figuring out how do we keep building upon the Palestine organizing that was done 3 or 4 years ago. The company that you're at right now, the workplace, the school that you're at right now, you may be making movement of the needle type victories. But just know that in 2, 3, 4 years' time, that precedent is going to further shape and inform how further solidarity work is done, because there's now a track record. So we always see the bigger picture, the beginning to end of it all. The final slide I want to share is regarding the sort of 3 areas or components that kind of like summarize everything that we just talked about. One is on the concept of the heart. You build heart connections with people that also care about the issues that you care about. Specifically on Palestine, we find people that are similarly morally driven to stand up for Palestinians. When it comes to then power analysis, use your head. All right, where do the seats of power exist within the institution that I'm in? What does it mean in terms of the hierarchy of who has control over what decision-making power? And then we go to the tactics, the hands, email campaigns, public strikes, what have you. But ultimately, we want to see our work as part of a larger lineage that builds upon the work of people that have obviously come before us and helps shape the perspective and approach of people, inshallah, that are to come after us as well. So hopefully, inshallah, this is all helpful. I want to give a quick shout out before we end. If we go to the very first slide at the way beginning, some of these materials were pulled by a couple different organizations. The Workers Collective, some of the folks at West Valley Muslim Community, and then No Tech for Apartheid. I want to make sure give them a shout out as well. But yeah, that's a little snippet on advocating for Palestine. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah khair for that, Ustad Afraz. And I know we've been playing musical mics here recently, so inshallah we're gonna get this sorted out. And I'm gonna pass this old mic to Sir Arham. Here you go. Let's get that switched up. Okay, so moving on to our second speaker for the second session, inshallah ta'ala. It's gonna be, so this is must be like a Zionist mic over here. It's like cutting me off and stuff, man. What's going on? It's gonna be Sheikh Burhan Zuberi, who began his studies at the Institute of Knowledge, IOK. He completed his memorization of the Quran at Jamia Baidoria. He completed his bachelor's in biological sciences from the University of California, Irvine. Shout out to more anteaters, mashallah, in 2005. He then traveled to Egypt to further his studies of the Arabic language and completed a formal Alamiya degree, which is a master's in Arabic and Islamic studies at the famous Darul Uloom in Karachi, Pakistan. Sheikh Farhan Zubairi serves as the Dean of the Seminary and Extension Program at the Institute of Knowledge, IOK, here in Diamond Park, California, and he regularly delivers sermons or khutbahs and lectures at various Islamic centers and events in Southern California. His topic will be on lessons from the seerah, the life of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, regarding the current situation. Please welcome Sheikh Farhan Zubairi.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وبعد. All thanks and praise are due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and may His peace and blessings be upon His last and final messenger, His family, His companions, and those who follow Him until the end of times. Inshallah, everyone is doing well this beautiful afternoon. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless Kitab Academy for organizing this very important and significant event. And may He bless all of you for making the time out to be here on a Sunday. So since October 7th, our news feeds have been filled with these headlines, with these reports of the atrocities that are being committed against our brothers and sisters in Gaza. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept all of those who were killed unjustly as martyrs. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala elevate their ranks in paradise. May He give immense patience and steadfastness to their families. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bring an end to the occupation. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala return al-Aqsa to the believers. You know, it really feels like we are living during the times that were described by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In most collections of hadith, you are going to come across a chapter entitled Kitabul Fitan, the chapter on trials and tribulations. And in these chapters, we come across a hadith where the Prophet ﷺ, he prophesizes difficulties, challenges, trials, and tribulations that the Ummah is going to experience. So the Ummah experiencing these trials and tribulations, it's not a surprise. These were things that were foretold. They were prophesied by the Prophet ﷺ. And one of the reasons for prophesizing them was to make us aware of the root causes behind our tribulations. The real reason why we're experiencing these challenges and difficulties in the life of this world. So there's a very instructive hadith narrated from Thawban radiallahu anhu, where he says that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, يُوشِكُ الْأُمَمُ أَن تَدَاعَ عَلَيْكُمْ كَمَا تَدَاعَ الْأَكَلَةُ إِلَى قَصْعَتِهَا. That soon, in the near future, a time is going to come when nations are going to invite each other to attack you, just like diners invite each other to a meal. So in the past, society wasn't individualized, and people would eat together. And they would share a meal in a big platter. And they would be hospitable. They would invite people that come and partake in this meal. So the Prophet ﷺ, he's using this very powerful imagery that a time is going to come when other nations, other communities, they are going to invite each other to attack the Muslims. So the companion said, وَمِنْ قِلَّةٍ نَحْنُ يَوْمَئِذٍ. Is that because we're going to be few in number during that time? He said, بَلْ أَنْتُمْ يَوْمَئِذٍ كَثِيرٌ. No, during that time, you'll have very large numbers. وَلَكِنَّكُمْ غُثَاءٌ كَغُثَاءِ السَّيْلِ. But you are going to be like the rubbish, like the debris that's carried by floodwater. Meaning insignificant, unimportant, without any real true power or value. وَلَيَنْزِعَنَّ اللَّهُ مِنْ صُدُورِ عَدُوِّكُمُ الْمَهَابَةَ مِنْكُمْ. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will remove your respect from the hearts of your enemies. وَلَيَقْذِفَنَّ اللَّهُ فِي قُلُوبِكُمُ الْوَهْنَ. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to place al-wahan, a weakness in your hearts. So the companion said, Ya Rasulullah, wa man wahan? That, O Messenger of Allah, what is this weakness? And he said, حُبُّ الدُّنْيَا وَكَرَاهِيَةُ الْمَوْتِ. That this weakness is love for the dunya, love for the material world, and karahiyat al-maut, a dislike for death. So the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he is describing a time when we as an ummah, as a nation of believers, are going to be extremely weak. We're going to be humiliated. We're going to be disgraced. A time when the ummah is not going to have any power, authority, influence. They're not going to have any sovereignty. A time when Muslim lives and blood will become very cheap. And throughout my entire adult life, this is exactly what the ummah has been experiencing. When I was younger, perhaps in elementary school, we witnessed the genocide in Bosnia, where thousands of Muslims were massacred, they were killed just because of their iman. Then in the early 2000s, we saw Afghanistan being occupied and invaded. We saw Iraq being invaded. We have seen this ongoing civil war in Syria. We have seen a useless, purposeless war being waged in Yemen. We are seeing our Uyghur brothers and sisters being persecuted in China. There's the ongoing conflict in Kashmir. There are several raging conflicts within the African continent. All of these are conflicts and crises that the ummah is going through and experiencing. And perhaps the longest and most frustrating conflict that we have seen in our lives is this occupation of Palestine. This illegal occupation that has been ongoing for more than 70 years. And during this time, the Palestinians have been victims of a systematic process of persecution that's really designed to push them out of their homes and push them out of their land. And in the past few months, the ethnic cleansing, the genocide, it has been exposed for the entire world to see. I believe the official death toll that's being reported now is 30,000 people. That is an unimaginable number. 30,000 innocent people were brutally killed and massacred for no reason whatsoever. And for all of us, that 30,000, it sounds like a statistic. It's simply a number. And putting faces to those numbers is very important because it makes it that much more real. It allows us to actually connect with it. That's why constantly seeing the images and videos is very important because it makes the atrocities that much more real for us. And as believers, we are supposed to be experiencing feelings in our hearts. That when we see these videos, when we see these images, when we hear the news reports, we should be upset. We should be angry, we should be frustrated, we should feel that sorrow, that grief, that pain. We should be moved to tears. And all of these emotions are a sign of our iman. They are a sign of our faith. Because as believers, we are one single united body. We are one single united community. As the Prophet ﷺ told us, "Al-mu'minuna kajasadin wahid," that the believers are like one single body. إِذِ اشْتَكَى عَيْنُهُ اشْتَكَى كُلُّهُ. That if the eye feels pain, the entire body feels pain. إِذِ اشْتَكَى رَأْسُهُ اشْتَكَى كُلُّهُ. If the head feels pain, the entire body feels that pain. The Prophet ﷺ, he's describing the nature of our unity. That as an ummah, as a community of believers, we are like one single body. When one part of the ummah is grieving, when one part of the ummah is in pain, we are supposed to feel that pain as well. And I'm sure all of us are feeling that pain. All of us are feeling that range of emotions. And that is something very positive. That's something very important. And I'm sure all of us are feeling the frustrations. That how is it that our own government is not only complicit in the genocide and ethnic cleansing, but it's funding it. And that's something that really boils our blood, that makes us very upset and angry and frustrated. And sometimes it leads towards feelings of hopelessness and helplessness. And then we have the entire mainstream media that is also complicit in the genocide. It's complicit in ethnic cleansing. That whenever we come across a news report from the CNN, BBC, God forbid Fox News, it's just frustrating. Like you feel like throwing your remote at the TV, right? Anytime you watch any of these news reports, And anytime we come across these reports, I'm reminded of this very famous and profound quote from Malcolm X, rahimahullah. He said that the image is so powerful in its image-making process that it can make the criminal look like he's the victim, and it can make the victim look like he's the criminal. That is the press, an irresponsible press. And if you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people being oppressed and loving the people doing the oppressing. And that is exactly what we've seen for the past several decades. That the apartheid state, the Zionists, the oppressors, they have been painted as the oppressed. That the general public opinion and perception is that these are the victims. And all of us know that cannot be further from the truth. That is a bold-faced lie. And the lies are becoming even more atrocious and outrageous. And what's even more frustrating than the propaganda in the mainstream media is the inability of the Muslim world to do anything about it. I mean, for more than 100 days, our brothers and sisters are being bombed indiscriminately. Right? They're being killed, and the entire Muslim world cannot do a thing about it. You know, there's this famous quote that we have 50 plus Muslim nations in the world, and they can't even get one single bottle of water into Gaza. And is that because our nations are inept, they're incapable, they're that weak? Right? How has it come to this point where we have so many Muslims in the world globally? More than 2 billion Muslims across the globe. But we can't do anything except offer these empty condemnations. How is it that we have no power, that we have no authority, we have no sovereignty, we have no influence? In this hadith, the Prophet ﷺ is mentioning a reason why. حُبُّ الدُّنْيَا وَكَرَاهِيَةُ الْمَوْتِ. It is love for the material world and a dislike for death. That our strength as an ummah, our strength as a nation of believers, has never come from material means. It does not come from wealth, from weapons, from property, from governments. It does not come through numbers. The strength of our ummah has always been through the strength of our iman. It has always been based on our relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, living our lives in every single aspect according to Quranic guidance, according to the example of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And that is what I want everyone to reflect on today. That yes, we are required to take advantage of the material means we have access to. We are supposed to pursue material things, whether it's through the government, weapons, policies, whatever it may be, we pursue that. But our real true strength, it comes from Quranic guidance. It comes from revelation, it comes from our iman. So oftentimes as an ummah, when we start discussing the problems and challenges we're facing, we only focus on material factors. We speak about economics and politics, we speak about social issues. And obviously these factors, they play a role because our issues are complex, they're multifaceted. But this is only one aspect of the problem. Spirituality is another major aspect. And I would argue that the root cause of the issues we're facing as an ummah, they're not material. The root cause is spiritual. That not only were Muslim lands colonized by imperial powers, but Muslim minds were also colonized by imperial powers as well. And as a result of this intellectual colonization, we have moved very, very far away from divine guidance. So much so that when we're going through problems as an ummah, we're no longer looking to revelation for solutions. We're looking for solutions in man-made philosophies. We're looking for solutions in man-made ideologies. We're looking for solutions in material things. But the solutions to our problems will not be found in any man-made ideology or philosophy. It will not be found in any material factor. The solution to our problems comes back to our iman. It comes back to our connection to Allah. living our lives according to His rules and regulations and guidance, following in the footsteps of the Prophet ﷺ. And if we make a commitment to come back to those principles and come back to those values, then we are going to see our situation and condition improving. And that is a promise from Allah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala promises the believers in Surah An-Nur that as long as we have faith, as long as we have Iman, and that faith, it translates into action. It's not just lip service. It's not just an identity, but it's actually a way of life. وعد الله الذين آمنوا منكم وعملوا الصالحات ليستخلفنهم في الأرض كما استخلف الذين من قبلهم. Right? Allah, our Lord, our Creator, the Almighty, the All-Powerful, He's saying that Allah promises those of you who believe and do righteous deeds, that He will make you the khulafa upon this earth. He will make you the caretakers of this earth, its guardians, the people of power, authority, sovereignty, influence, the people of dignity and respect, كَمَا اسْتَخْلَفَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِهِمْ, just as He did those that came before them. وَلَيُمَكِّنَنَّ لَهُمْ دِينَهُمُ الَّذِي ارْتَضَىٰ لَهُمْ, and Allah will make firm for them their deen, their way of life, that He has chosen for them. That Islam will become a dominant way of life. That people are going to look towards Islam with respect. That they're going to look towards Islam for solutions for their problems. وَلَيُبَدِّلَنَّهُمْ مِنْ بَعْدِ خَوْفِهِمْ أَمْنًا, and Allah will replace their fear with safety and security, prosperity. That fear of persecution, the fear of oppression will be removed from our lives. And it will be replaced with aman, with the safety, security, peace, and tranquility. يَعْبُدُونَنِي لَا يُشْرِكُونَ بِي شَيْئًا, but on the condition that we worship Allah alone and do not associate anything with Him. As believers, we have a very skewed understanding of what it means to be religious. That our understanding of being religious is limited to devotional ritual practices. That if someone prays 5 times a day, they're religious. If someone fasts in Ramadan, they're religious. If they recite Quran, they're religious. And obviously these devotional practices, they're very important. They're very significant. They are essential to the practice of Islam. But they're only one aspect, that's only one part of Islam. Islam is a holistic, complete, total way of life. It is comprehensive. It has guidance for every single thing that we do. That Islam has guidance for us in terms of our personal lives, in terms of our interpersonal relationships, how we structure our families and interact with our wives and children, how we interact with our coworkers. It has guidance on our economic activity. It has guidance on dietary laws. That it is a holistic, complete way of life. And being committed to Islam, it means that I am living my life according to Allah's guidance in every single thing I do as a human being. It's not just limited to the mosque. It's not just limited to praying and fasting. But it's everything I do is in accordance to Quranic guidance. It's in accordance to the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. And if we do that, if we truly become Muslim in the truest sense of the word, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is giving us these very profound promises. وَاللَّهُ لَا يُخْلِفُ الْمِيعَادِ, and Allah does not break His promise. Allah doesn't go back on His promises. And the Prophet ﷺ, he echoes the same message when he told us, إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَرْفَعُ بِهَذَا الْكِتَابِ أَقْوَامًا وَيَضَعُ بِهِ آخَرِينَ, that truly with this book, Allah, He elevates some nations, and with it He lowers others. And the way this hadith is explained is that any community, any nation that adheres to the guidance of the Quran, they recite the Quran, they understand the message, they reflect on it, they implement its teachings in their daily lives, Allah will elevate them. He will give them honor, dignity, respect, sovereignty, power, control, influence. But any community that abandons the Quran, they don't recite it, they don't understand it, they don't live their lives according to it, then Allah will lower them. He will humiliate them, He will disgrace them. So the root cause of our problem is spiritual. It's حب الدنيا وكراهية الموت. It's being in love with the material world. That our hearts are attached to this dunya. It's this dislike for death. And the way we cure this spiritual disease, the way we cure this weakness, is by coming back to the Quran, by coming back to the example of the Prophet ﷺ, by recommitting ourselves to the covenant we have made with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, how do we do so practically? And how do we actually go about to begin bringing real, true, practical change? So I want to leave everyone with 5 things we can do, inshallah. And I've been mentioning this perhaps in every single khutbah since October 7th. Right? There's 5 things that as a community we should be focused on doing. The first and most important is al-ruju' ila Allah, is turning back to Allah. Right? Turning back to Allah, it might seem like something intangible. And it might seem like there's a disconnect between that and what's happening in Palestine, or what's happening with the Uyghurs, or what's happening in Kashmir and Yemen and Syria. But it has a direct connection. That whenever we as an ummah are going through calamities and challenges, trials and tribulations, these are wake-up calls from Allah. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is waking us up. He's shaking us from our slumber, and He's telling us it's time to come back. That you have spent more than enough time chasing after the dunya. You have sacrificed enough of your values and principles chasing after material success. You have spent enough time outside of the masjid. You have enjoyed life long enough. It's time to come back. It's time to recommit. It's time to be a God-conscious, moral, practicing, committed believer. Someone whose life revolves around the Quran. Someone whose life is built upon the model of the Prophet ﷺ. And the beginning point, the starting point of that is istighfar and tawbah. That seeking forgiveness for our mistakes, our poor choices, repenting for our mistakes and poor choices, and moving forward, being more committed to being faithful, practicing believers. So number 1, al-ruju' ila Allah. Number 2 is dua. Again, sometimes people think that dua is just intangible, and we don't really believe in the power of dua. Dua is the most powerful, the most effective tool we have available to us. Dua silahul mu'min. Dua is the weapon of a believer. We should continue praying for our brothers and sisters daily, at those recommended times throughout the day. Now, there's about 6 or 7 times throughout the day where our supplications are more likely to be accepted. Between the adhan and the iqamah, after the obligatory prayers, and that last third of the night, that portion of the night before Fajr begins, that portion of the day after Asr until Maghrib, that these are times when our supplications are more likely to be accepted. We owe it to our brothers and sisters across the globe to take out 5 minutes, to take out 10 minutes, raise our hands, and make sincere, genuine dua to Allah. To the one who's the Almighty, the All-Powerful, the one whose hand is the entire universe and everything it contains, the one who can change the condition within an instant. That وَقَالَ رَبُّكُمْ ادْعُونِي أَسْتَجِبْ لَكُمْ. Your Lord says, call upon me, I will respond. So continue making dua. That is not the least we can do. That's one of the most important things we can do. Number 3 is continue building awareness. That we should build awareness for ourselves. We should be educated about the apartheid state. We should be educated about the history of Zionism. We should be educated about the history of the occupation so that we can educate others. You know, all of us sitting here today, we have spheres of influence. We have people that we interact with and meet with. It's our responsibility to make them aware of what's going on so we can help change public opinion. Number 4, carry on with the boycotts. Boycotting works. Get involved with BDS. You know, boycott, divest, and sanction. Get involved with the movement and stay committed to it. And last but not least, do not lose hope. As believers, we are a community of optimism because we know without a doubt that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to grant victory to the believers. That Allah is on the side of the truth. But that victory, that help, that assistance, it comes according to Allah's plan, according to His timeline, not ours. But we know for sure that that victory is coming, because that is a promise from Allah. أَلَا إِنَّ نَصْرَ اللَّهِ قَرِيبٌ, that indeed the help of Allah is near. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bring His help sooner than later. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to allow us to improve ourselves so that we can bring about real change in our lives and globally as well. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us among those who come back to the teachings of the Quran, who follow in the footsteps of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. May Allah give immense patience, steadfastness, strength, and victory to our brothers and sisters in Gaza. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala again free them from occupation. May He bring an end to the occupation. May He bring an end to the atrocities. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala return al-Aqsa to the believers. Wa sallallahu ala nabiyyina wa mawlana Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim. Jazakumullahu khairan wa assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Alrighty, Jazakallah khair, Sheikh Farhan, for that beautiful speech, mashallah. Alrighty, so we are at the third and final speaker for the second session. So again, there's 3 sessions, inshallah, and we're gonna go ahead and move on to our third speaker here for the second session, which is Anika Tasneem, who is actually the founder of the organization Islam and Revolution. And if you don't know about that, I'll let you know. It is a political education program for Muslims, primarily in SoCal, to create a shared struggle for liberation within the Ummah, grounded on the Quran and the Seerah. Please welcome Anika Tasneem.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Anika. Thank you for that introduction of Islam and Revolution. To reiterate our mission, it's to create radical political education programs for Muslims that center Quran and Seerah to create shared struggle for liberation within the Ummah. If you were here for Dr. Osman Omarji's talk earlier, he talked about building group political work and finding connections within our shared struggle. I'm going to hopefully continue that conversation and draw from other revolutionary figures and movements and apply that to how we can build power in our community. A concept that we are consistently building our educational programs on in the Islamic Revolution organization is around collectivizing our shared struggle for liberation of all oppressed people. How to build communities centered in faith, how to analyze the world through our faith, and how to build power in our community. The number one concept is correcting our compass. Who or what is this compass? Islam is the compass, and our compass cannot be the laws of man. To be successful in any struggle, we must remember the Creator. We must develop the ability to do good deeds, to have good behavior. Struggle necessitates that the foundational building blocks to engage in successful struggle is to ensure our relationship to one another must be an element of ibadah itself. The struggle demands spiritual and social consciousness. One revolutionary figure I'll draw from is Imam Jamil Alamin, formerly known as H. Rap Brown, the Minister of Justice of Black Panther Party. He establishes these principles in a book called Revolution by the Book. The sickness of the oppressor lies on the assumption of the superiority of the oppressed. What does this mean? The oppressed cannot use the same tools as the oppressor in their struggle for liberation. If you're able to use the same tools, it verifies and legitimizes that the system is working as designed. The point is to delegitimize these systems of oppression, rather than use their tools and work within their means as their means for liberation. They are not made for us. The laws of Allah always supersede the laws of man. Let's unite on this factor. When we look critically at the Constitution or any other modern government, we must recognize that the ways in which the fake patriotism to ignorance keeps it from being an effective tool for struggle. These man-made models blinds us to our relationship to our Creator and to one another as believers. Allow us to use Islam as our tool and guidance of freedom, rather than giving precedence to secular materialistic concepts of freedom, which keeps us binded in the program of the oppressor. We must be part of something bigger, a more organized society that places the laws of Allah and our relationship to the Creator as our main compass. Number 2 is collectivizing our struggle. Another way, more powerful way to build community with one another is draw from revolutionary movements that have introduced this concept of shared struggle and internationalism. When revolutionary movements and figures have talked about the liberation of Palestine, they make connections between all of our oppressions. Our oppressors are making these connections and are powerful because they are doing the oppressing together. They're using the same tools, they're using the same man-made concepts, and the oppressed must do the same. Malcolm X recognized that the commonality between colonialism in Africa, the Asias, and the Americas are all one and the same. The subjugation of Black people in the US are connected to that same struggle. The Black Panther Party identified that the conditions of Black people in America were that of colonized people within America. In their case, their occupiers are the police, the foot soldiers of the American state. They not only thought that the people deserved liberation in Palestine because it was a nice thing to do, or it was a good humanitarian cause to be behind, but saw that the struggles of the third world and theirs as one and the same, with the same common enemy. We see this today with the skunk water that is used in Palestine is the same water that is used on protesters in America. The weapons that Israel uses on Palestine is then exported to all parts of the world to carry out other forms of oppression. To put this into a quote by Ghassan Kanavani, imperialism has laid its body all over the world, the head in Eastern Asia, the heart in the Middle East, its arteries reaching Africa and Latin America. Wherever you strike it, you damage it, and you serve the world revolution. What is our lesson here? In order to build movement and sustain it, we must apply these concepts and make these connections and find commonality between our shared struggle. The societal struggles that we face here in America, tuition costs, homelessness, whatever it is, it's inextricably linked to the plight of Palestinians abroad. The third movement to draw from is the Palestinian resistance movement, of course, and to remember that they built from nothing to be able to resist against such a powerful occupation collectively. The lessons to be learned here is the way they have gotten to this point is by centering faith as their central compass. They struggle in the cause of Allah and are martyred in the cause of Allah. Before they even engaged in armed struggle, before they did any of those things and are to the point of where they are, they built community on shared principles. We can't begin to understand the position the resistance is today without understanding their humble beginnings. The resistance movement understands their shared struggle under occupation. They have first focused on building community, learning together, being connected to one another through their shared faith in Allah. It started off just from scratch, from building community like we're doing in this room today. Before we can even understand where the movement is and how they built this power to resist, we must draw on the lessons of how they did this at the micro level, with shared understanding of their material conditions under the occupation. They prayed with one another, they fed one another, they got to know one another, they built their spiritual consciousness together, which requires sacrifice and investment in time in building strong ideologies and principles that practices guided by our faith. As Muslims, we must go back to the basics, intentionally participating in learning spaces, especially ones that center our faith, and build power in our community, and participate in programs that build community. The last concept I'll share is istiqamah, a concept in Islam that signifies the attitude of being steadfast, especially in maintaining our level of piety by observing Allah's pleasures. We must be resilient people. If our intentions are to please Allah and benefit one another, no amount of criticism will ever stop you from your course of action. Remain consistent in each of these acts of worship. To refer to Dr. Osman Omarji again, he talked about finding that shared struggle and creating movements around the shared struggle, showing up to other people's protests, participating in other movements that are not just ones that we feel most connected to. How do you implement this in your life? Being part of community that centers faith and which are acts of building community and relationship to one another, is seen as an act of worship itself. We must learn together and center Islam in our learning process. In order to build something bigger, we must first be able to go back to those basics, being intentional about learning and participating in learning spaces, putting our theories into practice in our own communities, dedicating, sacrificing time in our community programs. At our group, Islamic Revolution, we seek to create that space for political education for people to join in and learn with one another, and participate in programs like community programs like the food pantry at ISLA LA. In everything that we do, we must not think so abstract. Community is the central focus here. Find ways to start with each other and our own communities first. The intention is to center our faith and submission to our Creator. We must begin to collectively examine the tools that were made for us to use through Islam to gain awareness of our conditions. Detach ourselves from man-made concepts of right and wrong. In order to define successful struggle, we must elevate our consciousness above the temporary man-made concepts. May Allah allow us to implement divine justice and struggle for what He has commanded from us. As I want to mention, we'll be at the booth downstairs if you have any questions on how to get involved. Me and my co-organizers will be there.
For that, Sister Anika. And up next, inshallah ta'ala, I would like to introduce the SJP of Cal Poly Pomona. And for those that don't know, one of our speakers later this evening, Dr. Hatem Bazian, is actually the founder of SJP, and all of these SJPs that you see across the world, he actually helped in starting that. So the SJP from Cal Poly Pomona, Students for Justice for Palestine, are going to be talking a little bit about the great advocacy work that they've been doing with college students. And I'd like to call them up right now, inshallah ta'ala. And the speaker who will be speaking on behalf of SJP is going to be Sister Tasneem Hamida. So without further ado, the Cal Poly Pomona SJP.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, how's it going? Right, this is SJP. I'm going to start with me. I'm Musa, 22-year-old marketing director for SJP.
Alright, Assalamu alaikum everyone. I am Ala, and we are all here to introduce the board and to talk to you guys about things we've been working on.
Assalamu alaikum, this is Salam Ainat. I'm the scheduler. Assalamu alaikum everyone, my name is Maya Ammari. I'm the internal director for SJP.
Assalamu alaikum everybody, I'm Nan, and I'm the finance and logistics director.
As all you can see, this is the rest of the team. Okay, this is the rest of the team. Some of them couldn't make it, but we're all behind the scenes of this. And yeah, can you switch to the next slide, please? All right, so we are Students for Justice in Palestine at Cal Poly Pomona. What we do is we advocate for justice, human rights, liberation, self-determination, and bring hope and awareness about the occupation that's happening for the Palestinian cause. How do we do this? We do it through education, advocacy, and unity. Through educating students about the Palestinian cause, having them engage in fundraisers, teach-ins, tabling. The advocacy, which we come together with organizations, bodies like student body workers to promote things. to make it on the next level, whether it's fundraising wise, whether it's, educating others about what's happening to Palestinian cause, and attending, of course, city councils and protests and other things to end this occupation. And then, as we all know, the only way we can make change is to come together, right? As one ummah, come together and make change. Bringing people together, educate them even more about the cause and what's actually happening. This did not start on October 7th. So this has been going on for 75 years and it needs an immediate ceasefire for sure. So the people united will never be defeated. And yeah. If you all wanna, you wanna join us, whether through meetings, whether if you have any suggestions about how we can do things, how we can work things, you can always follow us on our social media, Instagram, TikTok. Reach out if you have any questions, if you in mind, through our email. And I will pass it down to Tasneem Hamida.
Assalamu alaikum, I'm Tasneem Hamida. I'm not a student at Cal Poly, but I've been honored to work with Cal Poly's SJP on something we call the Ghazza Project on the next slide. So it's a personal project that guarantees that all the proceedings will go to the Palestinian cause and aid people in Gaza. The reason why we do this is because, alhamdulillah, we've been blessed with the opportunity by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to help the people in need in Gaza. And as Muslims and Palestinian supporters, it's our duty to give help where it's needed. And we do this through personal connections of different families and trusted sources in Gaza. On the next slide is a short video on the things that we've been able to do in the past month. So first, we've been able to provide a couple of water tanks, alhamdulillah. As well as food bags. And these are women's hygiene kits. In the most recent project, we've been able to provide medical supplies to Al-Aqsa Hospital in Gaza. So if you'd like to help us expand and be part of these efforts, you can come visit us downstairs. We're selling authentic goods straight from Palestine, a children's book on the heritage of Palestinians, and candy. So you can come join us.
And from there, we'll pass it down to two our brothers that will be talking about an upcoming event, and we would love to have you all.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Yusuf, and this is my co-organizer. His name is also Yusuf. So, inshallah, we have an upcoming event with SoCal MSAs and SJPs. It's going to be on March 1st. Inshallah, it's going to be a Friday from 5:30 to 9:30 p.m. It's going to be a Palestine teaching. Inshallah, we hope to educate a lot of people. We've invited clubs, not just from SJPs and MSAs. We've invited our Filipino clubs on campus, our young student nation on campus. We've invited all of them to try to get as many people possible to come and learn about the cause. We have a lot of great speakers. We're going to have Dr. Ahmed Sabah, who is the chairman of the Shura Council of Southern California. We have Dr. Ahlam Muhtasib. She's the one who's actually directed the 1948 documentary. And we have Amir Mirtaban, which is a very known activist for Palestine in our area. So inshallah, all the proceeds, anything that is gained from our admission cost, 100% is going to go to Gaza, inshallah. And we're really hoping to have everybody there. We want to have a good audience. We want to make it a good event. And we want to tell your friends and family, they don't have to be Muslim. They don't have to be Arab. They don't have to be anything like that. We just want anybody that wants to learn about the cause, we want them to come so they can become educated. We're gonna have, inshallah, free dinner with, that comes with the $10 admission fee. It's gonna be from Big Al's Pizza. We're also gonna have Tomaria coffee there, and we're gonna have a knaf from Knafa Queens there. We're gonna have a henna booth, inshallah, and a lot of other great events. We're gonna be playing the documentary. So it is gonna be a very wonderful event, and we'd love to see you all there, inshallah. Jazakallah khair. One more thing, can we go to the next slide? That is the QR code to RSVP, so if anybody is interested, that is the QR code. So just go ahead and take a picture of that, or do whatever you need to do, just so you can RSVP, please. Jazakallah khair.
Jazakallah khair for that. One more round of applause for event, mashallah, may Allah bless it. So with that said, we're gonna be taking a break, and we will be back here at 3:50 p.m. And if you'd like to pray Asr prayer, we will be praying at 3:35 p.m. downstairs where the vendors are again. We're gonna be back here at 350. Inshallah, you can pray downstairs and also check out the vendors. Inshallah. See you then.
USA has been working tirelessly with our partners from the ground to direct our funds to fully support emergency efforts. While issues related to the delivery of humanitarian aid persist, IRUSA has successfully distributed food, water, medicine, and other necessities. The United Nations Children's Fund says at least 1 out of 4 households are facing catastrophic levels of acute food insecurity, the highest level of warning. So far, IRUSA has distributed over 9,400 fresh and non-perishable food parcels to over 53,000 internally displaced people. The fresh food was all sourced directly from over 45 local farms. The attack on health systems has been particularly devastating. The World Health Organization says 14 out of 36 of Gaza's hospitals are partially functional, facing challenges with the shortage of medical staff and the lack of essential medical supplies. So far, IRUSA has provided medical supplies to 3 hospitals, including Haifa Hospital, Al-Awda Hospital, and Al-Ahli Arab Hospital, and provided access to mobile clinics and other medical care for over 153,000 people throughout Gaza. Our efforts are expansive. On top of everything else, we're working with an organization focused on mental health to provide immediate trauma response and care to over 52,000 people. We've also been able to distribute hygiene kits to more than 5,500 families and clothing vouchers to 4,200 people. And currently, we're working on distributing winter items like blankets, mats, and mattresses. To this day, our partners continue to work on the procurement and stockpiling of water, food, and non-food items, and medical supplies to be delivered once a wider path for humanitarian aid is established. Thanks to you, we've been able to accomplish so much, but there's still so much more to do. By continuing to support our efforts in Palestine, you can help make a difference in the lives of those in desperate need. Donate today at irusa.org.
Assalamu alaikum. I heard like one person. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
All right, my guy right there. Too much coffee. MashaAllah. Just kidding. MashaAllah. Appreciate it. Jazakumullah khair. May Allah reward you. So, inshallah ta'ala, we will be starting our 3rd and final session for the conference. However, before we get to that, I would like to call up the Development Coordinator for Islamic Relief USA Southwest Region, our dear Sheikh Salah Habib. I think that's enough for us to say.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. My dear brothers and sisters, how are you doing today?
Alhamdulillah.
Barakallahu feekum. You're doing good, inshallah. What I see, my brothers and sisters, is that Islamic Relief, we showed a video that shows you for reality what we've been working for 30 years inside Palestine and Gaza. We've been more than 20-something years, alhamdulillah. We are trying to do our best. Islamic Relief is the largest Islamic organization in the United States and in the West, including England, Canada, Germany, and other countries. And Islamic Relief, alhamdulillah, is very well trusted. I want you today, Jazakumullah khair, Brother Arham, when he started this program, he asked us that he can join, collect money for Palestine, for Gaza, and he will send them through Islamic Relief. So you will see the QR code that inshallah he put here for you is the same one that you have outside. What I want you to do is do something. We easy to talk, easy to speak. In English, we say talk is cheap. But seriously, our talk is action. We don't want just to talk about Gaza and Palestine. I want to tell you a story, and then inshallah ta'ala, I'll be done with this. Abdullah ibn Mubarak is one of the tabi'een, the imams. He said he was in Hajj. And at one time in Mina, he said, I would sleep. He had a dream of two men standing by or sitting next to his head and arguing and talking. And he said, I heard them saying that, how many do you think Allah accepted from these Hajjis today? So these are the two men or angels in the dream of Imam Abdullah ibn Mubarak. They said, one of them was asking the other, how many people Allah accepted their Hajj? And the other one answered him, Allah did not really accept except very, very, very few. But Allah forgave everybody, accepted everybody because of the action of one. His name is Muwaffaq al-Iskafi. You know what Iskafi means in English? Who knows? Iskafi in English, what does it mean? Yes, blacksmith, right? The one who makes the shoes. Look how high position that is, right? It is a very common person, mashallah. But to Allah, it's very special. So what was the story of this Muwaffaq al-Iskafi? Abdullah ibn Mubarak did not know. He said, I finished my Hajj. And I was hoping that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepted my Hajj. And he was an imam. He was not just regular person who goes and comes. He said, he is from Iraq. He said, but they said in the dream that Muwaffaq al-Iskafi is from the Dimashq area, means the Syria area today. It does not mean the city Dimashq. And so he said, before I went to my home, I traveled. I looked for him. I arrived to an area where they told me he isn't somewhere here. So I said, I looked for him until I found him. Then I spoke to him. He said to him, tell me your story. What's your name? He said, Muwaffaq al-Iskafi. He said, tell me your story. Why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said something about you? He said, no. What do you mean, tell your story? Tell me your story. Who are you to ask me like this? He said to him, I saw you in my dream in Hajj, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepted the other people who are inside Hajj because of you. And you did not even make it there. He said to him, because I was collecting money over the year and plus to make Hajj. He said, when the day I started preparing for my trip, my wife was pregnant. And you know the morning sickness where the woman says, I need something, the husband, I have to run, bring it to her because she is pregnant. Al-Wahm. Subhanallah. He said, my wife said that, and she said, our neighbor is barbecuing something. And I know our neighbor is a widow. She has orphan children. They are very, very poor. But if they have something, I'm sure they're not going to say no to me. We know each other. We were neighbors here. He said, I went there, I knocked her door. I said, there is a plate from my wife. My wife is pregnant. Please give me some of the one that you are barbecuing and grilling. She said to him, I'm sorry, I cannot. It is halal for me and my children, but it is haram for you. He said, why? He said, because we are so poor. This is the lady saying. We have not eaten, me and my orphan children, for 4 or 5 days, and I found an animal that's really dead in the streets. He said, I had to cut something to come and feed my kids. And if I give it to you, it is dead, not slaughtered halal, it is haram. But for me and my children, we are dying, it is halal. He said, I went home and I'm really crying. How come my neighbor is dying hungry and I don't know that? I should know, I should give him food. He said, I took all the money I saved for my Hajj and I gave it to her completely. And I said, Ya Allah, forgive me for not going to Hajj because my neighbor deserves this more than I do. So this were my brothers and sisters, the same way we want to do for the people of Gaza, like Muwaffaq al-Iskafi. Everything you have saved, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala replace it for you. Everything you have, give it to Allah through the people of need, whoever, Gaza or other places, but we know this is the people of Gaza today. And that's why, my brothers and sisters, I want to ask you, Jazakumullah khair, if you can have that QR code, you can scan it, and whatever you donate, it will come, inshallah, through this. Or if you want to donate today, now, Sister Hilal, Sister Saja, working with me in Islamic Relief, if you can just swipe your card, Jazakumullah khair, it will go there. And if you want, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is telling us in the hadith, فَإِذَا سَأَلْتُمُ اللَّهَ فَاسْأَلُوهُ الْفِرْدَوْسَ الْأَعْلَى. If you ask Allah, ask Him for the highest levels of paradise, which is the Firdaus al-A'la. But then the Prophet ﷺ is telling us that when you ask Allah for something good, you're going to pay for it. أَلَا إِنَّ سِلْعَةَ اللَّهِ غَالِيَةٌ أَلَا إِنَّ سِلْعَةَ اللَّهِ الْجَنَّةِ. Indeed, this the bargain between you and Allah, Allah has something very precious, very expensive for you. It is the Jannah. So for you to reach it, do your best, give your best. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you the best that you're wishing for. Like I said, if you want, we have a table downstairs. You can visit our table, or you can donate Jazakumullah khair through that, or donate to the QR code that Brother Arham put for you.
All right, Bismillah. Alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Welcome back, and inshallah ta'ala, we will be starting our third and final portion of the Aqsa conference. Oh, you must say, I didn't know I'm eating a lot of food there. Inshallah ta'ala, I'll go ahead and start and get to the bio for our next speaker, which is Imam Mark Manley, who is the religious director for Middle Ground. And he is a convert or revert, depending how you look at it, to Islam from 1992. And Imam Mark has studied with the top Muslim teachers in Detroit, Philadelphia, and Saudi Arabia. Imam Mark has been an active educator, having taught Arabic and Islamic studies, as well as being appointed the Muslim chaplain at the University of Pennsylvania and starting the Muslim chaplaincy program at Drexel University. His topic today will be focused on understanding Israeli propaganda and Western hypocrisy. You know, I like to read, or I don't like to read these bios and things like that, but I just like to kind of go off the heart, if I can put it that way, and say, I don't see any of the other speakers from earlier in here today, so I'll just go ahead and say this. This is my favorite speaker for the event, mashallah, may Allah preserve him. Yours too? Okay, yours too. It's about to get spicy. Buckle up. Bismillah. Imam Mark.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الكريم وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. So I kind of wonder about the topic that they gave me here, only because, to be honest, it seems pretty self-explanatory about Israeli propaganda and hypocrisy of the West. So because of that, I was like, all right, is this some sort of like it's like a Scrabble or Wordle or something? I was trying to figure out like how to say something meaningful about that. It was sort of a self-explanatory topic. So I've decided to, actually, what I typically do is I like to ask questions when I teach and to break down the topic for us to reconsider things, perhaps in a broader light. And so the first part of the topic, wherever it is, about Israeli propaganda. And not that there's always a reason to do so, but I think sometimes when you take an idea and you put it into Arabic, it reveals certain things. One of my favorites that I like to do with my students at Middle Ground is take popular terms and put them into Arabic and see if they make any sense, like self-love. So if you say in Arabic, the nafs, it's like it just doesn't work. It just sounds wrong completely. And so I asked that question, like, what is propaganda? So first of all, if we look at the Arabic, so if we were to take this word propaganda and roughly speaking, we would translate it as di'aya, which of course, there's a relation in the root to da'a, right, to call. And so if we want to understand Israeli propaganda, because first off, it's not a problem for us, it's a problem for our interaction with other people in the society that are being hoodwinked by this. So, for one, I don't think anybody in this room is really under any kind of, delusion or illusion about Israeli propaganda. And so what are they doing? They are calling others to them, to their cause. And I like to lay things out, and sometimes it's good to look at, like, well, what are their arguments based on? So there's a number of fallacies that we can look at. So the first with Israeli propaganda, right? The first fallacy, there's a logical fallacy, so it relies upon certain types of evidences and rational arguments. And this is very, very important, because obviously we will disagree with them, but that's irrelevant to the broader social argument as how the Zionists, and when we say Zionists, we got to really go back and do our due diligence and be students of history, because Zionism is really at its root a Christian movement, right? So you're not going to have Zionism as we see it today without the formation of it as an idea that germinates within Christianity. That's why they say there is such thing as a Christian Zionist and then a Jewish Zionist. And so if we look at that, they are using certain types of arguments. And these are very important for us to understand what it is. So then when we deal with trying to either attack these kinds of arguments or try to counter them in some way, we understand and we know what we're dealing with. So one of those is also what we will call like the emotion. There's various types of emotional appeals in Israeli propaganda. So one of them would be what we would call pathos, right? The idea of an emotional appeal which aims to invoke certain kinds of emotions. And it's true, whether we like it as a stereotype or not, whether we're all going to be labeled anti-Semites or not, the facts are the facts, that the narrative of Zionism portrays the Jews as victims. And so a core element of Israeli propaganda is indeed to engender emotional response from those who will be the recipients of this propaganda, of this message, to look upon them as they were just minding their business, and they were downtrodden, they were abused of their rights, they were attacked for no reason whatsoever. And so part of it is also the emotional appeal of pathos. In addition to that, it also, Israeli propaganda relies heavily upon the Western traditionalism, right? So there is a certain movement or ideological movement in the West called traditionalism. And in fact, some Muslims are trying to decide whether they want to really be a part of that or not. So you've had what we call like the red-pilled Muslims that have fallen in love with the likes of Thomas Sowell and other kinds of thinkers from the West that claim to be from a traditional background. So also what the Israeli Zionist propagandists and their Christian counterparts is that they say, look, Jews belong in the West. Arabs, Muslims, Palestinians do not belong in the West. They are inherently foreign to the Western project, to the Western civilizational project, and therefore there's also an appeal to tradition to look at these people. They're not one of us, and they don't belong. And then we also have what we call either the ad or the argumentum misericordiam, which is essentially like the appeal to pity, right? Again, which is what we were victims of the Nazis, and we've been abused by the Nazis, and we had our Holocaust. But then along with that comes where we're the only people that have suffered in history. And so even when you go back to the time where they suffered the Holocaust, nobody talks about the Russians that suffered, many factors more, many fold times more casualties than they did, but the only lives that mattered that were lost were Jewish lives. And this is also an integral part of the appeal to pity, is that only Jewish lives matter. And that's why we've seen great success with them in the media, portraying them. And every time that there's an Israeli death, whether it's an adult or a child, it will make the front page of the newspaper, or it'll make the 6 o'clock news, and it'll always be referred to directly, pointing to a Palestinian assailant. But when a Palestinian child is murdered, like Hind, rahmatullahi alayha, when Hind, for instance, was murdered in the car with her family, it's always printed as what child dies in car with other family members, as if they all died of heart disease or old age or some sort of natural process. And this list is not meant to be extensive in any way, but these are just some important bullet points that I thought that would help. And then the final one that I will mention is what we call the argumentum vacillum, or the ad acronum argument, which is the appeal to fear. So once again, they portray themselves as, we're no threat to you. But the Palestinian and the Arab and the Muslim are inherently a threat to you. And you will find many of these things will dovetail. So again, in Western traditionalism, what is the common phrase that we hear evoked, right? Judeo-Christian, that leaves off that other component. They don't mention Muslims being a part of the foundation of Western society, even though they could not have had any of the ideas or the very notion of the classical thinkers, whether it be from the Greeks or those before. They never would have known about them if it wasn't for the Muslims to actually take those ideas and translate them and put them into the vernacular of their language. They never would have known about it, no matter how much we go and talk about this. It's what? They're not one of us. So these are some of the things that are foundational to propaganda in general. This is what we're trying to call it. This is what we call it. The ayah. It's calling somebody. And then there's just as what I like to call from back home, right, the politics or the tricknology that they try to use in doing that. And of course, we have to realize that this propaganda is only effective if the audience that they're going to send this propaganda to has not already been primed and inoculated, and you can say they already carry the biological marker, so to speak, for these diseases. And that's why it's so effective, particularly on white America. And so I am going to talk about that we cannot separate, and we need to have a broader conversation that this is, in many ways, Zionism, Christian Zionism, Jewish Zionism, Zionism as a whole is an outgrowth and is the grandchild, is a descendant of white supremacy, without a doubt. And for people that know me, I do not invoke these words very much. I don't really talk much about racism. I don't talk a whole lot about white supremacy, but nonetheless, absolutely in this moment, if we're going to understand what these things are, this is undoubtedly part of the genealogy of these ideas, as they are tied back to white supremacy. And so to give a simple example, I'm gonna actually reference something, and I'm not trying to distract from the Gaza or the Palestinian issue, but rather I want to give you this example to show you that, one, our issue of Palestine and Gaza is not separate in its entirety from the issue of just justice and equality and morality and other things in the West, right? Especially when you get to the part about so-called Western hypocrisy. And so the New York Post, which I already know, it's not like this is really a journal of integrity, but it posted something yesterday or a couple days ago, but I commented on it yesterday. And it posted what will help you understand how does the Zionist appeal work to other Americans, particularly white Americans. Some of us will be just, I don't understand, how are people persuaded by Zionist propaganda? It seems so obvious. It seems so blatantly immoral. How is it possible? Well, because it's pulling on the emotional heartstrings of people that already have those ideas deeply embedded in their culture. So what we have to understand is that when we are going to try to tackle the problem of Zionist propaganda, we're actually really tackling the problem of Western mythology, right? Embedded deep in the psychology of the Westerner. And I mean predominantly whites, but it's even in non-whites. Deeply embedded in that is that everybody other than whites are others. And so what we're dealing here with is a violent form of otherism. And so in the New York Post, they posted this article and the outrage about a Black single mother, I think she has 3 kids, who apparently was part of a government-led social program to aid under economically disenfranchised people, AKA the poor. And so she got about 10 or 11 grand from this program, and she took this 10 or 11 grand, and instead of, I don't know, turning her life around or whatever it is that the New York Post or the conservative thinkers thought she should be able to do with a mere $10,000, they said, look, she went and spent it on a vacation in Miami. And so this is meant, they don't even have to say that this was, the messaging speaks for itself. And this is what I mean about Israeli propaganda. They just have to say certain things, and the target audience, it kind of does its work. It's like almost like a kind of AI. It's like a nanobot AI. It just does its own work. They say the words and it works on them. And so, of course, this is a standard conservative line that what Black people, or first, poor people, and doubly so Black people, and triply so Black women are undeserving, full stop. No need to say undeserving of what, they're undeserving. And so for her to take this money from the government and go on vacation, which of course, when you peel back the layer, it's not the entirety of what she did with the funds. But I said, you know what? And I was responding to some of the typical, conservative naysayers, because sometimes I get mislabeled as a conservative. I am absolutely by no means a conservative, and I'm definitely also not a liberal. I'm Muslim, but I'm from Detroit, so it's a whole entire other thing. And I'm also a Lions fan, so I'm a different animal. I don't know how you want to a whole other animal. And so I said, you know what? I don't care if she took 10 grand, 15 grand. I don't care if she took 100 grand and went to Miami and went bananas. Good for her. I hope she had a good time. She's probably stressed out like the rest of us. I'm glad. And people were responding, are you kidding me? I said, you know what? This is the problem I have with you so-called conservatives. One person takes 10 grand and maybe takes 1,000 or 2 of that and goes and, blows off some steam in Miami as if they're not worthy of having some stress with it. But day and night, the Israeli lobby takes billions and billions and billions of your hard-earned money and sends it abroad to fund wars, to fund killing. I don't care if they funded Disneyland over there. The fact is, they are somehow worthy of this, But one black lady working probably some crummy job with 3 kids decides to do a little stress relief, and this is what is this? This is propaganda. And this is why I'm giving you this example. And so the people that we are dealing with, because we have to understand, we're not just dealing with the Zionists, we're dealing with the audience and the recipients of Zionism. Just as much as the New York Post can post a stupid article about some woman going to Miami, but we won't find anything in the New York Post, Wall Street Journal, and any of these publications about how big industry, the military-industrial complex, AIPAC, the Jewish lobby, just basically politics, as we say, in its entirety, can siphon billions and trillions of dollars off, and it's business as usual. But one little old black lady from wherever who's just had enough and decides to go and blow off steam for a week, this is a sign of corruption. These two stories, what we're talking about Israeli propaganda, and what I just told you about the New York Post, these are not dissimilar. These are all part of the same disgusting monster that we're dealing with. And so therefore now we have to come and ask ourselves a question. Have we learned any lessons about our politicking? Because we seem to keep backing the same horse that just doesn't seem like it has any interest in winning this race. Whether that is a liberal politician or a conservative politician, whether that's a Democrat or a Republican. And I'm saying this because we need to ask ourselves some really big questions. As I said, Israeli propaganda is pretty self-explanatory. Western hypocrisy is pretty self-explanatory. The question that needs to be answered for us is, what do we as American Muslims, what do we want from America? What are our expectations from America? Do we even have an agenda? And this is where we see, like it or not, our enemies. And yes, we need to get this through our thick skulls. We have enemies. There are people out there that do not like us, and they are willing to do whatever it takes to inflict bodily harm on us simply for the fact of who we are as Muslim, or whether that is an Arab, even an Arab Christian or Palestinian. We have to understand we have enemies. And so we need to ask ourselves, what do we want from America? And that's a question that needs to be answered, because then we have to ascertain, can America do any of that? Can politics do any of that? Because there are other communities in America, other demographics that actually seem to do quite well. And they have a minimal amount of political participation and affiliation. And when they do participate, it's very self-serving. And it's also very, very, very lockstep. كأنه بنيان مرصوص. As Allah Ta'ala says in the Quran, they're like one row all together, one structure. And so we keep going into this fight, we keep jumping into the ring, gonna back this candidate or that candidate, and yet we still have no idea what it is we even want out of America. 2, we don't even know if America is either willing or capable to do any of those things. And if they are not either willing or capable, then what is our plan? So what, we tried out the great black hole, Barack Obama, who turned out to just be the drone killer in chief. Then some of us said, well, maybe we should try out Donald Trump. And of course, now he's promising to come back and make life even more miserable for American Muslims. So now we got some idea we're gonna back Cornel West, Dr. Cornel West. And we gotta guide him. He seems to be a very nice, genuine man. But the problem with Cornel West is that 1, Allah knows best, but he ain't gonna be your president. Okay? Dr. Cornel West is not gonna be your president. You need to understand this. And أقسم بالله والله يفعل ما يريد, he ain't gonna be your president. 2, Dr. Cornel West holds some hold some positions and some beliefs that I'm not comfortable with as a Muslim. And so therefore, if we are really about, we have to understand the issue with Palestine and Gaza is one major issue, but it's one of many others. And so we have to go issue by issue by issue and interrogate what did we want from them? What did we want from America domestically, and what do we want from abroad? And perhaps we should be the community that really tries to lead a grassroots movement of doing away with, say, like term limits. Why we got these people in office? Well, I'm 51 years old, inshallah, in like a couple more days. Why we got people in office longer than I've been alive? And why has not a single politician ever seemed to solve anything? Part of it is what? The system of politics. The average politician gets in office for 1 or 2 terms, max. So they're not thinking about issues that will affect society 50 or 100 years down the road. If they get elected, what is their primary preoccupation? Get reelected. And how do they get reelected? Whatever it takes. And so naturally they're going to follow the money. And so if we keep jumping upon whatever new candidate comes along, understand the president is not an emperor. Even if Allah Ta'ala wills that Cornel West will become the president of the United States, he's not an emperor. What will he do for us? Nothing. But in fact, he'll probably just wind up in the end passing more legislation for LGBTQ. I'm serious. That's probably what he would do. So we have to ask ourselves, what is it that we want from this country domestically and abroad? And when are we going to put aside our differences and come together? Because we can sit here and argue night and day about the length of pants and the length of beards. That is not going to do anything for one single child that has been murdered in Palestine. It is not going to do anything for one of our grandparents that were shot by a sniper. It's not going to do anything for the entire city of Gaza that has been leveled like something from a Michael Bay movie. And so meanwhile, while we're here debating about this sort of nonsense, our chief enemy, number one, Shaitan, doesn't seem apparently to sleep very much. He's always recruiting. And then we get distracted. So we need to also understand, we need to be in this for the long game. That's why I'm saying, forget about Cornel West, forget about Donald Trump. What is the 100-year plan for Islam in the United States? What is the 100-year plan, even beyond my daughter is sitting here in the audience, she's 12 years old. I need to think about what is our plan for her children, her grandchildren. Well, I am long gone in the ground and nobody ever heard of no Imam Mark. I'm a long forgotten memory. This needs to be our conversation. What do we want from this country? If we don't understand what we want, we tend to have a tendency to conflate wants for needs and needs for wants. And so it will lead to not only more confusion, but it'll just continue to allow these people to act like the homicidal maniacs they are, unrestrained. Because I can tell you right now, the vast majority of the American public is so deep in drowning in distraction and entertainment and meaningless sexual relationships and drugs and alcohol and doom scrolling that they have purposely, it's a psyop, they have purposely exhausted the attention span of people and groomed them to where it's like, oh, that's just sort of tragic. Just move on to the next thing. So I'm going to end with a verse from Surah Al-Ma'idah that I recite this verse to state a fact, the truth, to give us something to think about, but also to give us, inshallah, a blueprint and a strategy of how we can begin to tackle this issue. In which Allah Azza wa Jal, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, إنما وليكم الله ورسوله والذين آمنوا والذين يقيمون الصلاة ويؤتون الزكاة وهم راكعون. Which translates as Your only guardian is Allah Ta'ala and His Messenger and the believers. Those believers that are consistent and maintain the prayer and they give zakah and they are humble in and outside of the prayer. It's this last part that I want to emphasize. Because it's interesting that Allah mentions الَّذِينَ يُقِيمُونَ الصَّلَاةِ. But don't you make ruku' in salah? فَلِمَاذَا ذَكَرَ عَزَّ وَجَلَّ الرُّكُوعَ خَلْفَ الصَّلَاةِ? Why does He mention it outside of the salah? I'm saying is that a lot of our problems is that we have become people of complacency, and in many ways, because I do a lot of counseling at my little musalla in Upland, do a lot of family counseling. And I see families that have been operating for 10, 20, 30, 40 years with normalized dysfunction. And we as an ummah have a lot of normalized dysfunction. We think it's normal to be like this. We think it's normal that there can be 2 billion Muslims on the face of the earth. We love to quote these facts. Islam is the fastest growing religion. You know, he introduced me as a convert. What is it about a convert? I've been Muslim longer than I've been non-Muslim. I became Muslim at 18 years old. What does that even mean? And I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying, like, why is that important? I mean, if it says Imam, I hope that dude is Muslim. Somebody got a whole bunch of prayers to make up. Seriously, we have a lot of normalized dysfunction. We love to talk about there's so many Muslims, Islam is growing in Japan, Islam is growing, yes, you know what? And despite the fact that there are over 2 billion Muslims on the face of this earth, not a single one of us has been able to lift our finger to do a damn thing about Palestine. Allah created human beings weak. But there's a difference between كما قال واحد من المشايخ هناك فرق بين ما يفعل الله وما يشاء. There's a difference though between what Allah does and what He wants. Allah creates pigs, He does not want us to eat them. Allah creates human beings that will brew alcohol, He doesn't want us to drink it. And He created us weak, but does He want us to remain weak is the question. So we must get our house in order. In many ways, the strength of the Israeli lobby is due to our fractured nature and our weakness. How many Jews are there even in the world? Not that many. And I'm sure if you were to compare the economics of the Jews and Muslims, we are an ummah globally that probably far supersedes the economic capital of the Jewish community. It has to. You can't have billions versus millions and we don't outstrip them in terms of money. So we have a lot of serious thinking to do, and we all have a part to play here about doing away with this normalized dysfunction. It is not normal throughout our history that we can sit back and watch. I don't care if they're Muslim or non-Muslim, that the Muslims can sit back and watch people be slaughtered in the thousands, and the only thing we have is the only real word is completely ajiz, weakness. No, in fact, we love to tell the story. When the Jews were being persecuted in Europe, and we need to remind them and these white Christians, we never, trust me, if we wanted to get rid of the Jews, as one of my teachers said, he said, man, all this stuff about Muslims and Jews, he said, bro, check it. Look at the history of Islam and Jews. We had multiple opportunities. If we wanted to, we could have, nobody in 2024 would even know what a Jew was. We could have wiped them off of the face of the earth. And I say that because, number one, that's not Islam. Islam is not into wiping anybody off the earth, Jew or non-Jew. It's not what we do. Two, we have a specific tahrim from the Prophet ﷺ about doing anything unethical, especially as it comes to taking the life of any of the Ahl al-Kitab. He said, for the one that does so, he will never smell the Rih al-Jannah. They will never even smell paradise. So, and I'm doing the typical Imam Muslim thing, and to end, I'm ending about 4 or 5 times. So to end, we also have to develop muscularity as a community. We need to start asking tough questions. What do we get from all this interfaith we've been going to for all these years and wanting people to like us versus just giving da'wah? And yes, I have been saying we need to abandon interfaith and just give da'wah. That's just my opinion. When I leave here, you can disregard everything I said. I go back to my little place. Most of y'all never heard of me, and it's fine. I go back and disappear to my little corner in the world and just teach Islam and shoot over them. And I'm all out of over. So I just go back and teach Islam. If you know that reference, then you know what I'm saying. No, we have some serious deep thinking to do. That we cannot also tackle this issue if we are conflicted between wanting people to like us and love us or respect us. We just had an incident, I just saw, you probably saw it on Instagram, some masjid somewhere, some knucklehead came in, walking around the masjid, intimidating the people with his phone. You probably saw this. And guess who was confronting this person that walked into the masjid? Did you guys see this video? Alhamdulillah, you don't use your phones. So there's a video of some, I don't know, Zionist, white supremacist dude that comes in the masjid here in America somewhere, and he just starts tramping around inside the masjid and talking about bring the hostages back, and he's intimidating the people. And the person addressing this is a woman. And so we love to talk about الرجال قوامون على النساء. Men have a rank above women, and I'm saying this in truth. We have to get back our masculinity as Muslim men. That it is unacceptable for you to intimidate our community. Anybody around the Muslims should feel safe and secure and know that the Muslims will have their back. Why do you think Islam spread so much in the African American community? Because the Muslims will wear, those people wear, and they knew the Muslims were upright. They also knew not to mess with the Muslims. See, some of us get real uncomfortable with this, and that's probably why they have me as the last speaker. They can delete this and I go back and just disappear. But we need to seriously get some backbone. And I'm not talking about some Rambo stuff here. I'm saying politically, communally, organizationally, right? We need to have a backbone. And we need to stop relying upon others, even if they support us. I'm not saying we can't work with people. MashaAllah, Dr. West wants to support it. Alhamdulillah, yes, there are definitely people out there of consciousness. But the Quran also says, right? لا تتخذوا اليهود والنصارى أولياء. Don't take them and don't make alliances with them. Make alliances with yourself and then be pragmatic with them. This is the difference. I know we don't like to hear that. Well, that verse. No, that verse is real. Right? Let's make our own alliances. Let's pool our own resources. And let's make our presence felt far beyond the 4-year election cycle. Now, they get us all trumped up every 4 years like there's going to be some Super Bowl. And then as soon as the candidate is, until there's the next crisis, I'm really going to try to end on this. We must, as a final thing, as I mentioned the verse, right? The only guardian that we have is Allah, the Sunnah of the Messenger, alayhi salam, and each other and the righteous amongst us. And so we must come together instead of the righteousness going to Cornell West. The righteousness come, let's cultivate our own candidate for something or whatever that it is that we're going to do, but let's come together first and let's deal with this normalized dysfunction in our community. Until then, Israeli propaganda and Western hypocrisy are going to do what it's going to do unabated until we get our house in order. And we already know that Allah Ta'ala will not change the condition of the people. I don't even got to tell you about the verse. So I say this to you earnestly. Do what you can, be that person of change. Go to your masjid, go to your friends, go to your family, do what you can to bring people together and spread this message that we have some important questions to ask. What do we want out of this life here? And then when we determine what we want, we should make that list for practical reasons as short as we possibly can, so that we can actually then get about planning and, strategizing, not just having tactics, but strategy, so that we can truthfully leave something as a legacy. Most of us, we have lived, at 51, I've already statistically lived more than half of my life. I've already statistically lived more than half of my life. I would like to do a couple of decent things before I go into the grave. And I think many of us probably have a similar kind of feeling, and let's leave something. Let's leave that. Let's leave our ittihad as our sadaqa jariyah. Let's leave our unity coming together for the subsequent generations as that continuous and unabating charity that will be there as an ajr and hereafter. وصلوات الله تعالى على النبي الكريم وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين جزاكم الله خيرا السلام عليكم.
Told you so. Jazakumullah khairan to everyone for coming out today, and also to Imam Mark for that beautiful speech, mashallah ta'ala. Now we're going to go ahead and get into our second speaker for the third session, inshallah ta'ala, and that is Dr. Sami Mehtar, who is an emergency medicine resident with a background in public health and epidemiology. He earned his BA as well as a Master's of Science in Public Health with an emphasis on epidemiology from UC Berkeley. He has studied healthcare in conflict zones. His master's thesis was on the spread of preventable disease during conflict, focusing on the measles epidemic in Syria. He earned his medical degree from UCSF and is currently a resident physician at Stanford. He has also studied at Qalam Seminary, completing the Foundational Islamic Sciences program. His topic today will be on the healthcare crisis in Gaza. Please welcome Dr. Sami Mehtar.
Yes, I can hear you set up. The problem with these things is that they sandwich me between two wonderful speakers. So it's a hard act to follow and a hard act to proceed. Okay, great. Everyone see that one? All right, it's a little bit of a different talk, relying on the PowerPoint over here. Bismillah, Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina wa khayr al-aqdam min lisani yafqahu qawli. I appreciate the wonderful introduction here and the invitation. So today I want to kind of focus on one slice of this conflict. I think today is a beautiful conference because we get so many different aspects to this conflict. And a lot of aspects are also not going to be covered. But today I want to focus on the healthcare implications of this war. It's obviously not the first war that's ever been fought, and so we have a lot of research, a lot of data on what happens during conflicts, after conflicts. But this conflict is also unique in that the attacks on healthcare is an essential feature rather than kind of a side effect of the conflict. So we'll kind of get into it over here. And I just want to kind of bear in mind that there's a lot of context we're not going to be talking about, obviously, in this talk. There's over 75 years of occupation. The occupation began even before the occupying state was founded, and it continues to this day. Gaza has been under blockade since 2006. It didn't start in October. This is the 6th war in that same time period that they're undergoing. So a lot of that context is not going to be really highlighted in this talk. We're just really focusing on this one little tiny time and some of its implications here. Obviously, no financial disclosures, and then I won't be showing any graphic images here. I think we see enough of that on social media as it is. I kind of want to just take a step back from all those haunting images that we all see, we all scroll through, and just kind of see what are these implications and where do we go from here. But some of the, obviously the topics are hard to listen to, regardless. And I have more to say than I think I have time for, so I apologize if I talk fast or rush at the end. But so here's a quote: in just over 4 months of conflict in Gaza, there have been more children, more journalists, more medical personnel, and more UN staff killed than anywhere in the world during any conflict ever. And that's a quote from Philippe Lazzarini, who was the Commissioner General at UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinians. Notable wars in the last century, obviously World War I, World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War, Iraq War, Afghanistan War, the Syrian War, the Rohingya genocide, Bosnian genocide, the Darfur Sudanese War, the Tigray War, all these wars, and yet, despite all that, there have been more children and journalists and medical personnel targeted in this conflict. And it's only been the first 4 months. And I really want to emphasize here is that, it's easy to talk about the numbers, the statistics, and we're going to get into some of the numbers here. But each number is a story. Each number is a person, a son, a daughter, a father, a mother, a sister, a brother. Everyone's part of the family, and each number is a tragedy. If it happened here, it would make global news. But over there, they're just a statistic. But it's still important to kind of understand and put into context what's happening and the scale of what's happening. So far in the first 4 months, this is as of the 21st of this month, a few days ago, over 29,300 people have been confirmed killed. Over 12,300 of them are children. 8,400 of them are women. So over 70% of the fatalities are women and children. And these are likely underestimates. These are conservative estimates. Other aid organizations put the numbers as much higher. There's still 7,000 people unaccounted for, probably under the rubble, who are either dead or will soon be dead. And there's almost 70,000 people who have been injured. 8,600 of them are children, and 6,300 are women. And it's easy to say injured. We obviously, oftentimes we hear injured and we think, oh yeah, injured, they'll get better soon. We focus a lot on the death. The injury can mean they've lost their eyesight, their hearing, their arms, their limbs. They might be on life support for months before they're counted as an actual fatality. So I think that's important just to keep in mind here. These are numbers from Gaza. The West Bank has not been spared either during the same time period. Just during this time period, 395 people have been killed. 100 of them are children, so 1/3 are children, and over 4,500 have been injured. And even before this conflict started in the West Bank, this year, or that year, 2023, was already shaping to be one of the deadliest years for Palestinians in recent history. And that was before any of this started. But most of this talk is going to be focused on Gaza. There's obviously a lot of repercussions happening in the West Bank as well. Over 75% of the population is displaced, and 2.2 million people live in Gaza, and over 75% have been displaced so far. Most of them now pushed towards the south in Rafah, as we keep hearing in the news, with nowhere left to go. And now we're kind of escalating down there in the south as well. And I think this is also a very important point, is that we often think about just wanting this war to end and thinking that that's going to end all the consequences of this war. But death doesn't stop with the last shot. There was actually a really interesting paper recently published by a group from Johns Hopkins Center for Humanitarian Health and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And they actually developed models. So a lot of times for infectious disease or conflict situations or disasters, you can develop models that kind of predict what's going to happen under different scenarios. So they actually had a scenario-based model that predicted how many deaths would happen based on different scenarios. So one scenario they tested was if the conflict was to stop today, there was a permanent ceasefire, complete withdrawal, not a single more bullet was fired. Even if that was to happen, there would still be at least 6,500 more deaths that would happen, just in the time it would take to improve access to water and sanitation and food and healthcare. We'd have over 6,500 additional deaths, bringing total over 36,000. And if the epidemic diseases that are currently happening were to continue to happen afterwards, which is what's expected, then that number could go as high as 11,500. And that's if the war stopped today. That's the additional deaths that it would cause. If the war continued to escalate for the next 6 months, in just 6 months, you can see as many as 74,000 additional deaths. And that obviously doesn't account for all the preventable deaths that will happen in years to come. I like maps a lot. Here's a very simple map of Gaza. You see kind of like the population centers, the major cities being Gaza in the north, which has most of the population. Deir al-Balah in the middle, Khan Yunis down in the south, and then Rafah all the way along the Egyptian border. So I think it's a good kind of just review here. If we have a different map, I know it's a little hard to see in the audience. This is a heat map of all the attacks on Gaza. I'll turn it on its side just to make it easier to see. The red dots represent attacks on different buildings throughout Gaza. And the bar chart kind of lists it by different cities. And so Gaza is like Gaza city is the one all the way on the left with the highest bar charts, the highest number of buildings that have been destroyed. So this is literally just counts of buildings that have been destroyed. And as you can see, the red is really clustered on population centers. This is a war that's targeting highly populated, highly densely populated areas. It's not targeting areas that are necessarily militarized where people are living. And here's also another great graph. This is from Al Jazeera. This is as of February 13th. So since October 7th to February 13th, surveying the damage, the infrastructure damage that's happened in Gaza. Over 360,000 homes have been destroyed. 392 educational facilities have been damaged, destroyed. 267 places of worship, mosques, churches. And out of all the hospitals, there's about 36 hospitals in Gaza. There's 35, there's 36. 11 of them are only partially functional. 0 of them are fully functional. There's only 11 that are partially functional, and the rest are defunct. There's over 123 ambulances that have been affected, and 11 bakeries have been destroyed. And so our talk's really just focused on this one aspect, and we're already deep into this talk. But we're really just focused here on this healthcare targeting facilities. So there have been over 800 attacks on healthcare facilities in the occupied territories in 2023. That includes before the war as well as what happened during the war in 2023. That accounts for nearly 60% of all documented attacks on healthcare facilities worldwide. And there's 2 other active conflicts at that time, the Sudanese war, the Ukraine war. The Tigray war had just finished in 2022 or early 2023. And despite all these other major global conflicts that are completely devastating, still then, Palestine was set to surpass all of them even before this conflict in terms of attacks on healthcare. It includes, direct attacks such as like airstrikes on a hospital, but also obstructing access or kidnappings or unreasonable detentions. And 650 of these attacks have happened since October 7th. This has actually been a record. So there's been, in the past few years, this uptrend in attacks on healthcare facilities in conflicts globally, but specifically in Palestine. And so definitely last year was going to be a record even before the conflict. Here's another map of Gaza. This one's kind of listing all the different hospitals that are throughout Gaza, all 36 of them. And so if we focus first our attention here in the north, we see some of the major hospitals that maybe some of us are familiar with after hearing about them in the news. We'll start with Al Ahli. So I'm going to just kind of go through a list of some of the major attacks. I don't have a complete list. I don't think anybody has a complete list yet. But just in terms of verified, reported major attacks on hospitals, I'll go through some of those here. On Al Ahli Hospital, over here, if you can see that red X, on October the 14th, so very soon to the conflict, it was already attacked by a rocket attack. And then again on October 17th, it was attacked. That's actually one of the deadliest attacks on a healthcare facility maybe recorded ever. There's 471 people killed in that one strike and 342 injuries at the hospital. That was the same attack that we all heard, like the dispute back and forth. It was an errant Hamas rocket that then struck the parking lot, and there's all this debate and the New York Times article and all these things. All that's been debunked, but people have forgotten. Initially, there's a lot of upset, anger, and then in that confusion, in that misinformation campaign that they spread, a lot of people lost that anger. And in that same week, the other hospitals were attacked, but at that point it became normalized. And now we're all very desensitized to this concept of attacking a place that's considered almost sacred in terms of war law, attacking a healthcare facility. And even since then, it was besieged again in December then, and that was December 18th. It was attacked directly by soldiers. It displaced the hundreds to thousands of people that were seeking shelter. 2 doctors, including the head of the facility, were arrested and humiliated. And I think it's really hard to wrap our minds around the scale of these incidents. I work at a few different hospitals in the Bay Area. One of them is the second busiest county trauma center in California, and the other one's a very highly resourced academic center, also level 1 trauma. We see a lot of patients. We have a lot of resources. It's one of the wealthiest areas in America, and it's an incredibly highly resourced hospital. We have incredible doctors, a lot of them. We have CT scanners, ORs, we have every resource you could possibly imagine. And even in a highly resourced setting, we break down traumas by the severity of the mechanism and also how the patient presents when EMS arrives. And so we have 3 different levels to a trauma when it gets activated. There's we call it trauma 95, 97, and 99 being the highest. Other centers call it different things, but most hospitals have some similar organization. And so trauma 99 is the highest, danger in terms of mechanism or how the patient presents. It's someone who's like bleeding out, a gunshot wound, a motorcycle accident, something pretty severe, a fall from a bridge. Those come in as trauma 99s. And so when we see trauma 99 in the ED, what that activates, it's over almost $100,000 workup just for the activation. Even if you find 0 injuries, it's almost $100,000 just for that activation. And what that brings you is a whole set of emergency physicians, the trauma surgery attending and chief resident. It'll bring you the respiratory therapist, the surgical ICU team. All these people get activated, all the nurses in the department. If we have 1 trauma 99, that's already like a very busy time. If we have 2 or 3 at the same time, that can really clog up the entire emergency department and put things on hold. 5 would be a mass casualty incident. We just activate a whole different set of things because the department would be overloaded despite being so highly resourced. That's 5 within shifts. They were seeing at the early part of conflict, on average, over 33 what we would consider trauma 99s an hour. Over 33 an hour in most of these hospitals, which is completely unimaginable. That's never happened in any of our hospitals here, except for the most extreme, mass shootings, for example. And that's on average, because not every hour they're seeing 33, but there's some hours they're seeing hundreds. And so this one attack, they had 342 injuries, in addition to the 500 deaths that then that hospital that's currently under attack has to deal with. So it's something that's completely, really unimaginable how they're handling that situation in understaffed, under-resourced hospitals. Another hospital that attacked was Al Shifa. It's Gaza's largest hospital. It was attacked on November 3rd with an ambulance convoy that was en route, bringing patients to the hospital. 15 people were killed, 60 wounded. Again, unimaginable. It was the 8th attack actually on an ambulance convoy that happened to be the deadliest one on November 3rd. On November 6th, the solar panels were targeted, so the hospital was left dependent on backup generators, lost energy. On the 10th and 11th, it had at least 6 different airstrikes, leaving 14 dead. And then on the 11th, the hospital was encircled by the army and besieged. At that time, it had 1,500 patients, which is almost 300% capacity. It had 1,500 healthcare workers and about 15,000 people seeking refuge at that time. That was also when they entered the hospital and they made all these claims about tunnels and whatnot, and all that has been debunked. It was all based on false evidence. And the WHO head at that time, the head of the WHO, said that hospitals are not battlegrounds, and that this is completely unacceptable. But then they continued. On the 12th, the cardiac ward was struck at this hospital, and the WHO lost contact with the hospital completely. There's a blackout. 2 patients died in the ICU that day from lack of electricity. The next day, 50 people tried to evacuate patients and healthcare workers, but they were fired upon by snipers. On the 15th, it was raided again. On the 18th of November, it was attacked by a convoy. A convoy trying to leave was attacked. And then by the 19th of November, just less than a month into this conflict, there was no more antibiotics or painkillers at a hospital. It was not even antibiotics. There was 43 of the 63 patients they had in the ICU died from lack of medicine and energy. And then even in February this month, it was attacked again with quadcopters. And this is a quote here from one of the physicians that worked at Al Shifa, Dr. Himan Al-Ala. He said that, you think in an interview, he had a lot of quotable quotes in the interview. He said, you think I went to medical school for me and my postgraduate degrees for a total of 14 years, so that I only think about my life and not my patients? That was his response when he was asked, why don't we just leave and protect your family? Just days later, he was murdered in his home with his family on November 11th in an airstrike. And that was in November. We move on here to Indonesian Hospital in the north. I'll go a little more quickly. It's one of the most persistently attacked hospitals in Gaza. It's been attacked almost every month, week on week. The Turkish Palestinian Friendship Hospital was attacked on October 30th and damaged by nearby airstrikes. By November, just a month into the conflict, the Jordanian field hospital, the Jordanian Air Force actually had to resupply it. They conducted a mission to resupply it during the blockade. But then it was attacked directly on the 19th when a tank walked up to the front of the hospital and started shooting into the hospital, blocking the entrance. The Quds Hospital was attacked January 19th, and that strike destroyed most of their medical equipment. And then on the 9th of February this month, they had several more attacks from tanks that were nearby that severely damaged the buildings they had. The Rehabilitation Hospital, Al-Wafa Rehabilitation Hospital, was attacked on October the 16th. It was the first, facility that offered full rehabilitation and prosthetic services for Gazan patients. Patients who had lost limbs in prior wars. This was a facility for them to get prosthetics and to rehabilitate into society. And then this was again attacked in October. Al-Rantisi Pediatric Hospital was attacked, a pediatric hospital, attacked in November 9th with multiple airstrikes, and they ran out of fuel. And then on the 11th, they were raided. And again, this is when we had those fake videos of tunnels underneath the hospital. Al-Auda Hospital, which is also another familiar name, was attacked repeatedly. On 13th, they had, the 13th was like a few days after the initial incident. They were ordered to evacuate, and then in December they were had an airstrike that damaged the buildings they had. On the 13th, 240 people were still trapped inside the building, and they were surrounded by snipers. They were left for days without any food or water, and anyone who tried to leave was shot. They even shot a pregnant civilian inside. And then there was a nurse working on the 4th floor who was also shot through a window and killed. On December 19th, the troops seized the hospital. They took all the males who were aged 16 and over, and they stripped them, bound them, interrogated them, and then made false propaganda videos saying that they were fighters. On the 21st of December, a nurse was also killed by a sniper again. And then on the 30th, they had an airstrike that killed 5. And then they were struck by Sean on the 31st the next day. Moving on to the south, some of their other hospitals here. The Nasser Medical Complex has had many strikes, and I see that the time is dwindling here, but I'll go quick. December 17th, they had a strike on the maternity ward that killed a little girl. On the 26th of January, the hospital ran out of food and anesthetics and completely. On the 8th, the surgeon was shot and wounded while operating, and a drone strike killed another person at the hospital. On the 9th, paramedics tried to leave the hospital to get some patients, but they couldn't leave because of sniper fire shooting at everything that was moving. On the 13th of February this month, there's actually a flood of sewage they experienced because of the lack of energy and fuel. And then even now, they had a nearly 30-day siege that is ongoing. And the patient, the doctors actually had to bury the patients on the hospital grounds that they were losing from the ICU ward. Because they couldn't take them out of the hospital. At one point, this is the second largest medical facility in Gaza. At one point, there were only 5 doctors left working. One of the doctors had this to say. This was Dr. Hatem Rabah. He said that I'm doing my job as a doctor, as a nurse, as a cleaner. I'm treating the patients, I'm feeding them, changing their dressing, talking with them, consoling them as I would a family member. I'm exhausted. The European hospital was attacked in February this month. The fuel tank was destroyed there. Al-Aqsa Hospital was then also attacked multiple times in January. And then on the 10th of January, Al-Aqsa Hospital is the only hospital in the center of Gaza. And over 600 patients and staff went missing, actually. They were forcibly evacuated to an undisclosed location. 600 people. And they were treating still hundreds of casualties a day, and they only had one doctor to staff the emergency department overnight. And this is what they had to say. They said that because of the shortage of painkillers, we leave patients to scream for hours and hours. And to continue on here, and I apologize, I know this is a very dark topic, but I think it's important to have this information, this knowledge. Al-Amal Hospital was attacked multiple times in January, on the 26th, the 28th, the 29th, 30th, and 31st. It was raided and attacked by snipers, by tank fire, and then ultimately troops entered the building. And then the conflict there still continues, actually. Throughout February, they had 12 people killed on the 2nd, 3 staff members were killed on the 3rd, 2 people were shot on the 7th. An army conducts another search on the 9th of February, and then on the 18th and 19th, there was an increase in the shelling, the frequency of shelling, marking 28 days of siege on this hospital in Amman. So, and the last one here is Yafa Hospital in central Khan Yunis was also attacked in December by an airstrike, leaving 6 dead. And this doesn't mention all the attacks on the ambulances, paramedics, EMS services, or attacks that weren't well documented or verifiable. So over 378 distinct attacks were documented since October the 7th in Gaza, leading to 659 killed, as well as 364 attacks in the West Bank. Although in the West Bank, the nature of the attacks is a little different, and there was 10 people killed in the West Bank that same time period. My point in showing all this is that I know it's very depressing, sad, maybe a little boring to listen to a list, but this is very systematic. Very early in the conflict, there was all these claims that these were accidental, whatever campaign, like that these were errant mass rockets. When you look at this map, this is a systematic attack on healthcare facilities, one by one, throughout the conflict. And it's not new. A commission from 2019 from the United Nations Commission on the Inquiry of the Great March showed that even then, snipers were focused on targeting journalists, women, children, healthcare workers, and first responders. So it's part of their ethos in committing war crimes. We come back to this image, so I think that gives us a little more context. When we say there's only 11 out of 35 facilities that are still partially operational, that is the context that's coming in. All these hospitals that have been attacked, most of them are still seeing patients. Like they'll lose a building or a part of the building, or an operating room will be attacked, but the next day they still have to see patients. And so that's kind of the context behind some of that. Even before this conflict, even before this war, Gaza, the healthcare system was already overburdened. They had suffered through multiple wars in the last few years. They suffered through a blockade that prevents equipment, trade, access, building the economy. They're highly dependent on smuggling or on donations. And they had actually, you can count, one way to count healthcare capacity is to see how many hospital beds are available per capita. So, for example, for every 1,000 people in Gaza, they only have 1.55 hospital beds. In comparison, for example, Japan has over 13 per 1,000. Russia has over 9. Germany has 8.2. China has 3.3. The US has about 2.89, but that includes a lot of the rural America. In more highly densely urban populated centers, the ratio is much higher. And so it's in the lower part of what's available in the world in terms of the number of hospital beds available per capita. And now that's been under attack. So I think after all that, it's important to just take a brief pause, remind ourselves that this is what Gaza looked like. It's a beautiful place with beautiful people, despite all the hardships they faced over the years. Despite decades of occupation, years of blockade, round after round of destruction. If you're 16 years old and you live in Gaza, you've lived through 5 wars already. The Operation Cast Lead in 2008 and 9, the Operation Pillar of Defense in 2012, Operation Protected Edge in 2014, Operation Guardian of the Walls in 2021, and what they call the newest iteration of genocide, what they call Operation Swords of Iron, that's ongoing right now. This is the Gaza maybe we're more used to seeing, and what a lot more of Gaza looks like now. There's been more explosive ordnance exploded in Gaza than in Hiroshima or Nagasaki. And it's in the most densely populated place on Earth. Before the conflict, Gaza was called an open-air prison one of the most densely populated areas in the whole world, and you're dropping more than Hiroshima worth of bombs on civilian infrastructure. One thing I actually do, so I've given my research before focused on the conflict in Syria and on the Rohingya genocide. What I've done before was what's called open source investigation. And it's when you use open sources like social media, news reports, pictures posted online, YouTube videos, you correlate them with each other and then also with imaging. So you use satellite imaging to kind of verify when an attack happened, how did it happen, did it happen in the way that was stated. And that's one way to kind of investigate war crimes. And what's fascinating, I found fascinating, and maybe a little bit of a tangent here, but there's 3 companies, private companies, that are the primary sources for satellite images. They provide really high resolution images that you can find on their website or purchase. And during the conflicts, they actually took off all the data that they had on Gaza. You can't find Gaza on their maps anymore on the satellite images. And even if you were to request it, they deny access. They've only given access a few times to journalists. They gave some satellite images like the one I'm showing here. This is from The Guardian. They gave it for an article in The Guardian, an article in the New York Times, and an article in the Washington Post. But notably, these images, so the one on the left is a before image. It's from January 2023. The one on the right is an after image in November 10th, 2023. So you can see the level of destruction. This is the same area, just kind of before and after. You can see the level of destruction. What's interesting is they only release lower resolution images, and they delay these images by over 30 days. So the reporters didn't even get this image until December or January. And the defense is that they don't want to reveal the positions of the Israeli army and put them at jeopardy. I just think it's fascinating. Even right now, if you were to go on Google Maps or Google Earth, there's no images in 2023 of Gaza. It's all 2022 or before. It's a side point, but I think it's completely fascinating how even these private companies are aiding and abetting this. Here's another example of this is a neighborhood. These are civilian buildings, high-rise apartments, and they're completely leveled in this image here. And this is again from November. That was after 1 month of conflict, and now we're 4 months in. So you can imagine the level of destruction. In just the first 2 months, so in December, researchers said that the offensive in those first 2 months had wreaked more havoc than the destruction of Halab in Aleppo. Aleppo, Halab was actually an example of one of the biggest sites of urban warfare, one of the most destroyed cities because of urban warfare in the 21st century. And this was far worse, even in the first 2 months of conflict. Ukraine's Mariupol was another very famous example of how Mariupol was destroyed by the Russian forces. It was all over the news, and this is far exceeds that. This even exceeds the bombing campaign, the Allied bombing campaign in Germany, which is one of the most extreme bombing campaigns in history. Yet this already exceeds it within the first 2 months. Between 1942 and 1945, the Allies attacked 51 different major German cities and towns, and they destroyed about 40 to 50% of the urban areas. That accounts for about 10% of all the buildings in Germany at that time were destroyed in these bombings. In Gaza, in the first 2 months, there was already 33% of the buildings destroyed. And this is in a much more densely populated area than Germany was. Robert Pape, who's a Israeli historian, said that Gaza is one of the most intense civilian punishment campaigns in history. And it now sits comfortably in the top quartile of the most devastating bombing campaigns ever. And very interestingly, in a poll done in Israel, over 60% of Israelis say that Israel is not using enough force in a poll done in November. So it's not like an isolated few people that are running the show here. This is a popular call within Israel. I think that we already touched upon the fact that the healthcare system was already on the brink before, even before this conflict started. Dr. Efran Valeria, who works here in the United States in Virginia, he went to Gaza and wrote a piece on the LA Times, which I think is very excellent. Everyone should read it. But he said that, I've worked in other war zones, but what I witnessed in the first 10 days of Gaza was not a war, it was annihilation. I think that we talked a little bit about different bombing campaigns in the past. Are there precedents, like is this normal for war? Like, people say that this may be normal for war, but, this exceeds every war that we've had recently, even the super deadly Tigray war. Not many people talk about the war in the Tigray region in Ethiopia, but, it's one of the deadliest conflicts, maybe the deadliest conflict in the 21st century. And had an extreme rise in maternal mortality rates because of the attacks on healthcare facilities there, and a rise in birth defects. Yet, what we've seen in Gaza is already worse in terms of its proportionality than what we saw there. Same thing in terms of Sudan. They had 2/3 of their hospitals that were out of commission because of the war there. But they only had 51 verified attacks on healthcare facilities in all of North Sudan. And in Syria is something I've been focused on. I know I'm running out of time here, but even in terms of Syria was a remarkable example because it was a conflict where healthcare was routinely attacked in a way that wasn't really seen before. A lot of times before, a region was attacked, pretty broadly, and healthcare might get incidentally become part of that damage. But really rarely was healthcare the target of attacks. The Syrian war was a prime example of that. And then this completely blows it out of the water. The daily scenes that the doctors, the civilians, the people there are seeing are unimaginable, and they carry long-term implications. We oftentimes in a humanitarian disaster break up a response period into different sections. We break it down into acute, post-acute, early recovery, and then reconstruction phase. And here's another kind of diagram to think it through, like an initial response, and then you provide relief. So the initial response is just like, just search and rescue, getting people out of the rubble. Then you provide some relief, give people food, water, shelter, rehabilitate them, start the reconstruction process, and then you try to prevent and prepare against future disasters. And for 4 months, usually the initial response is like measured in terms of days. But for 4 months, we've been stuck in this cycle of just initial response of just search and rescue. In that acute phase for 4 months, we've never been able to get to a relief stage with all the aid sitting outside Gaza. And definitely not near the reconstruction or rehabilitation phase. And these obviously carry long-term implications here. I'll go through a few of them. One of them is infectious disease, and that's something that was a little more my focus before this. Already in this first few months, the WHO notes major outbreaks in respiratory illnesses. They had over 245,000 documented cases of respiratory illnesses, which is many-fold increase compared to years prior. They had 161,000 cases of diarrhea, half of them in children under 5, which is 23 times the rate they had in 2022. They had 70,000 cases of scabies and lice, which was almost unheard of before. They had 45,000 cases of skin rashes and 7,700 cases of jaundice, which is an approximation for hepatitis A. Most of these patients are testing positive for hepatitis. In the long term, there's like a huge rise that we'll see in the future. We haven't seen it yet, but in a couple of years, we'll see a huge rise in vaccine preventable diseases from vaccines not getting to patients, and from resistant strains of bacteria. Doctors Without Borders actually found that most of the bacteria that we're testing for were resistant, very highly resistant strains of bacteria. And even actually, the Israeli Association for Infectious Disease reports that a lot of their soldiers that are coming back from their massacre are infected with very highly resistant strains that they're contracting in Gaza. So you can imagine what these civilians are facing at that. There's going to be a huge increase in maternal mortality. Patients, pregnant women aren't able to get to hospitals in time. They're facing extreme levels of stress, extreme levels of food and water deprivation. So that's going to increase child mortality, premature births, complications from births. They don't have anesthesia, so if a patient needs C-section, they aren't able to get even the pain killers and anesthesia they need to be comfortable in that period. There's not antibiotics to treat infections that can happen around that time. And this is going to affect us for months, years, generations after. It's not going to happen right after the war ends. There are lifelong disabilities that people have to live with, like we talked about, the amputations, all these casualties of war. It's not just the deaths, it's also the disabilities. There's a generation of orphans that have no one to take care of them. There's chronic diseases, like the people with diabetes not getting their insulin, developing complications. The people who are not getting their blood thinning medications are going to develop stroke, dialysis patients who are passing away. There's like all these other chronic things that we don't see on TV. Inhalation, smoke injuries with the rise in asthma that we'll see in chronic obstructive diseases. The lack of infrastructures, like the day the war stops is not the day that these hospitals are going to reopen. It's going to take time to rebuild this stuff. And of course, mental health. A quote from Doctors Without Borders, the Secretary General, said that children who do not survive this war will not only bear the visible wounds, but also the invisible ones. He said that because of the repeated displacement, constant fear, and witnessing of family members literally being dismembered in front of their eyes, these psychological injuries have led children as young as 5 to tell us that they prefer to die. I don't think I have time really to talk through some of this stuff, but there's a whole legal framework available in the international system that's set in place specifically to avoid these situations and to prosecute people who break these laws. Yet there is no accountability, even now with the international court hearing that's happening with South Africa. Here's the definition of genocide. We don't have time to go through it, but it meets basically every criteria. I just really want to end with this. This is kind of like really my main point, and that is that this is all intentional. This is not like accidental collateral damage that's happening in wartime. Like, this is intentional. And we hear it in their news, in the media, their politicians. They're saying that we don't want people to live here, that they don't want us to be livable. That's what they say. What their actions even speak louder than their words. You see how they're systematically attacking healthcare facilities. And you have to understand why this is happening. And I think that there's really a preoccupation, a central fear from the beginning of this occupying state, and that is demographics. They are terrified of demographics. Since the beginning, they've tried to displace populations. The populations they could not displace, they tried to segregate and disempower them and put them under an apartheid regime so that they are unable to affect their internal politics. And here what we see is another effort to displace these people. And the people who are left are not going to be left with long-term healthcare consequences. They're trying to force a military solution on a demographic problem that they have that they're afraid of. And that's really what this is all about. I'll just end with this, and that is that, to fulfill the right to health, every human has a right to health. And to fulfill that right, it's multifactorial. Access to healthcare is one important part to it, but so is food, access to water, access to education, sanitation, transportation, just basic physical therapy, safety. All these are very important parts. And so when we advocate, when we take away from all this, we have this information now in our heads, we should not be advocating for just a ceasefire. Like, can you imagine, is that the highest ambition we have? Is just we can pause the killing for a few days and then get back to it next week? Our ambition should be so much higher. This is part of an ongoing Nakba. The Nakba has not ended. And our goal should be to end this ongoing Nakba, to dismantle the system of apartheid and offer Palestinians full human rights, and that includes health rights. That's all I have to say. I appreciate the time. Jazakallah khair.
Dr. Sami, for that thorough insight into the health crisis in Gaza. On to our next and final speaker for the conference, Dr. Khater Bazian, who is a scholar of religion, politics, and globalization. He is a co-founder of Zaytuna College and a professor at UC Berkeley's Near Eastern Department. He's about to kick me off the stage, but please, Doctor, just give me a second here. He obtained his PhD at US Berkeley in Near Eastern Studies in 2000. His PhD thesis, which is titled Al-Quds in Islamic Consciousness, a textual survey of Muslim claims and rights to the sacred city, contributes to better understanding of Muslim attachment and informed political attitudes towards the sacred city of Jerusalem and Palestine in general. Dr. Bazian is a leading advocate and academic on the Palestinian cause, and today he will be enlightening us on the decolonization of Palestine. However, I like to briefly just view the man as, when it comes to this whole the Palestinian cause, he's like the Tony Stark of this thing, like the Iron Man. MashaAllah. Dr. Khater Bazian.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I have to record everything I say because as evidence from our opposition, because usually they record everything I say. And there is no such thing as not being on the record. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على خير المرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. The talk today is about decolonizing Palestine. But in order for us to begin the question of decolonization, we have to understand what is colonization. Because you cannot decolonize something that you don't understand what it is. So colonization is centered on 7 elements that we need to understand. One, colonization was a global phenomenon, meaning that if you lived in the world in 1914, 85% of the world's surface was a colony. Either you were a subject to the British, the French, the Dutch, the Portuguese, right, the Belgian, and therefore your experience was influenced by the colonies or the colonial powers that have colonized you. The British used to say that they are the power or the empire that the sun never sets upon. And now we know that Great Britain is no longer great, and they have to go down to Greece to get the suntan. Right? But it tells you that their influence was all the way from China to the Western Hemisphere. It's a global project. Second, it was also a financial project. It was an economic project. Great Britain stole about 45 trillion worth of goods from India, and also colonized Yemen, colonized Egypt, Sudan, and also colonized Palestine. So that was all structured around economic and financial resources. I know we're speaking today about Yemen and the Houthis. The British colonized Yemen specifically to secure their trade of all of the resources that were stealing from India to bring it to Britain and facilitate their economic power. Third, colonization was also about the military-industrial complex project. As we are witnessing the destruction of Gaza militarily, much of the weapons that Israel have used on Gaza and the Palestinians often are marketed as being battle-tested, meaning that they market the experimentation on Palestinians, just as the United States marketed their weapons experimentation in Afghanistan and in Iraq and other places. And you cannot speak about colonization without speaking about the military-industrial complex and the power that was vested in that project. Right? So that's very, very important to think in those terms, that it transformed military strategy and also militarization as an infrastructure. Now, the United States controlled 56% of the global trade in arms and armaments. It's approximately $1.8 trillion last year's sales of military equipment, and the United States actually is 56% of this market. I know if you're here in Southern California, many of these companies are military-industrial companies, right? That manufacture some of the best death machines that the world has known. That begins all the way from the British and it's transformed today. And as such, when we think about colonization, we need to think of those terms as we're seeing the weapons are being used on Gaza. A 2,000 pounds bomb literally is being transported here from the United States. You're having weapons that are being transformed from Canada, from Great Britain, from the Dutch, and so on. And that is a process that begins with colonization. Fourth, colonization is about a racial structure between the human and the subhuman. It is not coincidental that the Israeli leadership are saying that the Palestinians are animals, that they are not human, that there is no innocence in Gaza, that we need to wipe them out, right? All these terms are not unique, because every colonial project created a subhuman category of the colonized people. And you don't need to go far than here in the United States again, with the indigenous population that's completely were dehumanized. And actually one of the biggest debates in the New World, whether the indigenous people have a soul or they don't have a soul. In the long history of the Muslim world, we never had a debate whether a people that Muslims conquered, and yes, Muslims conquered people, there was never a debate whether those people have a soul or not a soul. That was the fundamental debate in the New World, and they ended up actually saying that the indigenous people are people without a soul, meaning that literally they are as objects that they could be disposed of, and so on. So that, in essence, is part of this racial structure that you have. Fifth, which is very, very important, the issue of genocide. Right? The issue of genocide. If you look at the countries that are supporting Israel and Zionism today, they're all countries that have engaged in genocide. Right? This should not be surprising. The United States perfected genocide. Canada perfected genocide with the indigenous populations in Canada. Australia, New Zealand, Germany perfected genocide, not only in World War II, important it is, but in Namibia, where they actually began to experiment in their colonial enterprise in Namibia. The British speak without, hadith bila haraj, speak without actually feeling any remorse about what the British have done. The French killed 8 million Algerians. People only think of Algeria in the last 3 years. The last 3 years of the French colonization in Algeria, 1.5 million Algerians were killed. Through the colonization of Algeria, from the beginning to the end, 8 million Algerians were put to death. Now, the level of sickness of the French that they used to decapitate the heads of Algerian resistance and take it and exhibit it in the Museum of Man in France. And 2019, an anthropologist, an Algerian anthropologist, discovered that they actually, in the storage house of the museum, they have still the skulls of the Algerians, and they had to repatriate some of them. There's still many more that is there. So when these countries that have genocide as part of their history are speaking in support of Israel and support of Zionism and embracing Netanyahu, they're actually embracing a long historical trajectory that they had relative to genocide. 6, Christianity. Christianity in the following. There are different types of Christianity. There's Western Christianity, Imperial Christianity, and the Christianity in the Muslim that lived through the Muslim world, Eastern Christianity. Christianity was implicated with the colonial structure. And it justified colonization, and it continues today to justify the support for Israel as a precondition for the return of Jesus. It's not coincidental that 70 million of the evangelicals in the United States are lock, stock, and barrel behind Israel. Why? Because they are operating with what's called dispensationalist theology. Dispensationalist theology says that we are in the last era, all right, to prepare for the return of Jesus. And the question for whether it's the Hagee or the Christians for Israel, right? They have all these organizations. What will happen when Jesus returned from their theology? Well, they tell you the following. 2/3 of the Jews will be killed and 1/3 will convert to Christianity. That's their theology. You ask them about what's going to happen to Muslims. Well, we don't even qualify to be converted because we are actually identified as the right hand of Satan. Literally, we are the right hand of Iblis. That's their own theology, not ours. All right? And therefore, when you talk to them, right, they frame it as such in terms of that this is for the higher purpose. This is from a theological perspective. And we need to remember when the British invaded and colonized Palestine beginning in 1917, the headline was that this is the end of the Crusades after 672 years of Muslim control, that we are back in Jerusalem. That was the headline. And they framed the colonization of Palestine as an end of the Crusades. 7th point, right? 7th point is to understand that colonization created a different frame of reference, a different epistemology, a different way of knowing. What does that mean for us? Everyone that speaks about Palestine begins with actually narrating Zionist narrative by saying in 1000 BC, right, which is dating Israel relative to ancient Israel, relative to the state that was formed in ancient Israel. Palestine is one of the oldest territory geography in the world. Literally, there is reference to almost 30,000 years of history. When you begin in 1000 BC, you actually are locating your history with the biblical narrative, one, and second, with the emphasis of Zionist historiography that we're returning back to Palestine. Okay, mashallah, we're returning Palestine. Well, before 1000 BC, what was taking place in Palestine? Oh, we're coming back because Abraham promised us. Mashallah, let's take that. Abraham promised you the land. Where did Abraham come from? Alayhi salam. Well, it turns out that Abraham came from Mesopotamia. He was not indigenous to Palestine. Meaning that he was in Iraq. He migrated to Palestine. Well, he migrated, but God promised him that. Okay, mashallah, let's take this argument of yours. God promised him the land, but when Abraham was in Palestine, he didn't say, God promised me the land, therefore all of you Canaanites have to be expelled. He actually went, when he wanted to bury his family, he purchased the land. That's in your own narrative. He purchased the land in Al-Khalil. It's not Hebron, it's Al-Khalil. You need to also change how you name cities and territories. Hebron is using biblical narrative. Al-Khalil is the name of the city attributed to the Prophet Ibrahim. In the Quran, he is Khalilullah. He is the intimate friend or companion of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Right? In the biblical text, it says, Abraham lived as an alien among the Canaanites. That's the Bible. What does that mean? Meaning the Palestinians, the Canaanites gave a green card to Abraham when he migrated from Mesopotamia to Palestine. He spoke the language of the Canaanites. So the promise was not seen by Abraham as a promise in the biblical text even to be one that is blood exclusive. Right? And that's where a major distinction that has to be understood when we say about decolonization. You have to actually base what is your basis of information and your basis of argument. The oldest olive tree on earth is in Palestine. Some put it at 6,000 years old, some put it at 8,000 years old. Both the Japanese and Italians who did the research. So when you take 1000 BC and you begin to make the argument, you made a major error in terms of argument. The oldest city in history is in Jericho. Some put it at 8,000, some put it at 11,000. While Damascus is the oldest continuously inhabited city on earth. So when we speak about decolonization, you have to undo every element of these 7 points. It's not just a matter of actually carrying the Palestinian flag or the Kufi, it's actually understanding what is the basis of arguments that we are trying to make. I want to add another point in here. We got the 7, those are going to be on the multiple choice quiz for you right, at the end. Right? So it's going to be on the quiz. But let me add the following. Zionism was not born in the Muslim world. Zionism was not born in the Muslim world. It was not born among Jewish populations in Iraq. There were large Jewish population in Iraq. Was not born in Yemen, among the Jewish population in Yemen. Was not born in Syria, Morocco, Turkey, Egypt, Tunisia, right, where you have Jewish population. Zionism was born among European states and societies that was deeply anti-Semitic. They were then and continue to be anti-Semitic today. Don't let the publicity and the propaganda that is put out that all of a sudden that they feel that they are supporting Israel. They're supporting Israel for their own purposes, strategic and material. Zionism was born out of Europe, out of the deeply anti-Semitic European experience. And the British, when they adopted Zionism, they adopted for their own purposes as well. The British wanted to secure the Suez Canal. And they wanted to create a buffer state. Right? Again, Suez Canal was opened in 1869. The British colonized Egypt in 1882. And Again, if you are a person that, like the British, who were literally pillaging every colonial possession, they wanted to secure whatever they're stealing from India and passing through the Suez Canal. They were thinking, one, the Ottoman might actually come down and retake over Palestine, Egypt, and as such, they might undermine the British trade. They also were worried about the Tsarist Russia, which had also its own ideas. So they wanted a buffer state where they would strike two camels with one stone, not two birds with one stone. One is they were deeply anti-Semitic, including Balfour himself. You actually transport Jews out of Europe, in particular England and others. And the second, you secure your trade right there in the Suez Canal. So that was the British framework. Now the British had two problems that they were always articulating. One is the Jewish question, deeply anti-Semitic, and the second what they call the Eastern question. The Jewish question, anti-Semitism. The Eastern question is about the Muslims. Right? They call it the Eastern question, and then later 19th century, early 20th century, was how to deal with the sick man of Europe. Right? Both were deeply rooted in racism. So today we speak about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. You don't need further than London to understand that this is at the foundation of both the British thinking, but likewise today in France, every other day, Mufti Macron gets up in France and gives us a fatwa about what the Muslim problem is. Right? So every time, like Islam is this, at a time where he can't even function in the economic underpinnings and needs of France. So those two questions, the Jewish question and the Eastern questions, were something that were part of Europe, late 19th century, early 20th century. Europe has never been able to live with the religious, ethnic, racial others. Europe has never been able to live with the racial, ethnic, religious other. Right? They today say, oh, they complain about Muslims this and Muslim that, right? Cultural, what you call racism. Cultural racism is biological racism with a new name. Right? Huntington Clash of Civilization, it's like literally, it's the same biological racism, just using a different terminology to use the same type of principles that you have relative to racism. And if you go back from 1492, the expulsions of Muslims, all the way up to the present, still the two questions that Europe is deep anti-Semitism, and deep Islamophobia. What does it mean for us when we speak about decolonizing Palestine? Decolonizing Palestine is rearranging our conceptualization of the world. It's not only about Palestine, it's actually much larger than this. It is not coincidental, it's not coincidental at all that 57 Muslim majority states can send a bottle of water to Gaza. It's not coincidental because what we're dealing in the Muslim world is post-colonial states. These are the political, cultural, economic elites that they were suckled at the bosom of colonization, and today they are still beholden to establishing and maintaining the colonial structure. We think just because we have a flag and we have what you call a national anthem and we have a stamp that we lick and put on the envelope, even though this is no longer the case, and we think that because we have ambassadors and we participate in the United Nations, mashallah, we have independent states. What we have is post-colonial states. Post-colonial states means colonial military is out for the most part, but the politics is colonial, educational system is colonial, the economy is colonial, the racial structure in society is colonial, and we take our tawaf for Hajj in London, Paris, and Washington, D.C., rather than actually doing the tawaf in Mecca mentally. Each one of us within the Arab Muslim world, we are still in a post-colonial frame. We still have not actually entered the basic steps of decolonization. Again, if you look at all of our elites in the Muslim world, where they're educated, mostly it's the London School of Economic of Nothingness, right? Or Sorbonne influence of Prada and Louis Vuitton meaning, right? or the Harvard School of taking everything and making nothing for other people. Right? That's how you get your position. Again, either you have been, if you're part of the British colonial experience, the French colonial experience, or the post-American domination, that's where our elite is. Ask about where is our main military leadership are trained. Right? Again, if you, one time I went to give a Friday khutbah at Monterey, and I look and I'm beginning to give the khutbah, everybody have the same haircut. I thought that maybe they had a discount, that everybody had the same haircut. I'm just like, it's strange, everybody had the same cut. It turned out, again, this is our military from a certain number of Muslim countries that they're coming to be trained. Right? And these were the officer corps. Again, I did not hold back, but somebody says I'm from Nablus, so it's like I get knapped and then I get up and give a speech. If I don't say it, then they will withhold knapped from me, and that's basically a mission disaster. Right? So, where is our military trained? Right? Across the Muslim world. Again, either the United States, France, England, and so on, depending on where they are at. Think about where is our economy, where our main influence and social patterns. So we are post-colonial states that is still dominated by our colonial motherland, or the United States that now dominate much of the world. Right? I don't know if you follow the news. As the United States extended military support for Israel, most of the pre-positioned supplies came out from the U.S. bases in the region. And the United States has bases throughout the region. And I don't know if you noticed when the Iraqis attacked a U.S. base in Jordan, this was, for me, it was both funny and sad simultaneously. The U.S. State Department said our base in Jordan was attacked. The Jordanians said, we don't have U.S. bases. It was in Syria's side of the border, because they don't admit that there is actually 8 U.S. bases in Jordan. So the Jordanians said it did not. So I said most likely it's in Mars, because that's where Elon Musk in there, and because that was their framing. So in the region, right, there are about 40 U.S. bases, and that's where the supplies for pre-positioned equipment and supplies. And now we know for a fact that Israel is being supplied by getting the shipping coming through United Arab Emirates, and then going through Saudi Arabia, mashallah, to be blessed with the Holy Land, right? And then goes to Jordan with the Hashemite kingdom, from a relative all the way back to the descendants of, lineage to the Prophet ﷺ, and then goes to through the northern bridge to Israel. We thought that there'd be water coming to Gaza or Bandora, tomatoes that were being sent to Israel. But long and behold, it actually was aiding the Israelis rather than aiding the Palestinians. So part of the problem, yes, it is part of the problem is Zionism in Israel, but part of the problem is also the weakness of the Muslim world, because it's still in a post-colonial state. And the best work on this is actually not coming from the Muslim world. Some of the best critique of the colonial period and post-colonial is coming from Latin America. It is not surprising to see President Lula from Brazil is leading the effort. It's not surprising to see Bolivia actually leading the effort, because they had some indigenous people that were part of their transformation. It's not surprising that Venezuela is actually standing with the Palestinians. Right? And it's not surprising that South Africa is actually the only country that put the case against Israel of genocide. Why? Because they are the last settler colonial project to collapse in Africa in 1991. How many of you here were born in 1991? Don't worry, I will not. How many of you were born around 1991? Before 91? Yeah? Right, okay. So literally in your lifetime, the last settler colony in Africa collapsed, 1991. Palestine was the last settler colonial project to be commissioned in the modern history. So the fact that the last settler colony in Africa collapses in 1991, and we still have a settler colonial project in Asia today, should not get us to lose hope, but actually to be optimistically, all right, firm that we will see a free Palestine and decolonize Palestine. That's how we need to do it. I want you to also understand why South Africa is important. Nelson Mandela was sent, actually before that, apartheid in 1948 was set up. The first prime minister of a foreign country to visit Israel was the prime minister of South Africa that visited Israel immediately after the Nakba. Important. Zionism was inspired and actually thinking of South Africa as a model for how to expel the Palestinians. Because apartheid and settler colonialism always does two things, sometimes in succession, sometimes together, sometimes actually in prolonged period. Genocide and transfer. South Africa, why? South Africa apartheid did this. Genocide and transfer. They transferred the black population into these, what you call, black homelands. And allowed them to administer their own affairs, but under the guise of the South African apartheid system. 1964, Nelson Mandela is sent to jail. All right? Just for you to understand the history. It was the PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization, that took care of Nelson Mandela's family while he's in jail. Okay? Just to understand. And then the ANC was being trained by the Palestinians in Algeria, in Lebanon, right? And also were trained in Mozambique by Palestinians. On the other hand, Israel was facilitating relations with South Africa. They brought the global embargo on the sales of weapons to South Africa. In 1978, they aided the South African government in developing its nuclear program. And they were lobbying the United States not to actually go harsh on South Africa, so much so that even the week before Nelson Mandela was sent to jail, the United States was still actually working with what's called constructive engagement policy, meaning we're not going to actually sanction South Africa. And up to 2008, Nelson Mandela was declared in the United States as a terrorist, as an individual who's a terrorist, not to be allowed into the US. They had to actually remove this in 2008, even though he visited as an exception after he actually was released from jail. So South Africa, under apartheid, when they're looking at the Palestinians, they're looking at the Palestinians as being part of their struggle for liberation of South Africa, not they're giving us what you call a token of support. They're actually seeing as a fundamental part of their struggle that they're expressing in this, which is something that cannot be said about the Arab countries, because of Arab countries, these are the children of Sykes people that are running and ruling the Arab world. And part of the condition of accepting to be in a leadership position post-World War I is that you have to accept the permanency of the creation of the State of Israel beginning in 1917. Now you need to read your history. You need to read that there was an acceptance of Zionism post-1917 as the Paris conference that took place to deal with the post-Ottoman territories. Right? The Hashemite signed and accepting and recognizing Zionism as early as 1922. If you don't read the book Collusion Across the Jordan River to understand these relationships that were structured at that time. If you don't understand your history and you don't read it, how are you actually going to be advocating for something that you don't know? Which is part of our insanity. Palestine is an information-intensive cause because your opposition is 24/7, just sending one propaganda after the other, and you begin to go after the propaganda rather than actually sticking specifically to the facts. So, let me conclude with the following, which is something for us not to do. Many who try to advocate for Palestine begin to engage in trying to negate what happened in World War II relative to the Holocaust. And that is what you call for me is a compounded ignorance. Why? Because again, the Holocaust, the destruction that has been visited upon the Jewish population in Europe is European history, and it's German history, and it's European doing, not your doing. And there is nothing for you to deny the pain of another people as a way to affirm Palestinian life and Palestinian history. More importantly, many of us don't even have the details about World War II. So you begin to argue as a way to try to deny somebody else's pain as a way, almost as a taunting strategy, rather than a firm strategy of what takes place. Hitler have done the same, right, for Europe that Europe has been doing across the global south for years. Right? So it's not that you are not understanding European history. Belgium, right, King Leopold killed 50% of the Congo population. Right? King Leopold. 50% of the whole population. Cesar Rose, who corresponded with Herzl, had a whole country named on his behalf, Rhodesia, which got liberated and became called Zimbabwe. So often we're not even understanding what are the arguments that we are trying to make. Denying and trying to argue about the Holocaust is not actually helping or attending to the fundamental issues related to Palestine. Right? So again, it's like it's complete wrong approach, wrong analysis, and wrong on principle and moral basis. Right? And therefore, you need to actually put it in the eyes both of Europe and the United States. The United States closed its border post World War II to the Jewish population. So don't come out right now, Johnny come lazy, talking about anti-Semitism while you close the border on the Jewish population to come to the United States, forcing them to the Middle East or forcing them to Palestine, same as other European countries. The United States actually knew that the Holocaust was taking place in the camp. They didn't lift a finger because they had other priorities. So don't actually allow them to externalize their history and make it your history to argue for the veracity and the decolonization of Palestine. Muslims, Arab, Palestinians, we had nothing against the Jewish population back then and today. And we need to understand that it's not Germany, it's not England, it's not the United States, it's not France, it's none of these Western hypocritical anti-Semites that today are trying to tell us that they are defending the Jews against the Arabs, the Palestinians, and Muslims, while they're only instrumentalizing this tension for their own purposes. Selling weapons on the one hand, maintaining access to oil and natural gas second, and continue to dominate for whatever theological distortions that they have. Don't allow them to make that argument and be a tool in this argumentation. Very, very important, to understand. Right? To be able to actually defend both what is taking place and to assert that we have a different history and different worldview. And we need to insist upon this as a part of our decolonization. So, Jazakumullah khair, and hopefully I did not take much of your time.
Dr. Adnan, I have a bachelor's and a master's, and in that 30 minutes I learned more than I did getting those 2 degrees, so mashallah, jazakallah khair for that. One more round of applause. With that said, it is time for Maghrib prayer, and before we head out to that, I would just like to thank everyone who came out here today. We've been here since about 9 a.m. And a big thank you to Kitab Academy and also Hafiz Arham Ali. And to all of the vendors, all of the volunteers who helped with this, Jazakumullah khairan, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept. With that said, I'd like to call up Hafiz Arham to close us out with a dua, inshallah. Please welcome Hafiz Arham for the dua.
عليكم ورحمة الله. So I'll keep it short since we have to pay one bit. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. ربنا أتمم لنا نورنا واغفر لنا إنك على كل شيء قدير. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. اللهم طهر قلوبنا من النفاق وأعمالنا من الرياء وألسنتنا من الكذب وعيوننا من الخيانة فإنك تعلم خائنة الأعين وما تخفي الصدور. Ya Allah, we ask you to ease the suffering of the people of Gaza. Ya Allah, we ask you to ease the suffering of any Muslim that is suffering around the world. Oh Allah, give dignity to the Muslims. Allahumma a'izz al-Islam wal-Muslimin fi kulli makan. Allahumma ansur al-Islam wal-Muslimin fi kulli makan. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك. جزاكم الله خيرا. Inshallah, we're going to be praying Maghrib downstairs. We'll get started in about 2 minutes.